transformed into a kitsune cub. In the tranquility of slumber, Changle lay peacefully upon her bed when a luminous orb materialized before her, gently swaying. A resonant voice echoed, "It is time for you to fulfill your destiny." As Changle opened her eyes, a warmth enveloped her, only to find herself surrounded by a multitude of foxes, each adorned with 9 tails. In articulate speech, they proclaimed, "Behold our future young clan leader. She is truly beautiful. Her fur gleams with such radiance." Before Changle could grasp the situation, a voice resonated from above her. "Since she is a little female fox, let us name her Changle, wishing her eternal happiness and freedom." Ramwari. The foxes gazed at Changle with their round, sparkling eyes, exclaiming, "Long live Changle! Long live Changle!" Startled by the surreal scene unfolding before her, Changle, unable to move freely due to being held, strained to extend her hand, only to be met with a furry paw that sent Harry into a swoon. Upon witnessing her reaction, the foxes chattered among themselves. "Leader, it appears the young clan leader is quite fond of her name, as she has waved her approval. The young clan leader is remarkably clever." When Changle awoke, she found herself lying beside an enchanting beauty. The gentle and affectionate gaze of the woman met hers, and beneath her left eye lay a captivating red bee. Mark, adding an extra allure to her already stunning visage. Changle extended her hand, still resembling a furry paw. She was convinced that she had transmigrated into the body of a supporting character who shared her name. If her assumptions were correct, the enchanting woman with the red tear mole must be her mother, xianxia. A man clad in a blue robe adorned with golden trimmings seated himself beside xianxia. "Keep your voice down, don't frighten our little fox cub," xianxia complained playfully. The man nestled beside xianxia, their fingers entwined, their gazes fixed intently upon Changle. This gentleman was undoubtedly her adoptive father, Ejinon. "Have the clansfolk departed?" xianxia inquired of Ejinon. "They have all left. They simply had to catch a glimpse of Changle upon her birth," Ejinon replied with a smile. "They even brought an abundance of nourishing fish and meat. I selected a fresh crucian carp to be stewed in the kitchen. You should be able to enjoy the fish soup shortly." Ejinon propped himself up, pressed a gentle kiss to xianxia's forehead, and tenderly remarked, "You've worked hard. Thank you for giving me such a beautiful fox cub." xianxia playfully retorted, "This little fox cub won't be able to transform for 30,000 years. How can you be so certain she will be beautiful?" Upon hearing xianxia's words, Changle let out an indignant "Oh, what a jest!" In this narrative, Changle was renowned as the most exquisite beauty across the 6 realms. How could she possibly be anything less than stunning? Upon hearing Changle's exclamation, Ejinon joyfully lifted her into the air, tossing her about with delight. "Pay no heed to your mother's fanciful words. Our Changle is undoubtedly the most beautiful." Tower, witnessing Ejinon's exuberance, shouted in a mixture of fear and anger, "Ejinon, do not frighten her." Only upon hearing Tower's furious call did Ejinon cradle Changle back into his arms. Although Changle was dressed as a fox, the sudden toss left her feeling lightheaded. With a hint of mischievous retaliation and a pressing need, she released the water gate, soaking Ejinon entirely. Startled by the sudden dampness, Ejinon exclaimed, "Ah, she has urinated," and promptly lifted Changle once more. A knock resounded at the door. "Enter," Ejinon commanded. The person who entered bore a mandala flower upon her brow. She was likely Tower's maid, the mandala spirit. "Mandala," she addressed Ejinon, saying, "Chieftain, the celestial lord of the 9 heavens has arrived." Ejinon furrowed his brow and inquired, "What brings him here?" "I do not know," Mandala replied, shaking her head. "Bring him to the waterside pavilion and await my arrival." "Understood," Mandala acknowledged before exiting. After changing his attire, Ejinon proceeded to the pavilion. Upon sighting Ejinon, the celestial lord of the stars immediately knelt before him. Ejinon, employing his magic, levitated the celestial lord and spoke in a deep tone. "What is the meaning of this?" With utmost seriousness, the celestial lord declared, "Today, auspicious omens have descended from the heavens. 100 birds pay homage to the phoenix." I cast an oracle, which pointed towards xianxia, indicating that the chieftain should be delighted by the arrival of a noble child today. Eginon nodded in acknowledgement. The celestial star lord produced a star disk and presented it to Eginon, stating, "The divination indicates that the young clan leader and Thed, Ivine Prince Pei-ens, are fated to unite in marriage. Should they fail to wed before reaching 150,000 years, calamity shall befall the three realms." Eginon accepted the star disk and pondered fated union. He then cast a sharp gaze at the celestial star lord and inquired, "What brings you here, celestial star lord?" No sooner had Eginon spoken than a celestial youth, garbed in immaculate white robes adorned with embroidered five-clawed golden dragons, stepped forth from behind the celestial star lord. Although still youthful, he bore an undeniable celestial demeanor. He respectfully clasped his hands toward Eginon and proclaimed, "The divine Prince Pei-ens pays his respects to clan leader E." The celestial star lord continued, "Our purpose here is to seek the clan leader's consent for a marriage proposal." "Marriage proposal?" Eginon replied with refusal. "But the divination speaks of 150,000 years. My little fox cub has only just been born today." Both the celestial star lord and Pei-ens knelt, imploring, "This matter pertains to the survival of the three realms. We earnestly request the clan leader's agreement to allow the young clan leader and the prince to become betrothed, providing assurance to the denizens of the three realms." Given the gravity of the situation, Eginon could not afford to be negligent. With a span of 150,000 years ahead, and noting that Pei-ens seemed to commend a Blee individual destined to become a significant figure in the three realms, Eginon weighed the importance of the matter. Even if Changle were to disapprove, there would be ample opportunity for annulment in the future. Thus, Eginon acquiesced to the marriage arrangement. Consequently, on the very day of her birth, Changle became the betrothed of Pei-ens. The nine-tailed fox clan must reach the age of 30,000 years to attain enlightenment and transformation. Eginon entrusted the matters of xianxia to Chi-e, a nine-tailed fox who grew up alongside him, while he took Changle and Xingtair out to explore the realms of the three worlds. DS. Although the nine-tailed foxes remain unenlightened until they reach 30,000 years, Changle, who has traversed into this narrative, spent these 30 millennia traveling with Eginon and Xingtair, thereby unraveling the origins of this world. This world initially existed as a formless mass of primordial purple energy until it was cleaved asunder by Kaishur, the progenitor of creation, who later became known as the Father Deity. He carved out the three realms. These realms consist of the celestial realm, the mortal realm, and the nether realm, each nurturing 6 clans. The celestial realm is inhabited by the celestial clan and the elven clan. The mortal realm is home to the human clan and the demon clan, while the nether realm shelters the demon sea. Lan and the Ghost Clan A.S. Kaishur split the primordial purple energy. 6 distinct primordial energies were birthed: chaotic energy, innate spiritual energy, acquired spiritual energy, xianhuang energy, innate pure energy, and innate turbid energy. The emergence of any one of these primordial energies would spell disaster for the three realms, prompting Kaishur to seal them away. This sealing process consumed all of Kaishi's divine power, leading to his dissolution into the ether. After Kaishi's departure from the world, his 6 clans, accompanying divine beasts, have safeguarded the 6 seals across countless generations. These divine beasts are the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan, the Xuanwu Clan, the Qinglong Clan, the Zhuke Clan, the Baihu Clan, and the Taodai Clan. They exist, much like Kaishur, transcending the confines of the three realms. Changle's identity in the narrative is that of the young leader of the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan among the 6 divine beast tribes, destined to be the most beautiful woman in the three realms. Yet she is also a malicious supporting character. Her fiancé, Pei-ens, the crown prince of the celestial tribe, is the male protagonist of the story. In the future, he will ascend to godhood, and during his descent to experience mortal tribulations, he will fall in love with his disciple in the mortal realm, by Mengyu, the female. Protagonist of the tale, Changle is somewhat muddled in her thinking. By Mengyu is entirely innocent in this affair. Rather than seeking revenge on Pei-ens, she chooses to torment Bai Mengyu, making her the target of her spiteful schemes. Ultimately, she even colludes with the demon tribe to conspire against Bai Mengius' life. Simultaneously, the seal that the Nine-Tailed Fox clan has guarded for generations inexplicably weakens, causing the chaotic energy to leak. To protect the three realms, The nine-tailed fox clan absorbs all the chaotic energy into their own bodies for purification, resulting in the tragic loss of their entire clan. When Changle learns of this news, she is in the nine heavens and is discovered by Pei-Ins colluding with the demon tribe. After being knocked to the ground, Pei-Ins, initially mindful of the nine-tailed fox clan's backing, recognizes that Changle no longer has any support and decides to end her life. On the spot. Chapter 2. The Enlightenment Ceremony of Changle. Upon contemplating this conclusion, Changle could not help but shake her fox-like head in confusion towards her former self. The six divine beasts, transcending the three realms, are inherently celestial beings. The six clans of the three realms require ascension to the celestial level. Yet the six divine beasts are exempt from such tribulations. They need only to diligently cultivate, allowing their prowess to far surpass that of the three realms and six clans. In the narrative, Changle, a proud member of the nine-tailed fox royalty, should find cultivation a straightforward endeavor, even though Pei-Ins is a favored child of the heavens. Changle, in her own right, ought to possess the strength for self-preservation. Yet, she was vanquished by him, a true testament to her utter inadequacy. As for why Jinan did not personally oversee the arrangements, it is simply because he is somewhat unreliable, having forgotten the date of Changle's enlightenment. It was only through a message from Qi that he was reminded of this occasion. Fortunately, Qi is dependable and had already prepared everything for Changle's ceremony. Awaiting only the arrival of the principal guest, Jinan hastily made his way to Qingxiu, arriving just a day before the enlightenment ceremony. Have you thought it through? Will you truly leave Qingxiu in her hands once she transforms tomorrow? Xingtai lay in bed, inquiring of Jinan. Although it is customary for nine-tailed foxes to undergo enlightenment at the age of 30,000, our Changle exhibited extraordinary wisdom even as a mere cub. Jinan recalled the incident of her deliberately urinating on him upon her birth, and as the young clan leader, she should shoulder the responsibilities of the nine-tailed fox lineage. But Xingtai wished to articulate further. Moreover, Qi will be watching over her. Nothing will go amiss, Jinan interjected, cutting off Xingtai's words. Continuing. Jinan displayed a pitiable expression and said to Xingtai, "For the past 30,000 years, we have devoted ourselves to caring for her. It is time for us to relish our own world together." Amused, Xingtai replied with a laugh. "Ah, Taya, the long night stretches before us. Let us engage in something delightful." Jinan leaned in to kiss Xingtai. Thus, the significant responsibility resting upon Changle's shoulders was casually resolved by Jinan's few words. The following day, due to the enlightenment ceremony of the young lord of Qingxiu, representatives from the three realms, six clans, and the remaining five clans of divine beasts came to offer their congratulations. The ceremony was held in Changle's future residence, the Tianlong courtyard. Upon transforming from fox to human, Changle was entirely exposed, and thus, it was imperative to ensure that no one but family members be present. Consequently, only Jinwei, Xingtai, Manduo, and the protagonist Changle remained, while even Qi merely set down what was necessary and departed. Jinan placed Changle upon a bed of cold jade and then transformed into his true form as a nine-tailed fox. He delicately dropped a bead of holy water upon Changle's brow, and with a flick of his paw, a surge of pure energy from the nine-tailed fox clan flowed into her body. Before long, it was complete. Xingtai exclaimed joyfully. Changle felt a myriad of nine-tailed fox images flash before her eyes, and suddenly, a chill enveloped her as she noticed three pairs of eyes fixated on her bare form. Silently, she retreated a couple of steps towards the corner of the bed. It was Manduo, ever reliable, who, with the attire she had prepared in advance, helped Changle dress. As she felt the silken fabric enveloping her, Changle finally felt a sense of reassurance. Xingtai embraced Changle and conjured a water mirror with her magic, lifting Changle before it. The mirror reflected a young girl of 3 or 4 years, with skin as white and lustrous as jade, round, sparkling eyes clear as water, and a delicate nose, hinting at her future exquisite beauty. Xingtai inquired of Changle, "Changle, do you still admire your transformed appearance?" "Yes, mother," Changle replied softly. Who could possibly dislike the visage of the most beautiful woman in the three realms? Jinan, seizing Changle from Xingtai's arms, proclaimed proudly, "Taer. From the very first day of Changle's life, I declared she would become the most beautiful." Manduo concurred, "Indeed, my lady. I have yet to witness any divine beast transform into such a captivating figure as our young clan leader." Upon receiving these compliments, Changle winked at Xingtai, exclaiming, "Father and Aunt Manduo are absolutely correct. Haha. Xianxia playfully pinched Changle's nose, chuckling, and yet, at merely 3,000 years old, you are already so full of yourself. Laughter and joy filled the room. Meanwhile, Qi waited outside, and upon hearing the commotion within, realized that Changle had successfully transformed. He then urged from outside, Jinan, the guests are still at the square, eager to catch a glimpse of Changle's beauty. Do not delay further. Heeding Qi's words, Jinan wasted no time. Cradling Changle in one arm and taking Xianxia's hand with the other as they made their way toward Qingqiu Square. The guests had already gathered in the square to extend their congratulations, engaged in lively discussions. The 6 clans of divine beasts, endowed with extraordinary bloodlines, have few offspring. Even after tens of thousands of years, the birth of a new member is a rarity, let alone among the royal lineage of these divine creatures. The other clans Qilong, Zhke, Baihu, Xuanwu, and Taodai have all seen their young clan leaders take shape, each a paragon of beauty, yet one wonders about the young leader of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. The members of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan are renowned for their stunning appearances. One cannot help but ponder if the royal lineage surpasses them. A curious soul inquired, surely. It must. Indeed, Jinan, the leader of the Nine-Tailed Foxes, is hailed as the most handsome man across the 3 realms. His wife, Xianxia, is also breathtakingly beautiful. Yet when compared, Jinan eclipses her by a half measure. Amidst the ongoing discussions, Jinan finally made his entrance, cradling Changle and leading Xianxia, exuding vigor as he approached the elevated platform erected in the square. Upon reaching the pinnacle, Jinan addressed the guests below, expressing gratitude for their long journey to attend his daughter's enlightenment ceremony. He then raised Changle above his head, declaring with a smile, "Behold, my daughter, now successfully transformed." The guests erupted into lively chatter. In my travels over the past 100,000 years, I have never encountered such a delicate and adorable child. This young leader of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan has truly opened my eyes, remarked Jiang Bai, an elder of the Xuanwu clan. Alas, this young leader was betrothed to the prince of the Celestial clan at birth, lamented an elder of the Baihu clan. I wonder how remarkable her talents are, mused a curious individual with golden hair, blue eyes, and elongated ears. Ah, your elven kin truly seem to be bereft of knowledge. A figure shrouded in black robes scoffed at the elves' remarks. What do you mean by that? Who in the 3 realms is unaware that once the divine beasts of the 6 clans take form, they are considered transcendents, with diligent cultivation. It is not uncommon for them to ascend to godhood within a mere 100,000 years. Moreover, the young clan leader hails from the royal bloodline of divine beasts, possessing formidable lineage and unparalleled talent. Only you elves would pose such a question, the cloaked figure continued. And what of it? You, the ghost clan, are born to shun the sun. Once you step beyond your realm, you are cloaked in black robes day in and day out. How utterly pitiable, retorted the elf towards the ghost clan. As tensions escalated between the ghost clan and the elves, Jinan on the high platform called out, "Everyone, please be quiet. Today is not only the momentous awakening ceremony of my daughter, but I also have an important announcement to make." Suddenly, the square of Qingqiu fell into silence, all ears eagerly awaiting Jinan's revelation. In a solemn tone, Jinan declared, "Now that our little clan leader of the Nine-Tailed Foxes has awakened and taken form, it is time for her to shoulder the responsibilities of our clan. On this auspicious day, I hereby announce." Jinan paused, gently setting down Changle and taking Xianxia's hand. He continued, "My wife, Xianxia, and I will embark on a journey across the 3 realms, in pursuit of a higher realm of thought and deeper cultivation. During our travels, the affairs of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan shall be entrusted to our clan leader, Changle, alongside Elder Qi." After Jinan concluded his words, he and Xianxia vanished from the scene, leaving Changle in a state of utter astonishment. At that moment, Changle's mind was a flurry of questions. Why did the unfolding events diverge so dramatically from the narrative? In the story, Changle's ineptitude stemmed from being sheltered by his parents throughout his upbringing. Why had Jinan and Xianxia abruptly departed? It was only after several decades that Changle learned from Jinan the underlying reasons for this sudden abandonment. Jinan harbored a grudge because Changle had urinated on him shortly after his birth, coupled with the high expectations Jinan had for Changle, who displayed remarkable intelligence from infancy. The most significant factor, however, was that whenever Changle was present, Xianxia's attention was predominantly fixated on him, leaving Jinan feeling envious. Under the weight of such myriad influences, he committed an act so barbaric towards the merely 30,000-year-old Changle. The guests below stood in shock, marveling at the absurdity of such parents who would abandon their still nursing child after bestowing upon him such heavy responsibilities. It was then that Qi, feeling a pang of sympathy for Changle, ascended the platform and lifted the dazed boy. Addressing the guests, the decision made by clan leader Jinan represents the will of the nine-tailed fox clan. Today, we shall bring the enlightenment ceremony of our young clan leader to a close. I kindly ask for your understanding in any shortcomings during this event. In an unnoticed corner, a turtle demon and a bird demon silently observed the retreating figures of Changle and Qi until they vanished from sight. Chapter 3. The Academy of Destiny on the Path to the Heavenly Orchid Garden. Changle stole a glance at Qi, whose expression was shrouded in gloom. Uncle Qi. Changle called out softly, "What's wrong?" Upon hearing her voice, Qi's demeanor softened. Mantu, who had not attended Changli's enlightening ceremony in the plaza, was waiting in Tianlong Garden. Upon seeing Changlu and Qi enter with distressed expressions, she inquired, "What's the matter?" Changlu lamented to Mantu, Mantu, my father is truly despicable. He left everything to Uncle Qi and me before running away with my mother. What a scoundrel!" A scoundrel? This was the first time Qi had heard a fox described as such, and he readily concurred. Indeed, your father is quite the scoundrel. After listening to the exchange between Changlu and Jinan, Manda chuckled. How did the clan leader manage to escape? Provoking such ire from you two that you resort to such insults? Qi recounted the events in detail to Mantu. After hearing his account, Mantu nodded in agreement. The clan leader is indeed quite despicable. As for the affairs of the nine-tailed fox clan, they could only be handled by Qi alone, as Changlu had to attend school. Although every fox in the clan regarded Changlu as an exceptionally wise creature, she still had to pursue her education. Due to the limited number of beasts among the 6 divine beasts, they had established the Yingtian Academy after the separation of the heavens, where all newly enlightened divine beasts were required to learn and cultivate, akin to compulsory education. Every beast had to attend. Ultimately, Jin had only deceived Qi. Before departing for the Yingtian Academy, Mantu, with a reluctant expression, earnestly advised Changle. Changle, once you arrive at the academy, be cautious and do not wander aimlessly. With your striking beauty, you must guard against being taken away. If anything happens, remember to inform your aunt. Do not allow anyone to bully you. In response to Mantu's words, Qi jestingly scolded, "This little demon, as long as she does not torment others, we should consider ourselves fortunate." Just yesterday, she incinerated the feathers of several egrets by the waterside. Those egrets possess a certain spirit. They lamented outside my study for an entire day, and I fear they are still weeping. Changle, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched her head and explained, "I was merely practicing the fireball technique near the waterside. I lost control and accidentally directed it towards those egrets. I promptly cast the water ball technique on them afterward, but alas, their feathers were still singed. Enough of this. You should depart swiftly to avoid delaying your journey," Qi urged. Changle embraced Mantu and, in a soft and gentle tone, reassured her, "Aunt Mantu, there is no need for concern. I shall write to you." After bidding farewell to Mantu, Qi lifted Changle and, employing the cloud summoning technique, soared towards the Yingtian Academy. Upon reaching the academy, as they prepared to part ways, Qi gazed at Changle with a mournful expression and implored, "Dear Changle, please dedicate yourself to your studies, accumulate credits diligently, and graduate promptly, so you may soon shoulder the responsibilities of the nine-tailed fox clan." The Yingtian Academy operates on a credit system. Industrious students may complete their credits in a mere 50,000 years, while those who are indolent may take as long as 100,000 years to graduate. Yet, gazing at the increasingly weathered visage of Qi, Changle found her mind consumed by a singular thought. The rigors of academia pale in comparison to the hardships of employment. Jinan, being rather unreliable, rendered Changle, as his daughter, an even more untrustworthy figure. In consideration of Qi's mental state, Changle resolved not to let him discover her true feelings. Thus, she solemnly nodded at Qi and sweetly promised, "I shall diligently pursue my studies, Uncle Qi." As Qi observed Changle's retreating silhouette, memories of his childhood flooded back, how Jinan would often leave him to bear the blame, vanishing into the distance. The two shadows intertwined in his mind, sending a chill down his spine. The gates of Yingtian Academy stood firmly closed, adorned by a statue of Kaishur holding a tome. Changle placed her notification letter upon the book held by the statue, and shortly thereafter, the gates of Yingtian Academy swung open. Approaching her was a graceful woman clad in green, who, with neither deference nor arrogance, inquired, "Might you be Changle, the young clan leader of the nine-tailed fox?" Changle nodded in affirmation. The green-clad woman continued, I am Su Kur, the teacher responsible for logistics at Xianxia Academy. Greetings, Teacher Su. The 9 years of compulsory education from her previous life had become etched in Changle's very bones, forming an indelible muscle memory. Since her appointment at Xianxia Academy, Sukuo had never encountered a beast as well-behaved as Changle, leaving her somewhat astonished. After a brief pause, she added, "Here at Xianxia Academy, all beings are equal. You must shed the identity of the young clan leader of the nine-tailed fox and embrace the life of an ordinary fox." Changle nodded obediently. Sukuo was thoroughly pleased with Changle's demeanor. "It seems you are quite the obedient one. I shall refrain from saying too much for now and first take you to your quarters. The rules of the Xianxia Academy are laid out on the table. Familiarize yourself with them." As Changle followed Sukuo through the halls of the Xianxia Academy, she introduced him to various classrooms. "This is where spells are taught. This is the classroom for ethics and common knowledge. Here, one learns alchemy. And this is the strategy room." Throughout their journey, Sukuo diligently shared insights about the academy. Suddenly, she paused before a small courtyard and said, "Changle, this will be your residence, the Chi courtyard. As I mentioned earlier, the academy's regulations are on the table in your room. Starting tomorrow, you will attend classes according to the schedule provided." After a brief pause, she continued, "If you require anything after reviewing the rules, feel free to let me know." "Thank you, Teacher Su," Changle replied, still displaying his obedient nature. Sukuo nodded with satisfaction. "Then please, go inside and rest well to prepare for your classes tomorrow." With that, she departed. After bidding farewell to Sukuo at the entrance of Chi courtyard, Changle finally stepped inside. Upon entering the room, he was immediately struck by the sight of 5 round heads peering from the window. Wasn't the Xianxia Academy structured with 1 beast per courtyard? How could there be 5 heads here? Changle found himself momentarily bewildered. Upon entering the room, Changle was greeted by a finely dressed young man in resplendent red attire, who spoke first. "We have awaited your arrival for quite some time. I am Xianyu, the young clan leader of the Zhuke tribe." A gentle maiden clad in green, with a soft demeanor, waved to Changle, introducing herself. "I am Yanjiu, the young clan leader of the Qinglong tribe." A handsome yet somewhat mature-looking young man dressed in black added, "I am Jiang Yuchuan, the young clan leader of the Xianwu tribe." Another youth, adorned in white, raised an eyebrow and declared, "I am Mo Fan, the young clan leader of the Baihu tribe." Lastly, a girl in a flowing yellow gown, nibbling on a candied hawthorn, chimed in sweetly, "I am Luo Xinjin, the young clan leader of the Tao Tai tribe." "Greetings, I am Changle, the young clan leader of the Jiao Weihu tribe." In contrast to the others, Changle appeared somewhat reserved. Xianyu, noticing her unease, reassured her with a smile. "There is no need for such tension. We are here to reunite." "Reunite?" "With your arrival, the young clan leaders of the 6 divine beasts have gathered," Xianyu elucidated. "This assembly marks the latest convergence of the young clan leaders of the Tianshu Academy since the creation." Yin Jiayue's tone carried a hint of regret. "The latest convergence?" Changle's expression reflected her confusion. "The offspring of the 6 divine beasts are few in number and bear the duty of safeguarding the seals. Thus, for millions of years, the royal lineage of the divine beasts has typically been born simultaneously. In our generation, the 5 of us were indeed born at the same time. Yet you arrived 2,000 years later," Yin Jiayue explained. "Indeed, it is for this reason that you have garnered quite a reputation in the chronicles of the 3 realms," added another voice. After finishing the candied hawthorn, Luo Xinjin, with an expression of sheer excitement, inquired, "What rumors? And what exactly is Chronicles of the 3 Realms?" Changle's expression grew increasingly perplexed. The Chronicles of the 3 Realms is a publication founded by several parrot spirits, dedicated to the gossip of various races across the realms, particularly those of high rank and great power, Yin Jiayue explained. Luo Xinjin then produced another sugar figurine and began to eat. "But what rumors pertain to me? For the past 30,000 years, I have merely been an unawakened little fox cub. How could there be rumors about me?" Changle pondered, feeling she had little of significance to be written about. "It is not solely about you. There are also matters concerning your father," Yin Jiayue added. Jinan, that unreliable fellow, piqued Changle's curiosity about any rumors regarding her father, leading her to inquire, "What rumors exist about my father?" Upon being questioned by Changle, Yin Jiayue's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, "Just those matters." "Xianyu, perhaps you should elaborate," she suggested, clearly feeling a tad shy, due to your father's late arrival. "It is said." Xianyu hesitated. "Thus, These parrot spirits speculated in the chronicles of the three realms that Jinan, the leader of the nine-tailed fox clan, may have some shortcomings in domestic affairs, failing to fulfill the responsibilities expected of a man. Unable to bear Xianyu's stammering, Mo Fan candidly divulged the rumors. Changle comprehended immediately, stifling her laughter, and suddenly recalled Yan Juyue's earlier mention of numerous rumors regarding herself, prompting her to question, but these rumors concern my father. Shouldn't they be irrelevant to me? Although it is merely a fabricated rumor, Changle is unwilling to be likened to Jinan, who has faced disparagement. Mo Fan discerned Changle's lingering hopefulness. Why the haste? I have yet to finish my account. Please, continue, Changle replied, extending his hands in a gesture of anticipation. 30,000 years ago, you were born, and rather than quelling the rumors, your arrival only intensified them. Mo Fan paused briefly before continuing, upon your birth. The clan leader Jinan took you away to Xianxia, hence the parrot spirit inscribed in the chronicles of the three realms. The clan leader, deemed inadequate, resorted to obscure methods to bring you into existence. This act, defying the natural order, rendered your birth somewhat flawed, prompting the clan leader to seek remedies across the realms. Somewhat flawed? Changle inquired, perplexed. Though divine beasts awaken at the age of 30,000, they possess the innate ability to control their bodily functions from birth due to their lineage. However, Mo Fan's countenance grew slightly uncomfortable. The Chronicles of the Three Realms recounts that you, upon your arrival, inadvertently soiled the clan leader. This unprecedented event led many in the realms to believe that you. He fell silent, merely gesturing towards his head. Do they think I am mentally impaired? Changle felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, causing him to sway unsteadily. Yan Jeyue promptly embraced Changle, offering solace. Do not take it to heart. After all, these are merely rumors. The moment we laid eyes on you today, we recognized that you differ markedly from the tales told. Jeyue is correct, and I have never encountered a celestial child more exquisite than you, Luo Xinjin remarked, having finished her candy and now gently caressing Changle's face. Indeed, the external rumors need not be given excessive attention. Observing the taciturn Jiang Yuchuan, who now offered his words of comfort, Changle reflected on the whispers surrounding her, pondering the foolishness attributed to herself, while Jinan was deemed incapable. In her heart, she preferred the label of foolishness. Do you possess a copy of Chronicles of the Three Realms? She inquired, for she found the antics of these parrot spirits utterly outrageous. Changle was eager to obtain a glimpse of the Chronicles of the Three Realms to discover its contents. All five beasts shook their heads in unison, and Xianyu pointed to a tome on the desk, as thick as a dictionary, proclaiming, the regulations of Yingtian Academy state that students are prohibited from reading the Chronicles of the Three Realms. Why is that? Xianyu's face lit up with intrigue. I suspect it is because the principal has an abundance of romantic interests. During my time with the Shike clan, I chanced upon a copy of the Chronicles of the Three Realms, which mentioned that the peacock queen of the demon tribe, the celestial god Yanqi, and the ninth princess of the demon realm are all esteemed companions of our principal. Who knows how many more I have yet to discover. I truly wish to peruse that Chronicles of the Three Realms, Changle expressed with a hint of regret. Fear not, when the opportunity arises, I shall procure it for you. Xianyu assured her, patting his chest with confidence. What opportunity? Changle pondered aloud, for even if one could request leave from Yingtian Academy, it would require an eternity to be granted. Intrigued by Xianyu's words, Changle felt a spark of curiosity. Changle has only just arrived, Xianyu. Do not lead her astray, Zhang Yuchuan interjected with caution, receiving support from Yin Jiayue. Very well, Xianyu replied, spreading his hands in a gesture of feigned helplessness. After sending the five of them away, Changle finally had the time to survey her cozy little abode, which was adorned with a warm ambience. She reclined on the bed, feeling quite satisfied, and began to contemplate her future. In Chapter 5, titled Apprenticing Under Lansun, it is revealed that Changle met her demise at the hands of Pei-Ens on the very day of her 150,000th birthday. If Changle's intuition served her right, the words of the celestial monarch of the constellations implied that if she and Pei-Ens did not marry within those 150,000 years, a calamity would befall the three realms. This calamity was likely tied to the loosening of the seal guarded by the nine-tailed fox clan for generations, leading to the leakage of chaotic energy. However, the prospect of marrying Pei-Ens was far from appealing. His lineage was not as noble as hers, and his talents paled in comparison to Changle's. Despite having never laid eyes on him, she surmised that, based on her own beauty, which was renowned as the most exquisite in the three realms, he would not match her in looks. Changle genuinely felt that he was somewhat unworthy of her. Yet, the idea of the entire nine-tailed fox clan sacrificing their lives to save the three realms was utterly unacceptable. Although this narrative was fictional, it mirrored a world of palpable reality, where its characters were imbued with flesh and blood. The affectionately protective xianxia, the somewhat unreliable yet steadfast Jinan, who had always been Changle's shield, and the quietly diligent Qi, who had consistently arranged everything for her despite being taken advantage of by Jinan, were all individuals she could not bear to see come to harm. In her heart, Changle vowed to find a way to eliminate the chaotic energy. The initial sealing of the chaotic energy by Kai Si was merely a temporary measure, as there were 5 other primordial energies that also required containment. Changle understood that she needed to confront the chaotic energy directly and eradicate it to prevent future repercussions. Early the next morning, Changle donned a flowing purple gown and proceeded to the spell classroom according to her class schedule. Having just entered Xianxia Academy, she was enrolled in foundational courses, and only after accumulating sufficient credits could she advance to ordinary classes. Upon completing the ordinary curriculum, she would then have the option to graduate or pursue advanced courses. Given the innate talents of the divine beasts, the other 5 had entered school 2 millennia prior to Changle. She had anticipated not encountering any familiar faces. However, to her surprise, she spotted Luo Xinjin. Luo Xinjin was busily munching on a bun and, upon noticing Changle's entrance, waved enthusiastically, "Changle, over here." Changle promptly took a seat beside her. "What brings you here?" She couldn't help but inquire. "I haven't yet accumulated enough credits for the ordinary class," Luo Xinjin replied, scratching her head sheepishly. "Our Taotai clan has an insatiable love for food. The more heavenly delicacies we consume, the faster our cultivation progresses. However, Xianxia Academy has strict regulations prohibiting us from partaking in anything beyond ordinary sustenance. Thus, we are left to rely solely on our own cultivation. But when hunger strikes, it becomes difficult to focus on our training, causing us to linger longer in this foundational class." Luo Xinjin discreetly pointed to a plump young man, seemingly 17 or 18, who was voraciously devouring a steamed bun. "That is Yi Xiu from our Taotai clan. He has been at Xianxia Academy for 100 millennia, yet remains in this foundational class." Upon hearing Luo Xinjin's words, Changle quietly asked, "Is he truly the legendary slothful beast who, after 100 millennia, still hasn't he graduated?" Now it was Changle's turn to feel embarrassed, as she clarified, "That is not what I meant. It's quite all right. Mo Fan and Xian Yu often tease me as well, so I have grown accustomed to it," Luo Xinjin replied nonchalantly. However, Elder Qi of your nine-tailed fox clan completed his credits in less than 30,000 years and delved into advanced courses, truly a paragon for our kind. "How many years did he take to study the advanced courses afterward?" Changle inquired curiously. Luo Xinjin shook her head and replied, "He did not complete the advanced courses. At that moment, a man clad in green entered the classroom. He was the instructor for the basic magic class. "Students, please pause your eating. We are about to commence the lesson." The conversation between Changle and Luo Xinjin came to an abrupt end. The basic magic class was not particularly challenging, yet it demanded full attention, causing Changle to forget about Qi as she focused on the lesson. In the Xianxia Academy, there existed the largest library across the 3 realms, yet it was only accessible to students of the intermediate class and above. This restriction stemmed from the Academy's principal, Lan Sun, believing that the students of the basic class would be unable to comprehend the text within the library. However, Changle suspected that Lan Sun was merely afraid that the basic class's gluttons would devour all the books in the library. To avoid seeming discriminatory towards the gluttons, Lan Sun instead implemented a regulation that barred all basic class students from entering the library, thus ensuring the safety of its volumes. In the library, there may very well exist methods to dispel the aura of chaos. In pursuit of entry into the library, Changle devoted herself to the relentless pursuit of academic credits, ultimately completing the foundational course in merely 10,000 years. Prior to her transition to the ordinary class, Xian Yu and the others organized a celebratory feast in honor of Changle's advancement. Luo Xinjin, stuffing her mouth with chicken legs, lamented to Changle, "Woe is me. Before you arrived, Jiang Yuchuan, the brightest among us, took 15,000 years to ascend to the ordinary class. Yet you accomplished this in just 10,000 years. I have labored for 30,000 years and remain in the foundational class. Yan Jiyue consoled Luo Xinjin, saying, "The nine-tailed fox clan has always been the most intelligent among the 6 divine beasts. Moreover, Changle hails from royal lineage, so do not be too disheartened." "What of our Taotai clan?" Luo Xinjin queried through her tears. "Your Taotai clan is renowned for its unparalleled appetite among the 6 divine beasts. And as a member of royal blood, you shall undoubtedly conquer the culinary world." Mo Fan jested with Luo Xinjin. On the very first day of Changle's ascent to the ordinary class, upon opening the door to the Chi courtyard, she discovered Su Kuo waiting patiently at the entrance. Upon seeing Changle emerge, Su Kuo addressed her, "Changle, please accompany me. The dean wishes to see you." The dean of Yingtian Academy, Lan Sun, is, in truth, a blue whale, once the steed of the creator ancestor Kaishur. Possessing unfathomable magical prowess and a penchant for remaining elusive, often seen only when summoned by the heavenly emperor. With a heart full of trepidation, Changle followed Su Kuo to meet Lan Sun. Upon reaching the entrance of Yingtian Academy, Su Kuo advised her, "The dean prefers solitude. You shall enter alone." Suddenly, the grand entrance of the Yingtian Academy swung open, and a surge of magical energy from within cradled Changle, transporting her before a strikingly tall man. His long, dark hair was casually tied with a silver ribbon, and he wore an immaculate white robe cinched at the waist with a wide belt adorned with cloud patterns in pale blue. His presence exuded an air of elegance and nobility, evoking an impression of unattainable grandeur. Undoubtedly, this was Lan Sun. Upon beholding Lan Sun's visage, Changle instantly comprehended the reason behind his widespread allure across the 3 realms. He was indeed deserving of such admiration. Lan Sun, noticing Changle's round, sparkling eyes, found himself amused. In contrast to his esteemed position, which commanded deference even from the heavenly emperor, this young girl, seemingly unafraid, gazed directly at him, a refreshing boldness reminiscent of a fledgling unacquainted with danger. "Are you Changle?" Lan Sun inquired. "Indeed, I am Changle, a student at your service," she replied respectfully, performing a courteous bow. "You, the young clan leader, seem more dependable than your father, the clan chief." Having fulfilled the credit requirements for the foundational class in merely 10,000 years, Lan Sun commended her. "Thank you for your kind words, Dean," Changle responded. "However, my purpose in summoning you today extends beyond mere praise." Lan Sun's expression shifted to one of seriousness. "Would you be willing to take me as your master?" "Take you as my master?" The Changle of novels did not possess a mentor of such formidable stature. Overwhelmed by curiosity, she voiced her question. "Is it merely because of my swift accumulation of credits?" "I am willing to accept you as my disciple," she affirmed. The discourse surrounding the Blue Sun language has reached a significant juncture, and with such a formidable master as a backdrop, Changle finds ample reason to comply. Now, as he traverses the 3 realms, others perceive Changle as remarkably unassuming. After all, he is not only the esteemed young lord of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, but also a disciple of Blue Sun, yet he chooses to walk himself. Chapter 6. Stealthily escaping from the Yingtian Academy. However, a query arises from the disciple. "What prompted you to consider taking on apprentices?" "I anticipated your inquiry. Are you aware of the reason the Yingtian Academy exclusively admits the 6 divine beasts as students?" Changle nodded, only to realize the inconsistency of his response and subsequently shook his head. Observing Changle's gestures, Blue Sun chuckled. "Do you truly know, or do you not?" With great reverence, Changle elucidated. "I have always believed that the Yingtian Academy limits its admissions to the 6 divine beasts due to the scarcity of their populations, which complicates the educational process. This aggregation of the 6 clans facilitates teaching. However, your recent question has left me somewhat perplexed." "Oh, what perplexity do you harbor?" "The 6 divine beasts possess a meager progeny. Even when united, their numbers remain woefully insufficient. If that is the case, why not expand enrollment to include students from the celestial and demonic clans? Such an influx would intensify competition among students and thereby cultivate exceptional talent more readily. Indeed, as expected of the young lord of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, your intellect shines through." Blue Sun nodded in satisfaction. "The Yingtian Academy exclusively admits the 6 divine beasts because each of you embodies, to some extent, a degree of beastly nature. The ferocity of your royal bloodline's beastly traits is particularly pronounced, thus necessitating your attendance at the Yingtian Academy to temper these instincts. Otherwise, there lies the peril of chaos within the 3 realms." "Beastly nature? This is the first time I have heard such a statement," Changle remarked. Lan Sun explained. "Your Nine-Tailed Fox clan is renowned for its cleverness and penchant for manipulation, effortlessly playing others like pawns. The purpose of the Ying Academy is to impart to the nine-tailed foxes the fundamental virtue of sincerity. As for the Taotai clan, you have witnessed Na Luo Xinxian. Despite cultivating the divine beast lineage for 30,000 years, he has yet to accumulate sufficient credits for the ordinary class. Their insatiable greed for consumption poses a threat. If the Taotai were to indulge freely, it is likely that the three realms would be devoured entirely. Thus, the Ying Academy aims to teach the Taotai clan the importance of mastering one's desires. The White Tiger clan, ferocious and fierce, is known as the deity of slaughter. With the primal instinct for killing deeply embedded in their bloodline, they disregard the lives of others. And the Ying Academy seeks to instill in the White Tigers the essential lesson of respecting life. The Zhuke clan possesses immense destructive power, with emotions that swing wildly. When displeased, they often set fire to homes and fields across the three realms. The Academy endeavors to teach the Zhuke the importance of emotional control and the responsibility to refrain from wanton destruction of others' property. As for the Xuanwu clan, they differ markedly from your other 5 clans. In what way do they differ? Changle inquired, intrigued. I see, Changle said, suddenly enlightened, but master, you have yet to explain why you decided to take on disciples. When Su Kuer initially admitted you to the Academy, she informed me that within the confines of the Ying Academy, all beings are equal, and you could only be an ordinary little fox. You accepted this without any resistance. Remaining remarkably tranquil, while Jiang Yuchuan appeared somewhat astonished upon hearing this rule. Master, could it be that Su Kuo referred to him as a turtle? Which is why he was taken aback. Changle pondered aloud. Why would a turtle be shocking? Because it's a mere turtle, after all. Ha ha. It seems I have not erred in accepting you as my disciple. You possess a delightful sense of humor. Lonson praised Changle, causing her to feel slightly bashful as she touched her fox head, shyly replying, just a bit humorous, just a bit. After becoming Lan Sun's disciple, Changle did not enjoy any special privileges. He remained an ordinary little fox within the Ying Academy. However, once Lan Sun proclaimed the acceptance of Changle as her disciple to the three realms. Chronicles of the Three Realms honored Changle as the most extraordinary creature in the realms. Thus, a millennium passed, until Xianyu suddenly burst into the library and pulled Changle out, exclaiming, "Little Changle, this is not right. You are working far too hard. You are still a child, in the prime of your playful years, so do not confine yourself to the library." Xianyu then brought Changle before Jiang Yuchuan. Xianyu, Mo Fan, Yin Jiaoyue, and Luo Xinxian. All 5 had reached the age of 70,000, having matured into adult forms. While Changle still appeared as a mere 12 or 13-year-old, barely reaching the height of Xianyu's thigh, which left him feeling quite despondent about this height disparity. Xianyu produced a stack of crimson invitations. Tomorrow marks the grand wedding of the Elven Prince, and I have procured 6 invitations for us. Who among you shall attend? The other 5 exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Yet, a question lingered in Yichang Li's mind. But how shall we escape? The Academy of Ying was shrouded in a barrier. Without Lonson's permission, outsiders could not enter, nor could those within exit. Otherwise, given Yichang Li's insatiable curiosity, she would have long since slipped away to procure a copy of Chronicles of the Three Realms. With a smug expression, Xianyu replied, "Other beasts may be unable to leave, but we have the Xuanwu. Little Chang Lu, tomorrow, allow us to perform for you alongside Brother Chuan." Very well. I eagerly anticipated. After being confined within the Academy of Ying for 2 millennia, Yichang believed it was high time for a little diversion. The following day, Xianyu led Yichang Lu and the 5 beasts to a secluded corner of the Academy's rear garden. Jiang Yuchuan transformed into the true form of the Xuanwu, a fusion of turtle and serpent. He then retracted his limbs into his shell and launched himself forcefully against the barrier at the corner. The Xuanwu's shell is the most resilient substance among all creations. Thus it was certain to breach the Academy's barrier. Observing Yichang Li's astonished expression, Yin Zhaoyu offered an explanation. Moments later, Jiang Yuchuan managed to create a small opening in the barrier. Hurry, Xianyu urged. The group swiftly leaped through the gap. Standing outside the Academy, Yichang Lu gazed at the breach created by Jiang Yuchuan and could not restrain her curiosity. But will the damage to the barrier go unnoticed? Xianyu took out a stone and waved it in front of Yichang Lu, explaining, "The barrier of the Ying Academy is not created through spells. Rather, it is established using barrier stones. By placing the barrier stone at the breach, the barrier can be restored to its original state." After speaking, Xianyu positioned the stone at the gap, and indeed, the barrier was restored to its former glory. Yichang Lu was somewhat astonished. In such a grand establishment as the Yingtian Academy, there was no divine being to cast a protective barrier? Even the unreliable Yi Jinan had erected a barrier in Qingxiu to prevent outsiders from entering freely. It seemed that our dean found it too cumbersome to repair the barrier with divine power every few millennia, opting instead for barrier stones. As noted with a hint of exasperation in Yin Jiaoyu's tone, Yichang Lu felt a tinge of melancholy. Not only did she have an unreliable father, but now she was also faced with an equally untrustworthy master. Xianyu then produced 6 garments, tossing one towards a beast. Quick, change into these attire designed for the demon clan. The group promptly utilized their magic to don the new outfits, observing everyone clad in their new attire. Xianyu nodded in satisfaction. Very good, very good. Little Changlu, you shall portray a seductive fox spirit. Jiao Yu and Yu Chuan will take on the roles of snake demons, while Mo Fan will be a tiger demon. As for Zhenjin, Xianyu glanced at Luo Zhenjin, who was busily stuffing dumplings into her mouth, contemplating. Zhenjin, you shall masquerade as a pig demon. Ha ha ha! Mo Fan burst into laughter upon hearing Xianyu's words, teasingly remarking, Luo Zhenjin, this pig spirit does indeed resonate perfectly with your image. Any self-respecting beast would recoil at being labeled a pig demon, and Luo Zhenjin was no exception. I refuse, she declared with unwavering determination. However, the banquet prepared by the elven clan for the pig demon was the most extravagant. Before Xianyu could finish her words, she was interrupted by Luo Zhenjin. I'll take on the role. Our gluttonous clan has a rule against being at odds with food. Changle sincerely gave Luo Zhenjin a thumbs up, praising, Zhenjin, you are truly a remarkable creature of adaptability. Luo Zhenjin, slightly embarrassed, responded, I am not as exceptional as you say, Changle. We beasts should remain humble. All right, let's get going and make haste, Xianyu urged. So, what role will you play? Yin Jiaoyue inquired curiously. A peacock spirit, Xianyu replied, reflecting her proud disposition. The group then channeled their powers and, under Xianyu's guidance, soared towards the elven clan. Chapter 7. Encountering the drought demon after flying for about an hour, Mo Fan could not contain his curiosity any longer. Isn't the elven clan known for residing in forests? Why is there not a single tree in sight? Xianyu, are you sure this route is correct? Yin Jiaoyue echoed the doubt. Xianyu gazed down at the expanse of yellow sand and finally came to a halt. I am following the map. We should be nearing our destination. How could it be wrong? Zhang Yuchuan took the map from Xianyu's hands, examining it before retorting. If only you had taken the time to read more often. This map you hold is from 1,000,000 years ago. Given the elven clan's habit of relocating every 100,000 years, they have likely moved no fewer than 10 times. What do we do now? I have no other maps, Xianyu confessed, harboring a glimmer of hope. Everyone shook their heads, and Xianyu's expression was one of utter despair. Let us descend and see if we can find other beings to inquire about our path, Zhang Yuchuan suggested. Once the group landed upon the yellow sands and surveyed their surroundings, they found no signs of life. Even the earth god could not be summoned. This is not a viable solution. Let us split into pairs and search, Zhang Yuchuan stated gravely. Very well, I shall pair with Xiaochang Lu, Xianyu declared. Yichang Lu followed Xianyu as they ventured southward. Then I shall team up with the pig demon, Mo Fan quipped. I refuse to accompany you. Luo Zhenjin, having been bullied by Mo Fan, adamantly disagreed. Mo Fan produced a bag of candied hawthorn, saying, join me, and there will be hawthorn to enjoy. In that case, I could accompany you, Luo Zhenjin conceded, following Mo Fan northward. The remaining Yin Jiaoyue and Zhang Yuchuan exchanged knowing glances and set off westward. Why is it that aside from sand, there are no traces of any life forms? Changle pondered aloud. After each migration, the original forests of the elven clan are eagerly claimed by various races. It is illogical that we have traveled so far without encountering any beings. As they progressed, Yichang Li's confusion deepened. Upon hearing Yichang Li's words, Xianyu's expression darkened. This is not good. Without hesitation, he hoisted Yichang Lu onto his back and accelerated northward. What is the matter? Yichang Lu inquired, perplexed. Xianyu's voice was serious. The only entity capable of transforming a forest into a desert so swiftly is the drought demon. Wherever the drought demon roams, it leaves desolation in its wake. It is headed north, and I fear it may encounter Mo Fan and Zhenjin. Then you must hurry, Yichang Lu urged from Xianyu's back. I conveyed messages to Zhang Yuchuan and Jiao Yu, urging them to rendezvous with us in the north. In the western region, both Zhang Yuchuan and Yin Jiaoyu began to suspect the presence of the drought demon upon receiving news from Changle, and they were already en route to the north. Changle's conjecture proved to be accurate, however. Luo Xinjin and Mo Fan encountered not only the drought demon, but also Pei-Ens. As Luo Xinjin diligently prepared candied hawthorn, trailing behind Mo Fan, he suddenly halted, nearly colliding with her confectionery. Mo Fan, what are you doing? She exclaimed. Mo Fan, trembling slightly, pointed ahead where a woman clad in azure, her visage resembling that of a beast, stood. Luo Xinjin, does she not bear a striking resemblance to the legendary drought demon? Only then did Luo Xinjin lift her gaze. Locking eyes with the drought demon, one hand clutched tightly onto her candied hawthorn while the other grasped Mo Fan's, and without hesitation, she fled. What resemblance? She is unmistakably the one. The drought demon had long since been reduced to a mere husk, devoid of consciousness, driven solely by a thirst for slaughter. This land bore no traces of life. It was feared that all had fallen victim to the drought demon's wrath. Upon spotting Luo Xinjin and Mo Fan, they became the next targets of the malevolent entity. The drought demon harbored grievances accumulated over millions of years, possessing the power to contend with even the deities. At that moment, the celestial prowess of Mo Fan and Luo Xinjin appeared woefully inadequate. As the drought demon closed in, Luo Xinjin executed a remarkable act of bravery. She produced all her candied hawthorn and hurled them towards the drought demon, exclaiming, "We haven't bathed, so we're not very appetizing. Please, have this instead. It's sweet and quite delectable." Upon hearing Luo Xinjin's words, Mo Fan was momentarily petrified, and even the drought demon was taken aback for 3 seconds before lunging toward them. At that moment, a strikingly handsome man clad in white and an elf dressed in green gracefully descended from the sky, positioning themselves before Luo Xinjin and Mo Fan. The man in white pointed his sword at the drought demon and instructed the elf, "Take them away." He then engaged in combat with the drought demon. "You little pig demon, how amusing you are," actually offering the drought demon candied hawthorn. The elf did not hasten to leave. Instead, he began to chat casually with Luo Xinjin and the others. Luo Xinjin gestured towards the white-clad man, who was fiercely battling the drought demon, and inquired, "Aren't you going to assist him?" Upon hearing her question, the elf chuckled. "The drought demon is merely a practice opponent for him. I'll step in when he can no longer manage." Practice against a drought demon? Luo Xinjin was somewhat taken aback. After all, this was a drought demon capable of contending with deities. The elf, noticing her astonishment, smiled even wider, revealing himself to be Pei-Ens, the prince of the celestial clan and an undefeated general in battle. Even Mo Fan was taken aback by this revelation. The elf, mistaking their surprise for fear of his identity, jested, "There's no need to be so astonished. I initially found it quite unbelievable to see a pig demon and a tiger demon together." Little did he know. Their astonishment stemmed from the realization that he was none other than the betrothed of Changle, truly a case of seeing is believing. In the next moment, Mo Fan and Luo Xinjin beheld Changle, who was rushing towards them atop xianxia. Simultaneously, a phrase echoed in their minds. A sprig of red apricot blossoms beyond the wall. "Are you all right?" Changle and xianxia inquired anxiously. "We are fine. We are fine. How is it that one of you is a pig demon and the other a tiger demon? Yet you maintain such a close relationship with a fox spirit and a peacock spirit?" The elf man gaped in astonishment. At that moment, Yin Jiaoyue and Jiang Yuchuan also arrived, immediately asking, "Are you all right?" "We are fine. We are fine. Is it true that the demon clans are now on such amicable terms?" The elf man's mouth seemed capable of swallowing a fist. "Is that so?" The elf man appeared somewhat skeptical. "Lele, the one engaged in fierce combat with the drought demon over there, is the heavenly prince Pei-Ens," Luo Xinjin pointed out. No sooner had Luo Xinjin spoken than Xianyu, Jiang Yuchuan, and Yin Jiaoyue all turned their gazes toward Changle. Internally, Changle cursed these thoughtless beasts, wishing they could be a bit more perceptive. "Though I am the most intelligent among us, I am also the youngest. You ought not to rely on me for everything. When it comes to dealing with the drought demon, you must think for yourselves." Changle could only hope that this elf man was dim-witted enough not to discern the flaws. "The most intelligent?" The elf man paused, then questioned Changle. "May I inquire which clan you belong to, Fox?" "Red Fox," Mo Fan replied. "White Fox," Jiang Yuchuan added. "Tianshan Snow Fox," Xianyu chimed in. The three voices spoke in unison, and the inquisitive expression on the elf man's face grew more pronounced. "My maternal grandmother is a Tianshan Snow Fox, and she gave birth to my mother, a white fox, with my grandfather, a white fox as well. Subsequently, my mother bore me with my father, a red fox, resulting in my being a fox of mixed red and white lineage." encompassing all three clans. Although xianxia has spun a web of fanciful tales, it seems that the elf clansman has discerned our concealed identities, unless he is a fool. With a thud, Payins was once again sent crashing to the ground by the drought demon. Do we really not need to assist him? Yin Jiayue gestured towards the bloodied Payins, her heart filled with compassion. No need. He will call for me when he requires aid, the elf clansman said with an air of nonchalance. May I inquire, esteemed elder, who you are? Zhang Yuchuan asked. I am Shuli, the prince of the elf clan. Is it not your grand wedding today? Luo Jinjin produced an invitation, explaining. We were on our way to your wedding banquet but inadvertently found ourselves in the wrong location, hence our encounter with this drought demon. Shuli smiled as he clarified. The one marrying today is my elder brother, Shi. I am the third prince of the elf clan. Shuli, Payins called out from a distance. Why? Luo Jinjin inquired, her face a mask of confusion. You truly do not know? Luo Jinjin, do you intend to remain at Ingtian Academy until death? Mo Fan teased her. You. Enough. Mo Fan, do not speak to Jinjin in such a manner, Yan Jiyue interjected, offering her counsel. She gently explained to Zhu Ji. Ji. The nemesis of the resentment accumulated over 1,000,000 years within the drought demon is none other than the blood of the elven royal lineage. The elves symbolize light and life. No matter how profound the resentment, when touched by the blood of the elven royalty, it will dissipate. This is precisely why the Ghost Clan has been in perpetual conflict with the elves, for they thrive on resentment. Suddenly, a figure flew from the tree towards the drought demon, slicing open its palm and letting its blood cascade onto the demon's face. The drought demon emitted a chilling wail before gradually dissolving. This Payins possesses a certain intrigue, as the prince of the celestial clan. He employs the drought demon for practical training, Xinyu remarked, observing the swift demise of the drought demon. Once the demon had completely vanished, the figure from the tree approached the others, followed closely by Payins, who had cast a purification spell upon himself, regaining his handsome celestial appearance. Are you unscathed? Zhu Ji inquired, noticing the growing pallor on the figure's face. I am fine. It's just before Zhu Ji could finish, he collapsed. Payins swiftly lifted him, coldly explaining, he has expended too much of his bloodline power. He requires rest to recover. I heard him say you all intend to visit the elven clan? The six beasts nodded in unison. Then let us board the ship, Payins declared. No sooner had he spoken than a flying vessel materialized before them. He carried Zhu Ji aboard, followed promptly by the six beasts. Once on the ship, Payins addressed the six beasts, saying, the elven clan is not far. This vessel will reach its destination in an hour. You should remain in the cabin while I take Zhu Ji to recuperate. With that, he vanished from sight. In the absence of its master, the cabin was filled with a momentary silence among the six beasts, who exchanged glances. I had not anticipated that the tree would weaken as a consequence of vanquishing the drought demon. Yin Jiayue was the first to speak, expressing that if the elven race could eliminate resentment without any repercussions, then the Ghost Clan might face annihilation. Zhang Yuchuan addressed Yin Jiayue's concerns. And soon an hour had elapsed. Payins emerged from the tree, reminding the six beasts that the elven clan had arrived. Changle gazed out of the window, where the scenery was picturesque, adorned with melodious birds and fragrant blossoms, resembling a celestial paradise. Come, let us proceed now. We should arrive in time for the grand wedding ceremony. Why don't the six of you accompany us inside? The tree suggested. The six beasts declined the invitation, aware that Payins, as a prince of the celestial clan, would undoubtedly be the center of attention among the guests, and thus it was prudent for the beasts to maintain a low profile. The tree did not press the matter further and, along with Payins, followed the elven maidens who had been waiting at the entrance. The six beasts, holding their invitations, mingled seamlessly among the guests of the demon realm. The wedding banquet of the tree was indeed grand, with invitations extended across the three realms, even princes of the celestial and demon clans, as well as a princess from the magic clan, graced the occasion. The six divine beasts had also sent representatives to present their congratulations, not to mention the multitude of other attendees. Upon witnessing such a spectacle, Changle silently marveled at the sheer number of guests. When the six beasts arrived, as the tree had indicated, the wedding ceremony had just commenced. Among the attendees, aside from the noble princes and princesses who were invited to sit in elevated positions by the elven clan, everyone else craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the proceedings. Due to the overwhelming number of attendees, the six beasts, being newcomers without any significant background, found themselves squeezed into a corner. Among them, Changle, the shortest, could only catch glimpses of rounded figures before her. Unable to contain her frustration, she exclaimed, "I can't see a thing." Upon hearing her complaint, Xianyu chuckled softly and lifted Changle onto his shoulders, inquiring, "Can you see better now?" "Yes, yes." With her view now unobstructed, Changle finally beheld the grand wedding ceremony of Shu Yi. It was taking place beneath a towering ancient tree, where the elven clan traditionally resided in tree houses. The treehouse adorned with bright, white decorations above must be Shu Yi's bridal chamber, glowing with an ethereal light due to the elves' exquisite embellishments. Below the grand tree, a pair of newlyweds clad in splendid attire were receiving a blessing from the tree spirit. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating only the couple, making them appear radiant. As Changle was completely absorbed in the breathtaking scene, attentively following every movement of the newlyweds, she was suddenly startled by Yin Jiayue's panicked voice. "Where's Zhuan? Why can't I find her?" A sense of dread washed over Changle as she scanned the surroundings. But there was no sign of Luo Zhuan, leaving her momentarily flustered. Just then, Jiang Yuchuan in front of her swayed slightly, steadied himself by grasping Mo Fan's side, and with a trembling voice asked, "Do you see that creature with its head buried in the pile of elven holy fruits? Only its rear visible? Doesn't it resemble Luo Zhuan? The sacred tree of the elven race bears fruit once every 10,000 years. The holy fruit, capable of reviving the dead and rejuvenating the divine, is seldom obtainable, even for a fortune." As the grand wedding of the elven prince approaches, a momentous occasion for the elven tribe, the sacred fruit is brought forth for celebration. Once the ceremony concludes, the newlyweds will distribute the sacred fruit to the guests, thus commemorating this joyous event with the three realms. Legend has it that this fruit is exquisitely sweet, and perhaps it is this very sweetness that has awakened the primal instincts within Luo Zhenjin, compelling her to indulge in the fruit, oblivious to its significance due to her limited understanding. At this moment, she remains unnoticed as the attention of the guests is focused on the newlyweds. But the ceremony is nearing its conclusion. As the pile of sacred fruit diminishes, Changle gestures for Xianyu to set her down and proposes to the remaining four. After all, Zhenjin is 70,000 years old. She is a mature beast and should learn to handle such trivial matters on her own. Why not grant her an opportunity for growth? Jiang Yuchuan is the first to concur, stating, "Indeed, she should be given a chance to mature." Yin Jiayue and Mo Fan nod in agreement. Consequently, the five beasts take a step back. Chapter 9. Identity revealed. The elven guards, noticing the departure of the five beasts, expressed their curiosity. "Dear friends of the demon tribe, why not wait a moment longer? Our prince is about to distribute the sacred fruit, which is exceedingly rare." However, their words are abruptly interrupted by a cry. "A pig demon is stealing the sacred fruit. Quick, apprehend her." A pig demon? In the tree atop the high platform, Luo Zhenjin was recognized, and the five beasts preparing to depart were also spotted. Pointing in their direction, the command was issued, "Stop them." These five little demons are accomplices of the thieving pig demon. Upon hearing the order from the tree, the guards promptly surrounded the five beasts. As Luo Zhenjin's shouts echoed, the elves halted in their tracks, whispering among themselves, "Isn't that a pig demon? Could it be a dog demon instead? But it doesn't resemble a dog at all. Perhaps it's a wolf demon, though wolves aren't known for such gluttony." "I've figured it out," proclaimed the leading elf with utmost seriousness. "What is it?" The rest of the elves inquired eagerly, their expressions filled with anticipation. "It is a mutated pig demon. You naive elves who have never seen the world. I am the divine beast Tao Dai." Upon hearing the words of the leading elf, Luo Zhenjin roared in indignation. You truly are Tao Dai?" The leading elf stammered, his eyes brimming with admiration. "Indeed, this beast retains its name and lineage. I am Luo Zhenjin, the young clan leader of the Tao Dai tribe. It is my first time encountering a legendary divine beast." The elf said shyly, "Have you ever seen a nine-tailed fox? Is it as beautiful as the legends say?" The elf gazed at Changle in awe, exclaiming, "So beautiful, truly deserving of being the most extraordinary creature in the three realms." After a pause, he continued to inquire, "Are those beside her also divine beasts?" Zhenjin picked up another sacred fruit, consuming it while introducing, "The one dressed as a peacock is Xianyu, the young clan leader of the Zhuke tribe. The tiger demon in costume is Mo Fan, the young clan leader of the Baihu tribe. The boy disguised as a serpent is Jiang Yuchuan, the young clan leader of the Xuanwu tribe, and the girl in serpent guise is Yin Jiayue, the young clan leader of the Qinglong tribe." Completely oblivious to the discomfort of the five beasts, who were visibly embarrassed, she concluded her introductions and beckoned, "Changle, Come over and meet my new friends. Upon being called, Changle and Yin Jiayue appeared as if drained of color. Once it was revealed that Changle and her companions were the young clan leaders of the 5 divine beasts. Shu Li had already signaled the guards to cease surrounding them. The 5 beasts, resigned to their fate, approached Ro Jinjin under the gaze of the crowd. It was only then that Ro Jinjin realized she did not know the name of the elven gentleman before her and hurriedly inquired, "What is your name?" "I am Shumu, the 4th prince of the elven clan," he replied, his voice tinged with nervousness. "Ro Jinjin, do you realize that what you are consuming is a sacred fruit of the elven clan? These were intended for the esteemed guests of the banquet. And now they are all in your stomach," scolded Mo Fan as he approached her, pointing at the pile of sacred fruits that had been devoured. Only then did Ro Jinjin comprehend the gravity of her misstep, guilt washing over her as she turned to Shu Mu and said, "I am truly sorry. I had no idea these were your sacred fruits." Subsequently, she produced a large bag of buns and offered them to Shu Mu, sincerely stating, "This is all I have on me at the moment. If it is insufficient, I will contact my father to compensate you." Mu stood in stunned silence, momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to accept the dumplings being offered. Just as the words left his lips, several young male elves approached, bearing a large sack of sacred fruits, and reported to the elven queen, "Your Majesty, the sacred fruits have arrived." The elven queen commanded, "Have Shui distribute them among our guests." It was initially intended for Prince Shuyi's wedding, where one hoped to join in the festive atmosphere. However, due to her insatiable appetite, Jinjin nearly disrupted the banquet. "I must convey my apologies on her behalf to the queen. Jiang Yuchuan has always been the most reliable among the 6 beasts." The elven queen waved her hand, smiling gently. "The young chieftain of the Black Tortoise clan is excessively gracious. The 6 divine beasts have always maintained a low profile. And this gathering of the young chieftains at Shu Yi's wedding is a great honor for our entire elven race. There is no need for apologies." Having to attend to other guests, the elven queen exchanged pleasantries with the 6 beasts for a while before instructing Mu, Little Mu, "You shall remain here and entertain the 6 young chieftains." With that, she departed. "Mu, will you guide us to the banquet?" Jinjin inquired, not forgetting her primary purpose for visiting the elven clan. "Certainly," Mu replied, leading us to a place brimming with an array of floral nectars. "Our elven clan adores nectar, and these are delicacies crafted from it. Do indulge." Jinjin eagerly picked up a bowl of crystal-clear nectar delicacies, exclaiming, "Delicious. It sweetens my heart." Upon hearing Luo Jinjin's words, everyone nearby picked up the delicacies and began to savor them, offering enthusiastic praise. Changle, the young clan leader. Shimu approached Changle's side. I gestured for Shimu to refrain from speaking. "Enough. We are all of the same age. You may call me Changle or simply Changle, but refrain from adding young clan leader." "Oh, Changle, I have a question for you," Shimu said, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. "What is it that you wish to inquire about?" Xianyu, positioning himself protectively behind Changle, spoke to Shimu with a tone that suggested displeasure. Changle gently patted Xianyu's hand, signaling him to adopt a more amicable demeanor, and then addressed Shimu, "Speak freely. Is it true that your father, clan leader Jinan, resembles this portrait?" Shimu inquired, producing a scroll that depicted Jinan vanquishing the fearsome celestial beast, the Tiango. At his feet, Changle expressed her confusion. "The face in this painting looks exactly like my father, yet there is an inexplicable strangeness about the scene." "Strange?" Upon hearing Changle's words, Shimu's brow furrowed in disbelief. "It is not strange. This is one of the heroic tales of clan leader chronicled in the Chronicles of the 3 Realms." "Heroic tales?" Changle felt a surge of curiosity. As the daughter of Jinan, she had never heard of such accounts before. Chapter 10, The Punishment. Shimu nodded, his eyes brimming with admiration. The celestial hound had once wreaked havoc across the 3 realms, stealing the newborns of various clans. Its whereabouts were elusive, and despite the united efforts of the clans over many years, they had been unable to capture it. It was then that the clan leader Jianan emerged. Having endured 7 days and nights without rest, he tirelessly pursued the celestial hound and ultimately vanquished it, bringing safety to the newborns of the 3 realms at last. Changle felt a swell of pride. Her adoptive father, Jianan, had finally proven his worth. This is what our 9-tailed fox clan ought to do. This must have occurred nearly 20,000 years ago, right? Shima shook his head. It was 30,000 years ago. 30,000 years prior was when Changle was merely 20,000 years old, a time when she was inseparable from Jianan and Xingtaer. How could she have been unaware of such an event? Observing the look of confusion on Changle's face, Shimu elaborated. clan leader, he has always been low-key. Even after his heroic deeds, he never boasted to the world. Perhaps he didn't even mention it to his own daughter. If it hadn't been for the demons revealing it, it might have remained unknown to everyone. At the mention of the demons, Changle recalled the incident. Jianan had quarreled with Xianxia, who, in a fit of anger, had taken Changle and left. Jianan had pursued her for 7 days and nights, unable to placate Xianxia, who was also harboring a great deal of frustration. In a fortuitous encounter, he came across the celestial hound with a newborn demon in its grasp, and he unleashed his pent-up anger upon the celestial hound, inadvertently rescuing the little demon in the process. While slaying the celestial hound was indeed a commendable act, the tale had grown somewhat exaggerated over time, leaving Changle to smile awkwardly at the unfolding narrative. Shimu remained oblivious to Chong Li's embarrassment, his eyes sparkling as he spoke. Jianan, the clan leader, is the person I admire most in my life. His noble status does not blind him to the trivialities of power. He is not swayed by wealth or luxury. Together with his wife, Xianxia, he traverses the 3 realms, rescuing countless souls from peril. My lifelong ambition is to become a person like him. The 6 beasts listened in stunned silence. And even Luo Zhenjin set down her bowl and approached, taking Chong Li's hand and exclaiming, "Chong Lu, clan leader, is truly magnificent." Chong Lu quickly contemplated the possibility of Jin and having a twin brother or sibling, but considering the reproductive capabilities of divine beasts, the likelihood was practically zero. She could only continue to force a smile. Shimu escorted the 6 beasts to the entrance of the elf clan, producing a pouch of sacred fruits to offer to Chong Lu for the journey. Chong Lu graciously accepted, and soon after, the 6 beasts bid farewell to Shimu and set off on their return journey. After their departure, 2 figures, one white and one green, appeared at the entrance of the elf clan. Shimu remarked to Pei En's, "In less than 20,000 years, the title of the most beautiful person in the 3 realms may well belong to your fiancée. You must be cautious. I fear many have their eyes on her." Pei En's replied coldly, "Mind your own business," before departing from the elf clan. On the way to Tian Shuyuan, Yu could not help but voice his grievances. "Luo Zhenjin, my arduous effort in procuring garments for the demon clan was solely to conceal our identities. Yet here you are, recklessly exposing yourself. It would be one thing if it were just you, but you have unwittingly revealed all 5 of us as well. Now we, the 6 of us, risk becoming the laughingstock of the 3 realms. Being the subject of ridicule is one matter, but if this reaches Suku or S ears, I shudder to think of the academic credits we might lose. What unexpected gain?" Jiang Yuchuan asked, his tone laden with confusion. "Did you not see Chong Li's betrothed, the prince of the heavenly clan, Pei En's? What do you think of him, Chonglo?" Yin Jiayue inquired with a hint of gossip in her voice. At that moment, Changle and Luo Zhenjin were utterly engrossed in the bountiful harvest of sacred fruits bestowed upon them by Shu Mu, oblivious to the chatter around them. The fruits in their possession seemed to have been meticulously selected by Shu Mu, large, succulent, and delectably sweet. Changle finally understood the allure of Luo Zhenjin's penchant for gluttony, or rather, her beastly cravings. "Didn't you just see Pei En's? What is your opinion on him?" Yin Jiayue reiterated her question. "He's acceptable," Changle replied nonchalantly, noting the dismissive tone in Changle's response. Yin Jiayue opted not to pursue the matter further. Jiang Yuchuan had collided with the barrier multiple times, yet it stubbornly refused to yield. "Yuchuan, you might as well crash into it with all your might," Xianyu exclaimed in frustration, stamping his foot. "I have exerted considerable effort," Jiang Yuchuan replied sullenly. "Cease your attempts. We may have already been detected. Even if you break your shell, you cannot breach this barrier," Changle interjected, halting Jiang Yuchuan's relentless assaults. As soon as Changle's words fell, a round of applause erupted. "Truly, my brilliant disciple shines brightly." Suddenly, Lan Sun appeared before the 6 beasts. "Jiang Yuchuan, since you were so fond of your original form, why not maintain it indefinitely?" With that, Lan Sun waved a spell towards Jiang Yuchuan. Realizing Lan Sun was indeed angered, Changle, adhering to the notion that one should recognize the wise, quickly admitted fault. "Master, we were wrong. Dean, we were wrong." The other 5 beasts promptly followed suit, confessing their errors. "Where did we err?" Lan Sun's expression was grave. "We should not have sneaked out of the academy. Who led the way in this matter?" Lan Sun continued to inquire. Xianyu, feeling the weight of 5 pairs of round, innocent eyes fixed upon him, reluctantly spoke. "Dean, it was I." "And what were you doing with these 5? Ah, still unwilling to speak the truth?" Lan Sun's ire intensified, and he hurled a wooden plaque at Xianyu's face. The plaque boldly inscribed with the words, Chronicles of the Three Realms. Open it and see for yourself. Xianyu opened the Chronicles of the Three Realms. And the voice of the parrot spirit echoed forth, Extra! Extra! The young clan leader of the 6 divine beasts infiltrated the royal wedding of the elven tribe, solely to steal the sacred fruit. Accompanied by a vivid depiction of the 5 of us surrounded by elven guards and Luo Jinjin transformed into a glutton, roaring at the tree shepherd. Upon witnessing this scene, Changle covered his face, utterly mortified. Who could have anticipated that this embarrassing incident would be published in the Chronicles of the Three Realms? Observing Changle's reaction, Lan Sun scolded, So now you are aware of shame? Had it not been for Su Kuer presenting me with the Chronicles of the Three Realms, I would have remained oblivious to your audacity in fleeing the academy. You shall face severe punishment this time, to instill some wisdom in you. Luo Jinjin, for the next 3 days, you are forbidden from consuming any sustenance. Lan Sun immediately cast a spell, sealing Luo Jinjin's mouth. Luo Jinjin, rendered speechless, was in a state of frantic distress. Xianyu, do you not relish taking the lead? Then transcribe the Academy's regulations 300 times. Dean, Xianyu attempted to plead, but was silenced by Lan Sun's piercing gaze, rendering him mute. Mo Fan, Yin Jiayue, Zhang Yuchuan, and Changle. Each shall transcribe the regulations 100 times. Except for Luo Jinjin, each of you will also have 20 points deducted from your credits. Lan Sun paused momentarily before elaborating. As for Luo Jinjin, her credits will not be deducted this time, not as a special exception, but rather because further deductions would render her incapable of ever reaching the ordinary class, even after a millennium. Yet, the one who suffers the most is indeed Luo Jinjin. Deprived of nourishment for 3 days. When parting from her, Changle felt that the light had faded from her eyes, and her smile had vanished, leaving her spiritless. While Changle was diligently writing at her desk, a sudden knock interrupted her, and she presumed it to be Xianyu or Luo Jinjin. Upon opening the window, however, she was astonished to find Lan Sun standing there. Chapter 11, Xianyu's Confession. Master. Changle immediately donned a demure expression. She followed her master to the library. Lan Sun's countenance revealed no trace of emotion. Changle obediently accompanied Lan Sun to the library, where he remained silent and continued walking until he reached the bookshelf she often frequented, at which point he came to a halt. Long Lu, may I inquire why the books you read are predominantly centered around the essence of chaos? Lan Sun's expression bore a certain gravity. The disciple simply harbored a curiosity regarding the primordial purple aura that the Creator had cleaved, and wished to delve into the 6 types of primal auras it birthed. Changle refrained from revealing the true motive behind her studies. I have consulted the tree spirit guarding the library, and over the past 20 millennia, you have solely perused texts concerning the primal auras. At your current pace, should you wish to comprehend all 6 types, it would require 120,000 years. Changle, will you not disclose the truth to me? Master, are you aware of the origins of my betrothal to the prince of the celestial clan, Payens? At this juncture, Changle recognized the futility of concealing the truth from Lan Sun and thus confessed candidly. Lan Sun nodded. I have heard whispers that it is to avert a calamity threatening the 3 realms. Not entirely, she replied. The divinations of the celestial lord of the stars indicate that this impending disaster will befall the 3 realms of Payens, and I do not wed before we reach 150,000 years. Thus, I believe this calamity fundamentally stems from my actions. Long Lu, do you wish to prevent this catastrophe by avoiding marriage to the celestial prince? Yes, master. If I am not mistaken, do you suspect that the impending calamity is intertwined with the essence of chaos? Changle nodded. Then why do you believe this disaster is related to the essence of chaos? Lan Sun pressed on. The 6 divine beast clans have always transcended the 3 realms. As the young leader of the 9-tailed fox clan, the celestial lord of the stars should not have been able to predict events concerning me. Yet he foresaw that should I not wed Payens, calamity would descend upon the 3 realms. Changle paused for a moment before continuing. The only force that can link me to the calamities of the 3 realms is the chaotic energy. Lan Sun nodded in agreement. Indeed, as my disciple, you are contemplating this, which is why you are perusing texts related to chaotic energy. Are you seeking to reinforce the seal or two? Master, I wish to eradicate the chaotic energy. Changle's tone was resolute. Eradicate? Lan Sun expressed surprise. Do you realize that even the legendary creator ancestor was unable to eliminate chaotic energy? The creator ancestor once faced the challenge of sealing 6 energies, while my task involves only 1. Moreover, it is imperative to eliminate the chaotic energy to prevent future calamities. Do you comprehend the difficulty of eradicating chaotic energy? Even if you were to sacrifice your fox life, success is not guaranteed. I understand, Master. However, please rest assured that I will not engage in endeavors lacking certainty. Should I truly fail to find a method to eliminate the chaotic energy, I shall marry Pei Ens at the age of 150,000. We can simply lead our separate lives. This last thought, however, Changle dared only to voice internally, not to utter in front of Lan Sun. Lan Sun patted Changle's shoulder. Changle, you are not only the young patriarch of the nine-tailed fox clan, but also my sole disciple. I shall assist you in finding a way to eliminate the chaotic energy. You are merely 50,000 years old, with 100,000 years yet before that great trial arrives. Always consult with your master, and do not act recklessly. Yes, master. I am aware of your concern for me, and I shall take good care of my fox life. Changle embraced Lan Sun's leg. In the future, I must not conceal matters from my master. Let us not forget, my master has witnessed the primordial purple aura with his own eyes, possessing knowledge far exceeding that of your little fox. Regarding the incident of the six beasts sneaking out of the Xianxia Academy, the usually mild-mannered Lan Sun was quite furious. The discovery made by Changle was not from the fox's claws, which had been rendered useless after being subjected to the Academy's rules 100 times. Nor was it from the exhausted Luozhenjin, who, after 3 days and nights of hunger, resorted to gnawing on a tree in the back garden. Rather, it was revealed through Jiang Yuchuan, who had maintained his Xuanwu form. The academic demands of Xianxia Academy were rigorous, with every beast rising earlier than the rooster and retiring later than the dog. Yet, there existed a rule forbidding the use of magical powers, compelling Jiang Yuchuan to crawl at a tortoise's pace to the classroom door, leaving the food to grow cold. Since Jiang Yuchuan's Shanghai courtyard was in close proximity to Changle's Chichi courtyard, Changle had to assume the role of his charioteer, transporting him daily. If Jiang Yuchuan had been a mere young Xuanwu, it would have been manageable. However, being an adult Xuanwu, after a month of this burden, Changle felt his fox arms had thickened considerably. One morning, after a month of carrying Jiang Yuchuan, Changle opened the door to Shanghai courtyard, only to find not the Xuanwu, but Jiang Yuchuan in his human form at last. I have carried you daily. It has been rather exhausting. I often pondered over this month. Who is truly being punished by our master, you or I? Changle, I am grateful for your assistance this past month. In the future, you. Jiang Yuchuan's expression was sincere. Stop right there. Among friends, there is no need for thanks. After the punishment in Lanchuan came to an end, Changle returned to her monotonous routine of alternating between the classroom and the library. At long last, she accumulated enough credits for the ordinary class after 2 millennia and reached the venerable age of 70,000 years, becoming a fully grown fox. On the day of Changle's coming of age, Jiang Yichuan, Xianyu, Luo Zhenjin, Yin Jieyue, and Mo Fan specially prepared a banquet to celebrate her. The 6 beasts clinked their cups together, rejoicing in Changle's transformation into an adult fox. Thank you all, Changle expressed sincerely. Did you not say that among friends, no thanks are necessary? Jiang Yichuan teased Changle. Indeed, no need for thanks. Then I shall drink to excess. Yin Jieyue intercepted Changle's attempt to pour more wine, cautioning, Changle, this plum brew is delightful but potent. Do not indulge too much. Heeding Yin Jieyue's advice, Changle reluctantly set the wine jug down and said, very well. At that moment, Xianyu abruptly seized the jug Changle had just placed down and consumed its entirety. Xianyu, what are you doing? Yin Jieyue exclaimed in shock. Reaching for the jug, Xianyu pushed her hand away and explained, I merely sought to bolster my courage. He then turned his gaze directly toward Changle, stating, Changle, I have something to discuss with you. This plum brew was a rather unreliable coming-of-age gift from Jinan to Changle. She had pleaded with Su Kuo for quite some time, and only after acknowledging her growth into adulthood did Su Kuo permit her to keep it. Changle had intended to share it selflessly with the other 5 beasts, but to her dismay, after merely 1 cup, it had all vanished into Xianyu's belly. Gazing at the empty wine bottles, Changle reproached Xianyu, you have always been candid. When did you start to speak so hesitantly? If you have something to say, just say it. Why waste the wine? Once poured, it should not be left untouched. At the very least, leave some for the 5 of us. Changle resolved to be a bit selfish, determining that in the future, these treasures would be hidden away to savor slowly, like a fox. Xianyu, seemingly unfazed by Changle's complaints, produced a brocade box and presented it to her. Changle, This is my heart-protecting feather. Each phoenix possesses but a single one. My mother once told me that this is a token of affection from the Phoenix clan. Would you accept it? The moment Xian Yu's words left his lips, a resounding crash echoed as Yin Jiayue's teacup slipped from her grasp, her eyes wide with disbelief as she regarded Xian Yu. Even Luo Jinjin, who had been engrossed in her meal, rarefied her focus, her eyes alight with astonishment. Changle, I am utterly clear-headed now. I cherish you deeply. My feelings for you are both immediate and enduring. I have awaited your maturity for a long time. Xian Yu, I am already betrothed. But you have no desire to marry. I heard you tell the dean yourself that you wish to dissolve the engagement with Pei-Yins. Xian Yu, as long as I bear this engagement, you should harbor no other intentions towards me. Changle felt a sense of helplessness. She did not wish for her situation to ensnare Xian Yu and Pei-Yins in the whispers of the three realms. Chapter 12. The Rui Whip in a Fleeting Moment. Only Yin Jiayue and Changle remained. Changle, if you were unencumbered by your engagement, would you accept Xian Yu? Yin Jiayue inquired earnestly. Perhaps, Changle replied. Upon noticing Yin Jiayue's solemn expression, Changle continued, it may not happen. Why? Indeed, I harbor feelings for him. Yin Jiayue candidly confessed. As they returned to the vicinity of Chi Courtyard, Changle spotted a figure standing at the entrance. Master. Changle rushed towards Lan Sun. Have you been enjoying yourself with Jiang and the others? Lan Sun asked Changle with a smile. Yes, very much. Changle felt it unnecessary to burden Lan Sun with her worries. Master, were you waiting for me? Lan Sun nodded. I have come to present you with a gift. He produced a purple soft whip and handed it to Changle. This is the auspicious whip crafted by your master over 2 millennia. Do take a look and see if you like it. Changle accepted the auspicious whip, examining it closely. Under the moonlight, the whip radiated a faint glow, a clear indication of its high quality. I truly adore it, but why is it called the auspicious whip? Changle mused that the name seemed somewhat pedestrian for such an enchanting artifact. Lan Sun gently ruffled Changle's fox-like head and explained. Your master hopes that your joy extends beyond mere happiness, encompassing all wishes fulfilled. Thank you, master. Changle felt a wave of emotion. Now, rest well. Tomorrow marks your first day in the advanced class. Do not be late. With that, Lan Sun vanished from sight. What is happening to me? Xian Yu inquired, rubbing the back of her neck. I rendered you unconscious. Jiang Yuchuan paid no heed to Xuan Yu's astonished expression and continued. Xuan Yu, your confession was exceedingly reckless. The marriage pact involving Changle bears the weight of the fate of the three realms. How could you declare your feelings for her in such a public manner? Have you considered how the people of the three realms would criticize her if word got out? Have you thought this through? I did not consider it deeply. Xuan Yu replied. Take some time to reflect. If you truly care for her, do not subject her to the turmoil of gossip. Jiang Yuchuan concluded before departing from Qihua Courtyard. Once the requisite credits for the ordinary class were fulfilled, students could opt for graduation or continue their studies in the advanced class. Changlu, disregarding the incessant pleas for help from Qi Yi, resolutely chose to pursue the advanced class. She maintained her belief that attending school was far less burdensome than working. The advanced class lacked the foundational ethics course, taught instead by Lan Sun. Most students, after completing the ordinary class, typically opted for graduation. Thus, only Changlu, Xuan Yu, and Jiang Yuchuan remained in the advanced class. Jiang Yuchuan had ascended to the advanced class a millennium earlier than Changlu and Xuan Yu, who entered at the same time. After the morning classes concluded, Xuan Yu approached Changlu, his expression tinged with remorse. Changlu, regarding yesterday's incident, I hope you can set it aside. My feelings for you are genuine, but I shall refrain from mentioning them until you annul your engagement. I merely ask for a chance once you are free. Xuan Yu spoke with sincerity. Do not squander any more of your time on me. It would be wise to consider those around you. Changlu advised him. Wasting time is a matter I alone can decide, Xuan Yu replied before taking his leave. As she gazed at the retreating figure of Xian Yu, Changle let out a deep sigh. Jiang Yuchuan, upon hearing her sigh, comforted her, saying, he merely needs some time. At present, there are no other options. Changle, feeling somewhat troubled, lowered her head. Changle, yes, I will assist you with your decision to annul the engagement. Upon hearing Jiang Yuchuan's words, Changle raised her gaze towards him, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. Jiang Yuchuan hastily elaborated, we are friends, after all, and friends ought to support one another. Changle smiled gratefully at him. Meanwhile, Yin Jiayue and Mo Fan chose to quietly depart from Yingtian Academy, leaving behind a simple message for the remaining 4 beasts. Those destined to meet again will surely do so. Changle, Mo Fan confessed his feelings for me. Luo Xinjin murmured softly while reclining on Changle's bed. I turned him down. Her voice was tinged with a hint of melancholy. Wait, what about Xuanwu? Luo Xinjin's expression shifted to one of awkwardness. Does Xuanwu possess a turtle-like demeanor? A turtle-like demeanor? Changle inquired, intrigued. Do you truly wish to hear me continue? Please, do go on. Our Taotai lineage possesses a primal form, entirely enveloped in darkness with a gaping maw. Having grown up within the Taotai clan, everyone praised my adorableness, and I once believed I was indeed charming. However, upon witnessing Mo Fan's white tiger form, I realized that true cuteness is embodied in beings like him. I became quite fond of his primal form and followed him closely from the moment my enlightenment began. Luo Xinjin's expression grew somewhat sorrowful. However, he does not like me trailing behind him. He mocks me all day long. Though I possess a thick skin, I also harbor a sense of dignity. Gradually, I ceased following him. Whenever I spotted his figure, I would deliberately avoid him, yet he would invariably ridicule me upon seeing me. I never considered that he might harbor any affection for me. I merely believed he detested me. Luo Xinjin's tone became increasingly aggrieved. Changle, feeling a pang of sympathy, embraced her. He had often observed her joyfully engrossed in her meals, mistakenly assuming she was indifferent to his jests, when in truth, she simply bore them in silence. At this, Luo Xinjin's spirits lifted slightly, burying her head in Changle's embrace. After a while, she raised her head and inquired, Changle, do you think I truly eat too much and lack intellectual engagement? Not at all. Our Xinjin is quite clever. Moreover, there is a saying in the world, to eat is a blessing. We Xinjin must indulge in more food to garner greater fortune. Then, Changle, I shall strive to eat even more, bestowing all my blessings upon you. Luo Xinjin visibly brightened. Changle chuckled softly, pinching Luo Xinjin's cheek. Then I shall thank you in advance. Xinjin? What is it, Changle? That time in the elven realm, when I beheld your true form, I found it quite majestic and appealing. Promise me, never loathe yourself for the opinions of others, all right? Sleep now. Good night, Changle. Chapter 13. Trials of Humanity after Yan Jieyue and Mo Fan departed. The 6-beast group transformed into the 4-beast group. Due to Luo Xinjin's nature, their gathering place shifted to the dining hall. Changle, I can only catch a glimpse of you in the dining hall each day. Luo Xinjin lamented while devouring a large pork knuckle. Then you should hasten to accrue your credits. Once you ascend to the ordinary class, I shall beseech my master to include you in our trials, she added thoughtfully, snatching a pork knuckle for each Changle, who then immersed herself in the feast. Indeed, Xinjin. You have been at Yingtian Academy for 60,000 years. It is high time you advanced to the ordinary class, Xianyu concurred. Luo Xinjin rolled her eyes at Xianyu. What do you know? I require only 2 more credits to enter the ordinary class, which is a remarkable achievement within our tasty clan. Changle, stop munching. The dean mentioned we should arrive at the classroom a bit earlier, Jiang Yuchuan remarked, attempting to pull Changle up. Changle found the dining hall's fare rather bland, save for the pork knuckle, which was typically devoured by the tasty clan. Today, however, Luo Xinjin had generously left one for her, and she could not bear to forsake it. Yet, fearing tardiness for Lan Sun's class, she decided to take the pork knuckle with her to the classroom, intending to continue her meal after the lesson. Upon arriving in the classroom with her companions, Lan Sun entered shortly thereafter. You 3 have now ascended to the rank of upper gods, yet you have never undergone tribulation. Would you care to experience it? Lan Sun inquired of the 3 beasts. It is said that the trials of immortals are particularly arduous. The enduring popularity of the forgetfulness pill over the years has consistently secured its position as the most sought-after item across the realms. For nearly every immortal who has undergone tribulation will inevitably seek to acquire one. The 3 beasts exchanged glances before simultaneously shaking their heads at Lan Sun. Lan Sun, seemingly taken aback by their resolute refusal, paused for a moment before clearing his throat. Since you wish to go, I shall send you to the mortal realm for an experience, thus fulfilling my promise of training for you. The 3 beasts attempted to voice their objections, but found themselves rendered mute, gazing at Lan Sun with a look of sorrow. Ignoring their mournful expressions, Lan Sun continued. Rest assured, this trial differs from the tribulations faced by the gods. I will preserve your memories, merely sealing your powers, transforming you into 3 ordinary 3-year-old children in the mortal realm. You shall traverse various locales, relying on your own cultivation to ascend to immortality, thereby completing this trial. With a grand gesture, Lan Sun transported the 3 beasts to the human world. Changle found herself in a secluded mountain forest, prompting her to hastily rise and seek a nearby settlement, lest she become a meal for the ferocious beasts of the wilderness. After all, as she glanced down at her plump little hands, she mused that as food, she would likely be irresistibly delectable, a treat to the palate. As she pondered, a sudden sound of a baby crying reached her ears. Initially, Changle had no intention of intervening. Yet, the thought of a wild beast devouring the infant seemed merciful compared to the potential fate of being abducted by nefarious individuals. Standing there in contemplation, she resigned herself to the inevitable and began to walk towards the source of the cries. From a distance, Changle spotted a basket, within which lay an infant and a letter. Upon opening the envelope, she discovered that the baby was a little boy. His mother, having conceived out of wedlock, sought refuge in the depths of the forest to give birth, fearing the disgrace of being submerged in a pig cage. Overwhelmed by the daunting task of raising him alone, she abandoned the child at the border of the secluded woods and the village, hoping to encounter a benevolent soul. Thus, Changle assumed the role of this kind-hearted individual, pushing the basket through the forest with great effort, perspiration pouring down her brow. At long last, she glimpsed a village in the distance and quickened her pace towards it. As she approached, a woman clad in red, bearing a long black sword upon her back, walked towards her and inquired, "Little one, what brings you here? Is this path your home?" Changle replied, only to have the woman shake her head. "Then why may I not be here?" The red-clad woman chuckled, finding the child amusing. After a brief pause, she continued, "And where are your parents? Why are you alone with an infant?" Upon hearing Changle's words, the red woman spoke with sympathy. "Little one, the villagers encountered a puppeteer, and they all perished, leaving no remains behind." All dead? Changle's expression was one of utter astonishment. Having traversed this narrative for over 70,000 years, it had long ceased to be merely a story. It had transformed into a tangible reality. She had never fathomed that lives could be so easily extinguished. Mortals, in their lives, seek deities and offer sacrifices, reluctant to indulge in their own comforts, yet presenting the finest tributes to the gods in hopes of protection, only to be met with such a dire outcome. It was profoundly lamentable. The supreme sect? As for my cousin, Changle has not forgotten the little boy in the basket. Of course, he is with you. Then I am willing. Xiaoyao playfully pinched Changle's nose. Truly a perceptive little child. I shall take good care of you. Xiaoyao produced a flying vessel and gently placed Changle and the baby aboard. The ship soared towards the supreme sect. The supreme sect was vast, and Xiaoyao occupied an entire mountain peak. Upon disembarking, Xiaoyao cradled Changle and the baby and entered the Xiaoyao hall, setting Changle down. "Little one, wait for me a moment." Changle silently surveyed the Xiaoyao hall, contemplating that such a significant portion of the mountain must indicate Xiaoyao's considerable importance within the supreme sect. After rummaging through the entire hall, Xiaoyao finally uncovered a stone. She beckoned to Changle. "Little one, come here quickly and test your talent." It turned out that what Xiaoyao had been searching for was a spirit-testing stone. Although Changle was confident in his exceptional aptitude, he still hurriedly placed his hand upon the stone. After a short while, the stone gradually revealed a character representing heaven. Xiaoyao scooped Changle into her arms, exclaiming, "I have truly found a treasure, a child with heavenly roots. Little one, do you wish to be my disciple?" "Little one, I haven't yet asked your name." Changle. Chapter 14. The meat bun becomes a disciple. Changle? Then I shall call you Little Lazy. Xiaoyao produced a sugar figurine and handed it to Changle, saying, "Little Lazy, enjoy this sugar figurine while I go fetch some food for your cousin." After the hurried departure of Xiaoyao, Changle gently lifted the little boy in the basket and placed him upon the bed in the hall. The boy suddenly flashed a smile at Changle, who then noticed a small dimple on his left cheek. Compelled by an irresistible urge, Changle playfully poked the dimple with a finger. "Since you are so plump, I shall call you Ro-Ro," Changle remarked, observing the boy's chubby little hands. Famished to the point of seeing stars, Changle was aware that Ro-Ro had been crying incessantly. On the third day of Changle's arrival at the Xiaoyao hall, he finally beheld Xiaoyao again, who appeared to be carrying a cow. Could this be an illusion? Changle's voice wavered slightly. "What illusion, Xiao Lizi?" Xiaoyao replied, placing the cow down and taking a seat at the table. He then produced a roasted chicken, beckoning to Changle, "Xiao Lizi, come and eat." It was only when Changle's hand brushed against the roasted chicken that he fully believed it was not a mirage. As he tore off a chicken leg, he complained to Xiaoyao, "Why did you take an entire day and night to fetch food?" Xiaoyao pointed towards the cow outside the hall. "I went to get milk for your cousin." The wailing of Ro-Ro echoed once more, prompting Changle to exclaim, "Then you should feed Ro-Ro." "Ro-Ro?" Xiaoyao inquired, somewhat puzzled. "My cousin," Changle clarified. Xiaoyao then shyly asked, "Xiao Lizi, do you know how to milk a cow? Then you should milk it." Changle urged. "Fine, I shall milk it," Xiao declared, rising to approach the old yellow cow. After being kicked by the cow several times, Xiaoyao finally surrendered and pulled out a bottle of elixir. Inquiring of Changle, "Xiao Lizi, perhaps we could give this to your cousin instead?" "What is this?" "The fasting pill," explained by Xiaoyao, prompted Changle to inquire why it had not been presented sooner. Upon consuming the fasting pill, one could experience numerous benefits. However, it was accompanied by an unpleasant odor akin to flatulence. Xiaoyao stammered. "Flatulence?" Changle opened the vial containing the fasting pill, brought it close to her nose, and quickly recoiled, exclaiming, "This is utterly repugnant. But will you still give it to your cousin?" Xiaoyao pondered, feeling that such an act towards a newborn was beyond cruelty. "He must eat. We cannot let him starve," Changle decided resolutely. Yet when the fasting pill was placed into the infant's mouth, it was promptly expelled. Reluctantly, they ground the pill into powder and mixed it with water, which the infant finally ingested. After satisfying his hunger, the child ceased his wailing. Xiao lifted Changle, stating, "Little Lizi, allow me to show you around the supreme sect and procure a life plate for you." Carrying Changle, they entered the grand hall of the supreme sect, where an elderly man in white robes with a goatee awaited. Xiao called out, "Master brother." Without a doubt, this was the esteemed leader of the supreme sect, Qinglingzi. Pointing at Changle, Qinglingzi inquired, "Xiao, who is this young one?" "This is my newly accepted disciple, Little Lizi. You may greet your esteemed master uncle." "Greetings, Master uncle," Changle obediently responded. Observing her well-mannered demeanor, Qinglingzi nodded in satisfaction and advised Xiaoyao, "Your little disciple appears promising. Tomorrow marks the grand competition of the supreme sect. It would be prudent for you to accept a few more disciples, providing her with companionship." Xiaoyao shook his head and resolutely addressed Qinglingzi, saying, "Master brother, I never intended to take on a disciple, yet upon encountering Xiao Lizi, she has become my singular exception. I, Xiaoyao, shall have no other exception." Upon hearing these words, Changle felt a stir of emotion. It was not until many years later that she would comprehend that after accepting her as a disciple, Xiaoyao found the responsibilities of mentorship rather burdensome and exhausting, leading her to resolve never to take on another pupil again. Although Xiaoyao possessed a somewhat unreliable nature, she was, without a doubt, a genuine prodigy in cultivation. For mortals, the path of cultivation is considerably more intricate than that of divine beasts, encompassing stages such as Qi introduction, foundation establishment, golden elixir, nascent soul, spirit transformation, and ascension, each tier more challenging than the last. Qinglingzi, having been the sect leader for over a century, had only reached the mid-nascent soul stage, while Xiaoyao, after several decades of practice, had already attained the late nascent soul stage. Despite being an elder of the supreme sect, Xiaoyao preferred solitude and spent much of her time away from others. Her realm, the Xiaoyu Palace, contained no one besides herself, until now, when it also included Changle and Ro-Ro. Naturally free-spirited, she was disinclined to remain in one place for long. Shortly after her arrival at the supreme sect, she learned of a malevolent presence in the north. Without delay, she took Changle and Ro-Ro aboard her flying vessel, embarking on a journey to exorcise the evils while imparting her cultivation knowledge to Changle. 3 years later, in the icy chasms of the extreme cold region, a young girl clad in purple was fervently battling the malevolent spirits. However, the onslaught was overwhelming, with countless fiends emerging from the depths of the earth. Despite her relentless sword strikes, the adversary seemed inexhaustible. Nearby, a woman, wielding a long black sword and cradling a 3-year-old boy, advised, "Xiao Lizi, employ the art of clones. Close your eyes and sense the true form of these fiends." The girl clad in purple gradually closed her eyes, allowing the malevolent spirits to grasp her hair and garments. Suddenly, she thrust her sword forward to the left, and the sinister entities emitted a tremendous wail, vanishing from the canyon. "Master, no one would allow a 6-year-old child to confront such malevolence alone." Changle performed a cleansing incantation upon herself before stepping towards the direction of Xiaoyao. Indeed, it was Changle and her master who eradicated the malevolent beings in this frigid land. "Master, I have long harbored a question for you," Changle inquired as she stood upon the deck of the flying vessel, gazing at the distant Wushang sect. "What question? Where has that old yellow ox, which you searched for tirelessly for a day and night, disappeared to?" "It was given to the kitchen of Wushang sect by your master." Xiaoao paused momentarily. Adopting an unusually serious tone, "Little Lizzie, do not bring up my past embarrassments again." "Yes, master," Changle replied, her voice brimming with mirth. Everyone in Wushang's sect was aware of Changle's celestial root, thus they held high hopes for her younger brother, Changyang. Changyang was a name bestowed by Changle, as she believed that boys cared for their pride and would naturally dislike being called meat as they grew older. Having a bond with him, she allowed him to inherit her surname and lineage. King Lingzi personally undertook the responsibility of assessing Changyang's potential. Once he placed his hand upon the spirit-testing stone, it gradually revealed the character for heaven. King Lingzi exclaimed with delight, "Another celestial root. Truly, heaven blesses our Wushang sect." "Junior sister, why not take on another disciple?" King Lingzi suggested to Xiaoyao. Upon hearing King Lingzi's words, Xiaoyao promptly declined, saying, "Master brother, I have stated that I only wish to take little Lizzie as my disciple. The celestial root is exceedingly rare. Perhaps you should take Changyang instead?" King Lingzi replied with a smile, "I would certainly be willing, but it is uncertain what Changyang desires." "Very well," King Lingzi said, chuckling as he helped Changyang to his feet. Chapter 15. Meeting Jiang Yuchuan. After Changyang bowed to King Lingzi to become his disciple, he was naturally to move to the main peak. In the Xiaoyao Hall, Changyang spoke with a quivering voice, "Sister, I will miss you dearly." Changle was about to offer words of comfort when Xiaoyao interjected, "Since you will miss her, why not have your sister accompany you?" "Master, do not deceive the child." "I do not deceive him, little Lizzie. 6 years ago, the puppet spirit that slaughtered your entire village has resurfaced, and I must capture him." Xiaoyao paused, a hint of reluctance in his voice. "I cannot take you with me." "Why? Does master consider me a burden?" Changle expressed his discontent. Xiaoyao shook his head, his expression grave. "I never perceive you as a burden. It is merely that the puppet spirit is treacherous. If I bring you along, I fear for your safety." "Very well. Then I shall wait for you at the Wushang sect." Changle had not forgotten the devastation wrought upon his village 3 years prior. Capturing the puppet spirit to prevent further calamity was of utmost importance. Xiaoyao patted Changle's head, saying, "I knew you would be a thoughtful child. I have already informed Master Brother. He will reserve a room for you at the main peak. Of course, the Xiaoyao Hall will remain open for you as well. You may choose to reside wherever you wish." Xiaoyao removed another ring from his subordinate and placed it upon Changle's hand. "Little Lizzie, within this ring lies an abundance of secrets and treasures accumulated by your master over the years. Take it with you, and indulge in whatever delights you wish. Do not deprive yourself simply because your master is no longer present." Without delay, Xiaoyao departed, for the trail of the puppet master was exceedingly elusive. After ensuring everything was in order, he wasted not a moment and immediately set forth on the quest to capture the puppet master. Changle took Changyang to the main peak, where they settled in together. With a grand gesture, King Lingzi arranged for them to reside in a quaint little courtyard. Changle's reasons for residing at the main peak were twofold. First, to keep a watchful eye on Changyang, and second, to savor the delectable cuisine prepared by Lu Qianzhong. Changyang had 2 senior brothers. The eldest, Su Dao, was the son of the wealthiest man in the capital, while the second, Lu Qianzhong, was a master of culinary arts. Though Lu Qianzhong's cooking was truly exquisite, Changle could not perpetually rely on his hospitality. Even if Lu Qianzhong did not mind, prolonged dependence would inevitably lead to discomfort for Changle. Thus, she turned her attention to the already 6-year-old Changyang. "Little meatball, do you know how you have grown?" Changle poked at the dimple on Changyang's cheek. He shook his head in confusion. "It was your sister who raised you, tending to you through every mess and trial." Changyang nodded, still bewildered. "So, do you not owe your sister a debt of gratitude?" Changle encouraged gently. Changyang nodded resolutely. "Then tell me, what does your sister enjoy?" Changyang began counting on his fingers. "Sister likes to sleep in, loves to eat, and enjoys watching handsome men." Upon hearing this, Changle became increasingly convinced that she should abandon the notion of continuing to mooch meals. Since her sister so relished food, perhaps it would be fitting to repay her by learning to cook. Cooking? Indeed. Just look at how delectable the dishes prepared by Brother Lu are. Wouldn't it be wonderful to learn from him and then prepare meals for sister? Changyang pondered for a moment. "Once I have mastered this, will sister truly enjoy my cooking every day?" Changle nodded affirmatively. "Of course, sister adores sweet and sour ribs, so focus your efforts there." "Then I shall go and learn to make sweet and sour ribs from Brother Lu right away." With joy, Changyang set off to find Lu Qianzhong. The fact that Chang'ang was a prodigy was evident not only in his cultivation prowess but also in his culinary skills, although he was merely a 6-year-old child. Within a mere month, his sweet and sour ribs had surpassed those of Lu Qiancheng by a significant margin. Changyang had been preparing sweet and sour ribs for Changle for 3 consecutive months. Observing his small stature, Changle felt a pang of concern. Coupled with her growing fatigue from the same dish, she suggested, "Dear brother, how about we dine at a restaurant down the mountain tomorrow?" Changyang paused in his action of serving food, his expression tinged with disappointment as he asked, "Sister, is it that my cooking does not please you?" "Not at all." Changle quickly waved her hands in denial. "It's just that I worry you are too exhausted. Besides, it's just the two of us. You should take a break occasionally. We could either seek out a restaurant down the mountain or perhaps enjoy a meal with Brother Lu." With that, Changyang resumed serving food with a smile, saying, "Sister, I am not tired at all." Changle could only manage a bitter smile. Observing her expression, Changyang began to surmise the reason behind it. Throughout the following time, he prepared various dishes, reserving the sweet and sour ribs for when Changle expressed a desire for them. Changle was quite pleased and no longer mentioned the restaurant down the mountain. At the age of 14, Changyang entered the foundation establishment stage and registered to participate in the grand competition of the Supreme Sect. Today marked the day of his finals. "Sister, hurry, the match is about to begin," Changyang urged from within the room. "Coming meet," Changle replied as she made her way to the wheelchair in the courtyard. Changyang, unperturbed, skillfully pushed Changle towards the competition venue. He brought her to the foot of the stage, saying, "Sister, I will be quick." With that, he strode towards the arena. "The competition begins," the referee declared. "Excuse me," Changyang said, and with a swift kick, he sent his opponent flying off the stage, a display of simplicity and brutality. Disciple Changyang under the Master's tutelage wins. The referee promptly announced the result, while Changle's encouragement caught in her throat, unable to escape her lips. The spectators buzzed with conversation at the sight. "Who is being pushed by Brother Changyang? It is the only disciple of Elder Xiaoao, Changle. Why have we never seen Sister Changle participate in the grand competition? Heaven is envious of the gifted." It is said that Sister Changle was injured during her cultivation, leaving her reliant on a wheelchair. How could she participate in the competition? In truth, Changle was not injured. She could run and jump with ease. However, there existed a regulation within the Supreme Sect that forbade disciples from flying with swords. Relying solely on her own 2 feet proved rather exhausting, so Changle devised a wheelchair, allowing Changyang to assist her in her travels. At the age of 18, she ascended to the Golden Core stage, while it was said that Xianxia had reached the same stage at the age of 28. Changle's name resonated throughout the mortal realm, captivating even those unacquainted with the path of cultivation, who would often discuss her during their leisure hours. Changle glanced at the coordinates of Qingshan City, sent by Xianxia, and communicated to her master, "I will arrive in 5 days." After informing King Lingzi, she prepared to depart using the spaceship left by Xianxia. This marked Changle's first solo journey outside the sect. Alongside Changyang, Su Dao and Lu Qiancheng came to bid her farewell. Changle playfully poked Changyang's dimple, acknowledging his endearing nature. Su Dao stuffed her arms with a plethora of silver notes, advising her to keep them close, as she would require funds once she left the Supreme Sect. Lu Qiancheng handed her a storage bag filled with an assortment of snacks he had prepared, urging her not to let herself go hungry. Deeply touched, Changle bid each of them farewell before embarking on the spaceship. However, the vessel was not headed towards Qingshan City, but rather to the capital. The journey from the Supreme Sect to Qingshan City would only take 2 days, yet Changle chose to spend 3 days conversing with Xianxia, as she intended to make a brief stop in the capital first. It is widely acknowledged that the Supreme Sect boasts a prodigious young talent, Changle. However, she found herself perplexed by the absence of any news regarding Jiang Yuchuan and Xianyu. During her time at the Supreme Sect, she had heard Su Dao mention the Heavenly Machine Gate in the capital, where, for the right price, one could ascertain the whereabouts of anything. Determined to uncover the fates of Jiang Yuchuan and Xianyu, Changle resolved to first consult the Heavenly Machine Gate before seeking out Xiaoao. Upon arriving in the capital, Changle stored her flying vessel and strode purposefully towards the direction of the Heavenly Machine Gate. As she approached the entrance, she was taken aback by the sight of a familiar figure standing there. "Yuchuan?" she exclaimed in disbelief. Dressed in the attire of a disciple from the Heavenly Machine Gate, Jiang Yuchuan greeted her with a smile. "Indeed, it is I, Changle." Chapter 16. Arrival in Qingshan City, noticing Jiang Yuchuan's attire, Changle expressed her discontent. Why did you not seek me out? Jiang Yuchuan explained, initially, I was unable to ascertain your location. However, not long ago, I divined that you would come looking for me. Fearing we would miss each other, I chose to wait here patiently for your arrival. Were you able to determine the whereabouts of Xianyu? Changle pressed. Xianyu should be on his way to the Supreme Sect in search of you. Jiang Yuchuan replied. Changle then produced a communication jade and inquired of Changyang. Is there someone named Xianyu who has come to the Supreme Sect seeking me? She cast a questioning glance at Jiang Yuchuan, but Xianyu is not at the Supreme Sect. Jiang Yuchuan furrowed his brow in contemplation. Xianyu should indeed be at the Supreme Sect at this very moment, without a doubt. Let us proceed, Changle. If we delay any longer, we shall be late to reach Qingshan City, Jiang Yuchuan urged. Changle was astounded. You truly possess remarkable foresight, knowing everything. Jiang Yuchuan chuckled softly and stepped onto an open expanse, addressing Changle. Bring forth your spaceship. You know that too. Changle complied and retrieved the vessel. The spaceship soared towards Qingshan City. Jiang Yuchuan's foresight was indeed remarkable. Regarding Xianyu, he was not mistaken either. At this moment, Xianyu had not only arrived at the Supreme Sect but had also encountered Changang. Changang, having set aside the communication jade in his hand, inquired of Xianyu, How do you know my sister? Dressed in crimson attire, Xianyu replied with a smile. We are childhood friends, bonded since our youth. My sister has been at the Supreme Sect since she was 3. How could you be childhood friends? Changyang asked, perplexed, realizing he had let slip too much. Xianyu quickly adjusted his words. Indeed, that is a matter from before she turned 3. Please provide me with her communication jade number. Changyang closed the door to his room. The journey from the capital to Qingshan City would take 3 days. Changle presented Jiang Yuchuan with pastries crafted by Lu Qianzhong, saying, Eat some. They are far more delectable than the fare at Yingtian Academy. Jiang Yuchuan accepted with a smile, then I shall indulge. By the way, how did you come to be at the Tianji Gate? I had never heard of your divination skills during our time at Yingtian Academy. Changle inquired, intrigued. What is it? Jiang Yuchuan replied gravely. Our Xuanwu, endowed with a unique bloodline, possesses the ability to foresee one event about the future when each Xuanwu awakens into human form. Since the dawn of creation, no prediction has ever been erroneous. Jiang Yuchuan continued, during my awakening, I foresaw that you would be slain by Pei-Ens at the age of 150,000. Jiang Yuchuan gazed at Changle, who displayed not a trace of panic upon her face. Changle, are you not afraid? She queried. Why should I be? Changle replied with a hint of amusement. Pei-Ens has yet to ascend to divinity, while I have already attained that status. Yuchuan, would you fear someone whose cultivation is inferior to yours? Then, do you hold it against me? Jiang Yuchuan asked again. What reason do I have to blame you? Changle responded. As for the prophecy of the Xuanwu clan, I have never heard of it. It must be a closely guarded secret within your tribe. If it were to leak, it could be detrimental to the Xuanwu clan. If you can share it with me, it must mean you care for me and trust me, which brings me great joy and gratitude. Upon hearing Changle's words, Jiang Yuchuan spoke resolutely. Changle, if Pei-Ens truly intends to bring harm to you, I shall undoubtedly protect you. I understand, but Yuchuan, not all prophecies come to fruition. Even if there has never been a mistake, the future is always in our own hands. Changle reassured Jiang Yuchuan. After a moment, she inquired, Is it because the Xuanwu can foresee the future that your divination talents in the mortal realm are particularly remarkable, prompting your entry into the Tianji sect? What is your current cultivation level? The same as yours, but I have concealed my abilities from the members of the Tianji sect, Changle acknowledged, nodding. She had anticipated that, given Jiang Yuchuan's talents, her cultivation should not fall beneath his. 3 days later, the airship finally arrived at Qingshan City. As Changle and Jiang Yuchuan disembarked, a figure clad in red rushed towards them, enveloping Changle in a tight embrace. Xiao Lizi, I have missed you dearly. Is this not for the sake of the puppet venturing outside? Xiao Yao remarked as he playfully pinched Yichang Li's face. Little Lizi, do try to understand, Yichang Lu allowed his face to be fondled by Xiao Yao, gently reminding him, Master, did you not mention that there is a peculiar malevolent entity in Qingshan City? Hurry up. Xiao Yao urged a striking young man clad in a purple golden python robe, standing not far behind. Yeching, allow me a few more moments with little Lizi, Xiao Yao replied, his tone tinged with a hint of ingratiation. Yeching nodded in acknowledgement, prompting Xiaoyao to adopt a serious demeanor as he addressed Yichang. Little Lizzie, every maiden in Xingshan City has had her belly band mysteriously vanish overnight. Initially, I presumed it was the work of a lecherous thief, yet during my investigation, I uncovered traces of a strange malevolence. This entity does not claim lives nor steals valuables, it solely absconds with belly bands. Leaning closer to Yichang Li's ear, Xiao whispered, I must attend to a matter with that black-hearted individual over there, so I entrust you with dealing with the malevolence in Xingshan City. I find this young man you brought along quite handsome and of considerable skill. His presence gives me great reassurance. Yichang waved his hand dismissively, Master. There is nothing untoward between us. Xiao said nothing further, merely casting an understanding glance at Yichang before striding towards Yecheng, and the two vanished from sight. It is of the demon race. Jiang Yuchuan stepped forward, addressing Yichang. What? Yichang Li's eyes reflected a hint of confusion. You were pondering in your heart about the identity of that individual named Yecheng. He belongs to the demon race, Jiang Yuchuan elucidated. How could my master be with the demonic clan? Yicheng inquired. Jiang Yuchuan, however, shook his head, unable to deduce the answer. Being merely at the Golden Core stage, he naturally could not unravel the mysteries surrounding the demonic clan, a notion Changle understood. Let us seek out the malevolent spirit first, Changle resolved, pondering. But what sort of malevolent spirit would steal a belly band? Jiang Yuchuan shared her perplexity, admitting, I have never heard of a spirit that steals belly bands. First, let us find an inn to stay in, and then we shall inquire further, Changle suggested. Inside Xingshan City, they found a pleasing inn and entered. Good sirs, are you here for a meal or to stay? The waiter inquired of Jiang Yuchuan and Changle. We wish to stay, requiring 2 rooms, they replied. After escorting them to their rooms, the waiter cautioned, Miss, there have been some strange occurrences in Xingshan City lately. Do take care at night. Oh, what sort of strange occurrences? Jiang Yuchuan asked the waiter. Yet the waiter hesitated, reluctant to elaborate. Chapter 17. The tale of the belly band thief. Changle produced a silver ingot and pressed it into the waiter's hand, coaxing, Dear brother, do not hold back. We are not ones to gossip. The saying money can move mountains proved true, as the waiter, upon receiving the silver, began to divulge. What you may not know is that, half a month ago, all the belly bands of eligible maidens in Xingshan City were stolen simultaneously. We thought the thief would flee after such a grand heist, but whenever a new eligible maiden appears, he re-emerges to steal belly bands. The young attendant, visibly embarrassed, remarked, thus, I felt compelled to caution the lady to exercise greater vigilance during the night, lest her personal belongings be stolen. Thank you for the warning, young attendant. Changle expressed her gratitude. Once the attendant had departed, Changle pulled Jiang Yuchuan into the room, exclaiming, I have devised a plan. What is it? Jiang Yuchuan inquired. The attendant mentioned that whenever a new maiden comes of age, malevolent spirits emerge to pilfer their undergarments. Therefore, tonight, he is likely to appear in my chamber. We might as well lie in wait for him, she proposed. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yuchuan nodded in agreement. In the dead of night, the lobby of the Qing Mountain Inn was devoid of life. A shadowy figure stealthily slipped through the crack of the door, making its way to the 2nd floor before entering Changle's room. The interior was shrouded in darkness as the figure approached the bed, reaching out for the undergarment at its side. Suddenly, a hand intercepted his movement. It turned out to be a shadow entity that had taken form. The voice belonged to Jiang Yuchuan. Changle, reclining on the bed, gently waved her hand, igniting a candle and illuminating the room. Jiang Yuchuan held the shadow entity in place, his expression tinged with irritation as he challenged. Who are you? What is there to be angry about? Changle found herself somewhat amused by the shadow entity's tone. The entity retorted, I have neither harmed innocent lives nor pilfered treasures. You both appear to be cultivators. Why do you concern yourselves with such trivial matters? As a thief, you speak with such audacity. Are you aware that stealing undergarments tarnishes the purity of these young women? What will happen to them if they are subjected to gossip in the future? Changle's voice carried an edge of anger. Can it be? The shadow spirit inquired of Jiang Yuchuan. Jiang Yuchuan nodded helplessly. What shall we do then? He pondered. I did not anticipate this, the shadow spirit replied, a hint of regret lacing her voice. Why did you steal the undergarment? Such an item cannot aid your cultivation, Jiang Yuchuan pressed. Reincarnation, why the theft of an undergarment? His expression was one of confusion. I merely seized an opportunity to cultivate into a spirit. My skills are not profound enough to discern a person's reincarnation. I can only ascertain it through their aura. If I continuously appear before them, it would inevitably raise suspicion. Thus, I resorted to pilfering their intimate garments to identify the one I seek. The shadow spirit elucidated. Why do you seek that person's reincarnation? Changle inquired. To ascertain whether she is living well. Someone once knelt before the Buddha on 3,000 steps for a decade, solely to secure her a stable life after her reincarnation. The shadow spirit lamented. That Gu-surnamed scholar is truly a heartless wretch. Changle exclaimed in anger. You and the people of Qingshan City share the same sentiment. Yet the truth is far different, the shadow spirit continued. The scholar is quite handsome, renowned as a paragon of beauty in Qingshan City. Upon arriving in the capital, he caught the eye of the prime minister's daughter, who wished to forcefully marry him. However, the scholar steadfastly refused, thinking of Xiaohong. The prime minister, having only one daughter whom he cherished dearly, would go to great lengths to fulfill her desires, including securing the scholar. The chancellor dispatched someone to the scholar's hometown, Qingshan City, and easily uncovered the engagement between the scholar and Xiaohong. He then resorted to threatening the lives of Xiaohong's entire family and the scholar's mother. Having lost his father at a tender age, the scholar was raised solely by his mother. He had even cradled Xiaohong's nephew at birth. In utter desperation, the scholar had no choice but to marry the chancellor's daughter. Could the scholar not appeal to the emperor for justice? Changle identified the flaw in this reasoning. The shadow spirit sneered coldly. That inept and foolish emperor only listened to the chancellor and would never act in favor of the scholar. Upon the news of Xiaohong's demise reaching the capital, the scholar was devastated. Yet, he found himself powerless, forced to endure humiliation before the chancellor while quietly awaiting an opportunity. After more than a decade, he finally seized the chance, annihilating the chancellor's family and ousting the foolish emperor, installing a wise ruler in his stead. Despite these accomplishments, the scholar could not forgive himself, believing he was responsible for Xiaohong's death. He retreated to a temple, where before the Buddha, he prostrated himself on the 3,000 steps. Day after day, year after year, praying for Xiaohong's peace and happiness in her next life. I am but a shadow of the scholar, his sorrows, unexpressed, often found an audience beneath the moonlight as he confided in me, his affection for Xiaohong, his resentment towards the chancellor's family. Through his relentless devotion at the altar, I gained enlightenment and thus acquired the opportunity to cultivate my essence. So, you seek the reincarnation of Xiaohong? Changle's tone conveyed a hint of certainty. The shadow, with a hint of despair, remarked, I am truly useless. After listening to the tale of the shadow spirit, Changle turned to Jiang Yuchuan, seeking assistance. Jiang Yuchuan nodded and subsequently produced a tortoise shell, infusing it with a trace of magical energy. The shell levitated in midair, and after a moment, he spoke. Xiaohong has not been reincarnated. Could it be that, like the scholar, she is unwilling to take on a new life? Changle speculated. Jiang Yuchuan shook his head, clarifying, Xiaohong has not been reincarnated because she is not yet dead. That is impossible. Xiaohong clearly jumped off the cliff. The shadow spirit objected. Over the years, have you visited the scholar's grave? Jiang Yuchuan inquired of the shadow spirit. I have not. Since the scholar's soul resides at Xiaohong's tomb, what need do I have to visit his grave? The shadow spirit countered. If you guide us to the scholar's grave, we should be able to uncover the truth, Jiang Yuchuan asserted. Then I shall lead you there at once, the shadow spirit replied, urgency evident in their tone. The scholar's grave was not situated near Qingshan City. We traveled by airship from dusk till dawn before arriving at the site. Contrary to expectations, the grave was not overgrown with weeds. Rather, it was meticulously tended, devoid of any stray grass. The offerings appeared to have been recently placed, and a bouquet of flowers adorned the grave. The shadow spirit could not help but ponder. The scholar had no relatives in this world. Why would anyone come to pay their respects? Could it be Xiaohong who honors him? Changle asked Jiang Yuchuan. Jiang Yuchuan nodded and gestured towards a nearby wooden cabin, saying to the shadow spirit, the answers you seek lie within that cabin. As Jiang and Chuan's words fell, an elderly woman with a head full of white hair and a long scar etched across her face emerged from the wooden cabin. Shadow approached her and inquired, why do you guard Gu Cheng's grave? Shadow elaborated, I am Gu Cheng's shadow. Yet, Changle promptly interrupted, he is Gu Cheng's adopted son. Adopted son? During Gu Cheng's 10 years at Fo2 Temple, why have I never seen you visit him? The old woman questioned. You accompanied him to Fo2 Temple and now guard his tomb. Who exactly are you? Shadow pressed. But did you not leap from the cliff? Shadow's voice bore a hint of disbelief. Jiang Hong let out a cold laugh. Leap from the cliff? It was Gu Cheng's heartless wife who forced my hand. Chapter 18. Xiaohong meets Gu Cheng. It turns out that the Prime Minister had not honored his promise to Gu Cheng. Although Gu Cheng married the Prime Minister's daughter, the Prime Minister ruthlessly sought Jianghong's demise, sending men to Qingshan City to mar her face, and even plotting to take her life. Driven to desperation, Jianghong leapt from the precipice, yet fortune smiled upon her as she was saved, sparing her life. However, to preserve her safety, she had to live under an assumed identity for many years, with her family believing her to have perished in the fall. I know the one he cherishes is me, she reflected, tracing the scar upon her face, hesitant to advance. She had initially thought that after a few days of mourning, he would alleviate his guilt and depart to begin a new life. Never did she imagine he would remain steadfast for a decade, until his very last breath. Jianghong's expression was steeped in sorrow. The longer he remained in his state of despair, the more hesitant I became to approach him. His affection for me was profound, yet I had once doubted him. It was only after his passing that I found the courage to visit his grave and meet him once more. I have vigilantly tended to his resting place, offering daily tributes, yearning for him to understand that I had long since forgiven him. Or perhaps that I had never held any grievances against him. Tears streamed down Jianghong's face, and I often pondered whether I would see him again after my own demise. It is likely he has already been reincarnated. Thus, I remain by his grave, cherishing his memory. You and Gu Cheng are truly a match made in heaven. To miss someone is to guard their grave, Changle remarked with a hint of sarcasm. My dear girl, what do you mean by that? Jianghong asked, perplexed by Changle's words. Allow me to speak plainly. I am a practitioner of the celestial arts, capable of perceiving matters beyond the grasp of ordinary mortals. Changle paused before continuing. The Gu Cheng you believe to have been reincarnated has, in fact, remained by your grave since his passing, for he has yet to fulfill his heart's desire in this world. Jianghong was momentarily taken aback and inquired. His heart's desire was merely to see if my reincarnation fares well? It seems you are not entirely foolish. However, Jianghong, I must ask you, how do you perceive Gu Cheng? Changle's tone grew more serious. Though Gu Cheng's pursuit of fame in the capital was not solely for you, a significant portion of his ambition was indeed for your sake, as he wished to honorably marry you. Subsequently, he was coerced into marriage by the daughter of the Chancellor. Resisting vehemently, the Chancellor resorted to threats against his family, and in order to safeguard you, he reluctantly wed the Chancellor's daughter. Upon learning of your demise, he endured over a decade of humiliation and hardship solely for the purpose of avenging you. After successfully annihilating the Chancellor's clan, he relinquished the power within his grasp to secure your peace for a lifetime. He fervently prayed before the Buddha for 10 years, living a life devoid of offspring. Indifferent to fame and fortune, even embracing infamy, all for you. Changle paused momentarily and continued. However, you, though reluctant to harm him, genuinely believed he would bring you harm. Your injuries were inflicted by the Chancellor, and you ventured into the Chancellor's residence yet sought to kill Gu Cheng instead of the Chancellor. Upon discovering the truth, you were still too ashamed of your appearance to acknowledge him, even if your face bore no scars. It would surely pale in comparison to the beauty of the Chancellor's daughter. Changle cast a questioning glance at the shadow spirit, who promptly nodded in affirmation. The Chancellor's daughter indeed surpassed Xiaohong in beauty. He, for your sake, turned down the Chancellor's daughter and subsequently eliminated her. Yet you perceive Gu Cheng as a superficial man who cares only for your appearance. You have endured great suffering in this life, but Gu Cheng has suffered even more. You once had the opportunity for happiness, yet you failed to seize it. The shadow spirit couldn't help but concur. Gu Cheng's entire existence has been dedicated to someone who does not believe in him. I truly feel for him. Upon hearing Changle's words, Jianghong collapsed to the ground, unable to contain her grief, weeping uncontrollably for a long while before finally ceasing her tears. If given the chance, would you wish to see Gu Cheng once more? Changle inquired of her. Jianghong lifted her slightly reddened eyes to gaze at me, expressing her willingness to give everything for just one more glimpse of him. After a brief pause, she continued, even if it means eternal reincarnation eludes me, I would still consent. You have seen him. Urge him to reincarnate, for he has lingered in this world for far too long. If he does not take the leap soon, he may find himself without another chance. Changle supported Jianghong onto the spacecraft. But I fear he may not recognize me, Jianghong remarked with a self-deprecating smile, acknowledging the passage of years that had turned her hair to silver. Gu Cheng's affection for you runs deep. Even in ashes, he would recognize you, Changle reassured her. Ashes? Your words bear an ominous tone, the shadow spirit interjected. Changle rolled her eyes at the shadow spirit and chose not to respond further. Upon reaching Jiang Hong's grave, Changle assisted her off the ship and gently cast a spell over her eyes, allowing Jiang Hong to see the familiar yet foreign figure before her grave. Tears welled in Jiang Hong's eyes as she looked at Changle. It is him. Go, Changle encouraged. Guqing is right in front of you. Hasten your steps. The shadow spirit urged. Only then did Jiang Hong take heavy steps towards Guqing. Lang, it has been so long, she said as she approached him from behind. Guqing turned his head slowly, scrutinizing her for a long moment, his voice trembling as he asked, Are you Xiao Hong? Jiang Hong nodded. Xiao Hong. So you did not perish all those years ago. Lang, I am sorry. Her voice quivered with emotion. Guqing smiled gently at her. How could you apologize? Your survival fills me with joy. Then Guqing hesitantly spoke. How have you been all these years? I have been quite well, Jiang Hong replied gently. But your face? Guqing inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. When I jumped off the cliff all those years ago, my face was injured. However, I was rescued by a robust and valiant hunter from the mountains. He cared for me tenderly and never shunned the scars on my face, so I married him. Over the years, I have lived a life filled with happiness. Xiao Hong, knowing that you are happy brings me solace, Guqing paused, then added, Xiao Hong. When I sought your hand in marriage, I was sincere. I know, Jiang Hong replied, tears streaming down her cheeks. Guqing reached out to wipe away her tears, only to find his hand passing straight through her face. He urged gently, Xiao Hong, you must understand, while my intention to marry you is genuine, my decision to annul our engagement and wed another was also true. A heartless man like me does not deserve your tears. I have forgiven you. Had you not broken our engagement, I would not have met my current husband. You need not feel any guilt. Meanwhile, the two over there were engaged in mutual redemption, while Changle and the shadow spirit discreetly wiped their tears. Observing Guqing's hand passing through Jiang Hong's face, Changle cast a spell toward Guqing, gradually manifesting him into a corporeal form. However, Changle felt her strength waning and swayed slightly. Jiang Yuchuan quickly supported her, saying, Changle. Hearing the concern in Jiang Yuchuan's voice, Changle hurriedly reassured him, It's nothing. I merely exhausted my magical energy. I just need a moment to recover. The shadow spirit, observing the two in their act of redemption, suggested, Guqing, you have a physical form now. Perhaps you should embrace Xiao Hong. Can I? Guqing questioned, uncertainty lingering in his tone. After listening to the words of the shadow spirit, Gu Hong turned to Jiang Hong and inquired. Chapter 19, The Heart of Buddha Grass. Feeling the warmth in his arms, Gu Hong was momentarily taken aback before tightly embracing Jiang Hong. However, after a brief moment, he restrained himself and released her. Xiao Hong, it is time for me to be reborn. The shadow spirit intended to object, but upon seeing Gu Heng's gaze, he nodded in agreement. Gu Lang, allow me to accompany you on your journey to rebirth, Jiang Hong spoke. Gu Hong shook his head. During my life, I failed you. Now that I am to die, I must witness your departure with my own eyes. Hearing Gu Heng's words, Jiang Hong ceased her objections and followed the shadow spirit, while Gu Hong continued to watch her figure until it vanished. Changle discerned that Gu Hong had intentionally sent Jiang Hong away and asked, Do you wish to speak with us? The young lady is perceptive, so I shall be straightforward. I seek your assistance in removing the scars from Xiao Hong's face. Allowing her to live anew, Gu Hong spoke with a tone of earnest entreaty. Why? Changle asked, perplexed. Gu Hong explained. There is no need for the young lady to conceal the truth from me. I recognized it at a glance. Xiao Hong's words were false, and I simply could not bring myself to expose her. The scar is evidently a knife wound. Moreover, since you have the ability to manifest me in corporeal form, assisting Xiao Hong in erasing her scars and restoring her youth should not be a formidable task. Gu Heng's assertion was accurate. The request he made of Changle required minimal effort, easily resolved with just 2 medicinal pills. Changle then inquired, But why should I assist you? Guqing spoke with an air of tranquility. I once knelt in the Buddhist temple for a decade, my soul having been steeped in its essence. Should I willingly ignite my own spirit, I could attain a relic. It is said that when a relic emerges, peace reigns for 10 miles, free from demons. Surely, this relic would aid both you and the young gentleman in your cultivation. Changle replied, Are you aware that the burning of one's soul entails excruciating pain? Moreover, should you choose to burn your own spirit, there would be no rebirth. Given Jiang Hong's age, she likely has but a few years left. Would it not be preferable for you to wait for her in the underworld and be reborn together, continuing your bond in the next life? Upon hearing Changle's words, Gu Chang shook his head. The young lady is willing to assist me in locating Xiaohong. It seems Xiaoying has informed her of our situation. Changle nodded in understanding. I am acquainted with your tale. Gu Chang continued to elucidate. The young lady is also aware of the hardships I have endured in this life. Though Xiaohong has lived on, she has never sought me out. I harbor no resentment towards her, yet even if I could have another life, I would not wish to encounter her again. Besides, her suffering in this lifetime stems from my actions. If I could exchange her struggles for a life free from worry, I would gladly forfeit my own future. Changle urged, but you must understand, every soul that walks this earth bears some measure of concern. Even if Xiaohong were to lose her scars and regain her youth, her future may not be devoid of troubles. I am aware, Gu Chang affirmed, his eyes brimming with determination. However, I wish to exert all my efforts to ensure she experiences a life of peace and fulfillment. Since you have mentioned this, I shall assist you. In life, for the sake of Xiaohong, and in death, also for her, it is indeed remarkable to encounter such a devoted man as yourself. Changle acquiesced. Gu Chang, with a hint of joy, proclaimed, then I shall ignite my spirit. No, Changle interjected. The condition for my assistance is that you must reincarnate and cease to wander in the mortal realm. Changle paused thoughtfully before earnestly addressing Gu Chang. You too deserve the opportunity to experience a life that is solely your own. Upon hearing Changle's words, Gu Chang bowed deeply toward her and Jiang Yuchuan, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Miss and young master. No sooner had Gu Chang spoken than the ox head and horse face appeared before him. So, you are willing to accompany us? They inquired. I am willing. My earthly entanglements have concluded, and it is time for me to be reborn. After Gu Chang followed the ox head and horse face away, Changle called out to the large tree behind her, Are you not coming out? The shadow spirit and Jiang Hong then emerged from behind the tree. The shadow spirit, feeling somewhat sheepish, scratched his head and asked, How did you know we were here? You should consider your own cultivation level, Changle remarked, pointing to Jiang Yuchuan. Had it not been for his use of the illusionary technique, you would have been discovered by Gu Chang long ago. Changle then produced 2 pills and handed them to Jiang Hong, saying, Take these, and you shall regain your appearance and youth. After a moment's contemplation, she retrieved another pill for Jiang Hong, adding, This one will allow you to forget all matters related to Gu Chang. Jiang Hong shook her head, reflecting on the past. She had long since needed to let go. Whether at the grave of Hing Ling or in the city of Ing Shn, she vowed never to return. Upon hearing Jiang Hong's words, Hing L produced several silver notes and offered them to her. When she hesitated to accept, Hing L gently urged, Regardless of one's way of life, a little silver is essential. Please accept it. Only then did Jiang Hong accept the money. Kneeling before Hing L and the 2 young gentlemen, expressing her gratitude, to the young lady and the 2 gentlemen. Your kindness is beyond words. When Jiang Hong looked up again, Hing L and the others had vanished. After consuming the elixir, she gazed at the spot where they had disappeared and murmured, Dear lady, may you be spared the torment of love. The shadow spirit wore an awkward expression, contemplating. What about the stolen pouches? Do you still possess those pouches? Hing L inquired, somewhat astonished. Wouldn't the absence of those pouches tarnish the honor of these women? Then I shall dispose of them, the shadow spirit said, heading toward the door with a despondent demeanor. Wait, Jiang Weichuan called out to the shadow spirit. I have a plan. The following day, a swarm of mice, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, pilfered handkerchiefs from the fabric shop, leading the pursuit to a dilapidated mansion where an entire room filled with pouches was discovered. Hing L and Jiang Weichuan soared above the abandoned residence on their swords. Is this truly feasible? Hing L questioned Jiang Weichuan. If successful, it provides an explanation for the theft of the pouches, thus preserving the honor of these ladies, Jiang Weichuan reasoned, finding merit in his words. And the shadow spirit? I have not seen him since our parting at the inn yesterday. Due to the exhaustion of his magical powers, Changle rested for an extended period at the inn. The matter concerning the rat was handled by Jiang Yuchuan and the shadow spirit. He departed, expressing his determination to diligently cultivate, aspiring to ensure that all lovers in this world could ultimately unite, preventing situations akin to that of Gu Chang and Jiang Hong from arising again. Indeed, he was a person of ambition, praised Changle. We should set forth to reunite with Xuanyu, he suggested. Why? After spending over a decade in this mortal realm, the 3 of us have yet to come together. Having just seen Jiang Yichuan a few days ago, we are to part once more, Changle remarked, his expression tinged with discontent. Jiang Yichuan elucidated, in half a month, the grand competition of the human realm will take place. The victor will have the opportunity to enter the Cloud Sea secret realm. Changle's eyes lit up with surprise. The Cloud Sea secret realm? Is it not said that this realm appears only once every 10,000 years? Jiang Yichuan nodded solemnly, stating, the Celestial Machine sect has predicted the opening of the Cloud Sea secret realm. Changle, only those with a cultivation level of nascent soul or above can enter. This presents a splendid opportunity for us to expedite our training under the director. Upon hearing Jiang Yichuan's words, Changle's demeanor grew serious. Very well. We shall meet at the grand competition in half a month. For Changle, the paramount goal of entering the Cloud Sea secret realm was not merely to seek opportunities for enhancing his cultivation, but to find the legendary Buddha heart grass. Known for its ability to suppress chaotic energies, it is exceedingly rare and rumored to exist within the Cloud Sea secret realm. I must obtain the Buddha heart grass at all costs, he resolved as he steered his vessel towards the direction of the Supreme Sect. Chapter 20. Meeting Xuan, you call me Chang'ang. Do not refer to me as your brother, for I am not your brother. You are both the younger brother of Chang Lu and my own brother. I am the younger brother of my sister, not yours. However, I am certainly one of the popular candidates to be your brother-in-law, so you are undoubtedly my brother. Upon hearing Chang Li's voice, Xian Yu and Chang Yang finally took notice of her presence within the hall. Chang Lu, sister. Chang Yang and Xian Yu hurriedly ran towards Chang Lu, with Xian Yu reaching her first, embracing her tightly. Chang Lu, I have been searching for you so desperately. Let go of my sister, Chang Yang insisted, incessantly tugging at Xian Yu in an attempt to pry him away. Chang Lu chuckled. It's all right, let him hold me for a moment. This fellow hasn't seen me in quite some time and must be feeling rather lonely. Once Xian Yu had his fill of affection, he released Chang Lu and pointed at Chang Yang, laughing. Your nickname is actually Meat Meat. Meat Meat, Meat Meat. Xian Yu's teasing caused Chang Yang's expression to change instantly as he rushed forward to cover Xian Yu's mouth, angrily exclaiming, only my sister is allowed to call me that, so be quiet. Chang Lu had initially intended to ignore the commotion, but having been away for half a month, she found herself longing for the sweet and sour spare ribs that Meat Meat used to make. She gently intervened. Xian Yu, Meat Meat is still just a child. Do not tease him. Then, with a hint of playfulness, she turned to Chang Yang, saying, Meat Meat, I find myself missing the sweet and sour spare ribs you make. All right, sister. I shall go prepare them right away. Chang Yang immediately made his way towards the kitchen. In that moment, only Chang Lu and Xian Yu remained in the hall. Where did this younger brother of yours come from? Xian Yu inquired with curiosity. Found him. Chang Lu replied. And what of you? Where have you been honing your skills all these years? Changle inquired of Xian Yu, who appeared somewhat embarrassed and stammered. At the Hehuan sect. The Hehuan sect? Changle was taken aback. You haven't been compromised, have you? Upon hearing Changle's words, Xian Yu fervently denied it, exclaiming, No, I am still pure. Oh. Changle was at a loss for words, and an awkward silence enveloped them. Then why are you at the Hehuan sect? Changle broke the silence. After I arrived at the Hehuan sect, I was tested for my innate spiritual root. As you know, the Hehuan sect practices a unique cultivation method, and those with exceptional talent are often regarded with disdain. Xian Yu glanced at Changle. After Changle nodded in acknowledgement, Xian Yu continued. Once the entire sect learned of this news, they were all elated, eagerly awaiting my attainment of the golden core stage, lining up to engage in dual cultivation with me. And what is your current cultivation level? Changle asked with curiosity. Foundation establishment stage. Changle nodded. Are you afraid that once you reach the golden core stage, you might be taken advantage of? That's why you're suppressing your advancement. Indeed, you have no idea how the members of the Hehuan sect look at me. Their gazes are like that of wolves, as if they wish to devour me whole. Xian Yu expressed with distaste, his voice tinged with fear. How did you manage to leave the Hehuan sect, then? Changle pondered, reasoning that if Xian Yu was so valued there, they would not allow him to wander freely. Changle, I told you not to be angry. Upon hearing Xian Yu's words, Chang Lu, though puzzled by her anger, nonetheless responded, I will not be angry. You attained the golden core stage at the tender age of 18, your genius reputation echoing throughout the realm. Even the disciples of the Hehuan sect are abuzz with discussions about you. I jested with them, expressing my desire to entice you to join the Hehuan sect for mutual cultivation. With a bit of flattery, they were quite taken with my appearance, believing you would be enchanted by me, hence granting me passage to the Wushang sect. Xianyu paused momentarily and then inquired, Changle, you are not upset, are you? Changlu smiled gently at Xianyu, assuring her, how could I be angered by such trivial matters? Friends are meant to stand by one another, and besides, you merely used me as an excuse to safeguard your own reputation, which brings me great comfort. Changlu patted Xianyu's shoulder in a gesture of solace. Upon hearing Changlu's words, Xianyu embraced her once more, resting her head on her shoulder, her voice trembling with emotion. Changle, during my time in the Hehuan sect, I was truly frightened. What if they attempted to force me into something against my will? Even if I could acquiesce once or twice, with so many of them, I fear I would be utterly exhausted. Listening to Xianyu's plight, Changlu struggled to suppress her laughter and comforted her. Do not worry, you are safe now. Just then, Changyang, noticing the embrace, hastily set down his sweet and sour ribs, separating Changlu and Xianyu, and ushered Changlu to the dining table, placing chopsticks in her hands. Sister, eat quickly. With her hand that wasn't holding chopsticks, Changle poked Changyang's dimples before indulging in her meal. Xianyu noticed how delectable Changle found the food, and, swallowing hard, reached for the sweet and sour ribs, only to be firmly swatted away by Changyang, who declared, this is for my sister, do not touch. Xianyu, rubbing her hand that had turned red from the impact, protested, such a large plate. How can she possibly finish it alone? She can. My sister's appetite is unrivaled in this supreme sect, not to mention this plate. Even two would merely be a snack for her. It was uncertain whether Changyang's words were a compliment or a jest. Changle, with her chopsticks poised in midair, momentarily found herself at a loss, thinking, I don't eat that much, do I? Sister, being able to eat is a blessing. Do indulge yourself, Changyang reassured her. Yet, the sentiment felt oddly familiar. Changle, be careful not to turn into a glutton, Xianyu teased, prompting Changle to roll her eyes in silence as she continued to devour the sweet and sour ribs. Once satiated, Changle gently patted her round belly and inquired of Changyang and Xianyu, are you aware that the great competition of the human realm will be held in half a month? Both Meat and Xianyu nodded in affirmation, acknowledging their awareness. Changle continued, the victor of this great competition will have the opportunity to enter the Cloud Sea secret realm. Changyang asked, the Cloud Sea secret realm that appears only once in 10,000 years? Indeed, Changle confirmed. How do you know this, Changle? Xianyu inquired, somewhat puzzled. I have yet to share with you that after departing from the Supreme Sect, I encountered Jiang Yuchuan, who has taken refuge under the auspices of the Heavenly Machine Sect. The Cloud Sea secret realm was divined by the Heavenly Machine Sect, as explained by Changle. He further elaborated, the Cloud Sea secret realm represents an opportunity for us. To secure a commendable position in the upcoming human realm competition, we must gain entry into the Cloud Sea secret realm. Upon hearing Changle's words, both Xianyu and Changyang displayed an unusual seriousness on their faces. Do not be overly tense. Have confidence in yourselves, Changle reassured them. Over the past fortnight, Xianyu and Ro devoted themselves to rigorous training, tirelessly rising early and retiring late, until the time arrived for the Human Realm competition. Chapter 21. Victory in the Human Realm competition. The venue for the Human Realm competition was located in Chang'an, devoid of excessive rules and regulations. As long as one met the age and cultivation requirements, participation was permitted. Su Dao and Lu Qianchong, however, had surpassed the eligibility criteria and thus could not partake. Changle and Changyang visited the main hall to bid farewell to Qinglingzi before preparing for their journey. Upon entering the Master's hall, Changyang and Changle called out, Master, esteemed Uncle Master. Upon learning of their intention to participate in the Human Realm competition, Qinglingzi expressed his astonishment. Changle, you who are often lethargic even in your strolls, relying on a wheelchair with Changyang pushing you, now take the initiative to partake in the competition. He stroked his goatee, nodding in approval. It seems your master's previous advice to rid you of malevolent influences has borne fruit. This competition will serve as an excellent opportunity for your training. Changle and Changyang departed from the master hall, making their way towards Xuanyu. Upon encountering Xuanyu, Changle retrieved a spaceship, and together with Xuanyu and Changyang, they boarded the vessel. Changyang pulled Changle aside, urgency lacing his tone as he inquired, Sister, after this competition in the mortal realm, Your friend is surely going to leave, right? Changle shook her head, replying, he will not be leaving. Not leaving? Changyang was taken aback. Changle playfully poked Changyang's dimple, saying, you better prepare yourself for him staying with you for a lifetime. Despair clouded Changyang's eyes. The competition in the mortal realm was held in Chang'an. After disembarking, the trio spotted Jiang Yuchuan, who had been eagerly awaiting their arrival, waving at them. Xuan Yu dashed towards Jiang Yuchuan, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Changle and Changyang followed suit, with Changle introducing, this is my friend Jiang Yuchuan. You may call him Brother Yuchuan. Brother Yuchuan. Changyang obediently greeted him. Changle then introduced, this is my cousin Changyang. Jiang Yuchuan produced a small bag and handed it to Changyang, saying, a token of our first meeting. What is it? Changle asked, curiosity piqued. It is a remedy I developed called the 100 Worry Solution. Should your brother encounter any dilemma in the future, he may pose a question to it. And it shall provide an answer, but only once, Jiang Yuchuan explained. What a marvelous item. But why don't I have one? Changle exclaimed. Almost immediately, Changyang offered the bag back to her, stating, sister, you should keep it. I do not need it. Jiang Yuchuan, however, did not yield to Changle. Smiling as he said, with my presence, what need is there for it? You may inquire directly of me. It is utilized but once, while I can employ it frequently. This made sense. The grand competition of the mortal realm commences tomorrow. Let us first find you a place to rest. Jiang Yuchuan escorted Changle and the others to a luxurious inn, proposing, I have ordered some food. Shall we dine before we retire? That would be agreeable. Once seated, Jiang Yuchuan began. The rules for this grand tournament have changed. Previously, it was an individual contest, but this time it shall be a team battle. What is the requisite team size? A minimum of 3 and a maximum of 5 participants, Jiang Yuchuan replied. Then our quartet fits perfectly. Indeed. I had some concerns regarding Xianyu, but it seems even fate is smiling upon us, Jiang Yuchuan laughed. Do not underestimate me. Though my cultivation is merely at the foundation establishment stage, I am not to be compared with those ordinary golden elixirs. Tomorrow, you shall not need to lift a finger. Victory shall come effortlessly, Xianyu declared haughtily. Enough of that. You should eat more, Jiang Yuchuan remarked, serving a generous portion into Xianyu's bowl. The following morning, Changle and her companions prepared themselves and arrived at the venue of the grand competition. A young woman clad in a yellow dress approached Changle, inquiring, are you Changle, revered elder? The girl was charming and vivacious, yet Changle did not recognize her and responded with curiosity. And you are? I am Huangshan, a disciple of the Supreme Sect, though I am from a lesser peak. It is quite normal for you not to have encountered me before. Huangshan introduced herself with poise. Master Uncle, you are unaware of how much I admire you. It is merely that, in our esteemed sect, I seldom have the opportunity to encounter you. I never anticipated that I would be fortunate enough to see you at the grand competition in the mortal realm. Upon laying eyes on you, your striking appearance and the elegant purple gown you wear made it unmistakable that it must be you. The individuals nearby, participating in the competition, were stirred by Huangshan's words and eagerly inquired, is this Changle? Huangshan nodded fervently. Indeed, it is she, the one who, despite injuring her legs during her cultivation, never succumbed to despair, disregarding the gaze of others, steadfast in her path, ultimately ascending to the golden core stage and restoring her legs. It is she, our shining light of the esteemed sect, Changle, Huangshan exclaimed with enthusiasm. Changle quietly turned to Changyang and asked, is there another Changle within our sect who shares my name? Changyang pondered earnestly for a moment before resolutely shaking his head. Huangshan then approached Jiang Yuchuan, confidently addressing him, you must be Master Uncle Changyang. Although you and Master Uncle Changle do not bear a striking resemblance, one can easily spot you among the crowd. Truly, you are the most handsome disciple of our esteemed sect. Jiang Yuchuan playfully pointed at Changyang and replied, that is indeed your Master Uncle Changyang. Huangshan, in disbelief, turned towards Changle, who smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Huangshan then conceded to Changyang, Master Uncle Changyang, I apologize for my oversight. I did not recognize you at first. You are quite handsome as well. It is of no consequence, Changyang replied with a calm demeanor. Changle then inquired of Huangshan, where did you hear those recent rumors? What rumors? Huangshan asked. It was those who proclaimed me the light of the Supreme Sect. Changle's voice grew fainter. Huangshan, suddenly enlightened, produced a book and handed it to Changle, explaining, it is all written in here. The book boldly displayed the 4 characters' chronicles of the human realm. Upon seeing this familiar title, Changle helplessly rubbed her forehead, acknowledging that the parrot spirit's tales were indeed extensive across the 3 realms. With the heroic deeds of Jinin preceding her, Changle could only imagine the absurdities penned within. It seemed these parrot spirits had taken to chronicling every escapade of the family. Master Changle, are you also here to participate in the great competition of the human realm? Huang Shan inquired with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Well, that's disastrous. We have no chance now. After a brief pause, Huang Shan's demeanor brightened. Nevertheless, being able to meet you, Master Changle, makes this journey to Chang'an worthwhile. Listening to the exchange between Changle and Huang Shan, those nearby began to murmur. With Changle's presence, they felt their chances had dwindled. It was rumored that Changle never intervened, but when she did, she could engage in battles beyond her level. The 3 men beside her appeared to possess considerable prowess as well. Given her talents, she could have easily served as a judge, yet she chose to compete instead. Finally, as the time for the great competition of the human realm arrived, Xianyu performed a series of warm-up exercises before exuberantly addressing Changle, Changyang, and Jiang Yuchuan. You all hold back. Let me show you my skills. Jiang Yuchuan pointed to the scar on his right hand and speculated, it seems your bloodline power has attracted attention. Xianyu, unwilling to squander any more time, swiftly expelled the remaining 4 contestants from the arena, thereby determining the victor. The second group, comprised of Changlu and her companions, faced off against 5 disciples from the Wandu sect. As Xianyu prepared to engage further, Jiang Yuchuan intervened, stating, allow me to handle this. The disciples of the Wandu sect, true to their name, were formidable in their mastery of poison, unleashing wave after wave of toxic gas towards Jiang Yuchuan. Remarkably, he appeared unfazed, effortlessly absorbing the noxious fumes as he approached the members of the Wandu sect. Why do you not fear this poison? One of them stammered, their voice tinged with trepidation. In the third match, Changlu and her team faced Huang Shan's group. Changlu restrained the eager Xianyu, saying, let the child have some fun. With that, she pushed Changyang into the fray. I apologize for the offense. Changyang addressed Huang Shan and her companions. Before they could react, a series of thuds echoed as Huang Shan and her team were swiftly knocked to the ground by Changyang. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience below, exclaiming, his speed is astonishing. How is he achieving this with merely a foundational cultivation level? Truly, he is Changyang. As the competition progressed, Jiang Yuchuan, Xianyu, and Changyang took turns showcasing their skills while Changlu refrained from participating. Soon, they arrived at the final match, where victory would secure the title of champion in the human realm competition. Changlu, do you dare to face us in battle? Their opponents boldly challenged. Who are you? Changlu inquired, gazing at the 5 women before her. Xianyu awkwardly replied, they are from the Hehuan sect. Very well. I shall engage with you, Changlu declared, gradually making her way to the center of the arena. 5 women exchanged glances and proceeded to wrap the silken ribbons around Changle's neck, wrists, and ankles. Changle did not flinch. They inquired, do you concede? With a gentle smile, Changle replied, concede? Yet, what you have ensnared is merely my doppelganger. No sooner had she spoken than the Changle they were entangled with vanished into thin air, while the true Changle descended from the heavens, casting them all out of the arena. The victor was clear. A woman clad in resplendent red swiftly ascended the stage, proclaiming, the victors of the Human Realm Grand Tournament are Changle, Chang'an, Xianyu, and Jiang Yuchuan. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Chapter 22. The Sacrifice of the Cloud Sea Secret Realm. Please follow me. The woman in red respectfully addressed the 4 victors after announcing the results. The quartet followed her to a carriage, which eventually came to a halt after a brief journey. The red-clad woman continued her respectful tone, saying, please disembark to collect your rewards for this tournament. I shall not accompany you further. Upon alighting from the carriage, Changle gazed upon the dark crimson walls and the tightly shut palace gates, pondering if this was indeed the royal palace. Jiang Yuchuan clarified her confusion, stating, the world is unaware that the Cloud Sea Secret Realm only opens at the royal summons. Doesn't the Tianji Pavilion know this? Xianyu inquired. Jiang Yuchuan shook his head, smiling as he explained, the Tianji Pavilion cannot predict it, but I can. Yet, given that the Cloud Sea Secret Realm appears only once in 10,000 years, shouldn't it be summoned at will? Changle remained filled with questions. Jiang Yuchuan gestured towards the palace before them, suggesting they enter, for surely answers awaited within. No sooner had he spoken than the tightly shut gates of the palace swung open, revealing a throng of palace maids and eunuchs who approached them. Esteemed cultivators, please follow me, intoned the leading eunuch. He guided the four into a resplendent hall before retreating. Once the four were alone within the chamber, a figure clad in bright yellow emerged from behind a curtain, scrutinizing them intently. Coming to a halt before Xianyu, the figure began to speak. Xianyu of the Hahuan sect, discovered at the tender age of 3 at the gates of Hahuan sect. Due to your exquisite appearance and remarkable talent, you were welcomed into the sect. Now, at 18, you stand at the foundation establishment stage. Upon hearing this, Xiangyang's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he turned to Xianyu. You are indeed of the Hahuan sect. He then approached Jiang Yuchuan, stating, Jiang Yuchuan of the Tianji Pavilion, discovered at 3 years old when the masters of Tianji Pavilion foretold the birth of a prodigious diviner. Although you are merely at the foundation establishment stage, the pavilion master, Wiyazi, had once divined your fate, yet even with 10 years of life, he could glean not a hint of your future. Coincidentally, Changle, Jiang Yuchuan, and Xianyu are all of the same age. Aside from Changle, who has a younger brother, Changyang, the other two seemingly appeared out of nowhere, without parents or origins. From whence do you hail? Jiang Yuchuan chuckled softly, his tone indifferent as he replied, Xianyuan Feng, your inquiries suggest you perceive us as criminals rather than individuals from whom you seek assistance. Xianyuan Feng? Xianyu echoed, puzzled. Jiang Yuchuan nodded. The individual before you, who questions us, is none other than the emperor of the human realm, Xianyuan Feng, the organizer of this grand contest. Applauding softly, Xianyuan Feng praised Jiang Yuchuan, remarking, truly a prodigy in divination, nothing escapes your keen insight. He then assuredly stated, you must already be aware that my invitation to you pertains to the matter of the Yunhai secret realm. With a nod, Jiang Yuchuan encouraged Xianyuan Feng to divulge the entirety of the situation to the four of them. Historically, the emperors of the human realm have been of the Xianyuan lineage, whose purpose has always been to safeguard the realm and ensure the prosperity and well-being of the populace, generation after generation, in a flourishing era of Xianyuan. Xianyuan Feng then produced a nearly opaque black crystal orb, the ancestral artifact of the Xianyuan clan, known as the Fate Orb, which possesses the ability to foresee calamities that may befall the people. After a moment of silence, he spoke with a tone of resignation. This Fate Orb was once clear, yet it has now turned entirely black, foreboding the imminent arrival of numerous disasters upon the realm. Are they droughts or floods? Yizhang speculated. Not merely that. There will be floods in the south, drought in the north, alongside seismic upheavals and plagues. Xianyuan Feng spoke gravely. Should these calamities manifest simultaneously, the suffering of the populace would be unfathomable. You have summoned us. Is there a way we might assist? Jiang Yuchuan inquired. To avert these disasters, there is but one solution, the aforementioned Yunhai secret realm. Xianyuan Feng nodded, acknowledging that while the world is aware of the Cloud Sea secret realm's rarity, they remain oblivious to the fact that its manifestation is governed by our Xianyuan royal family. The sole purpose of the Cloud Sea secret realm is to provide sanctuary from calamities that befall the mortal realm. Once the secret realm is activated, disasters that would typically descend upon humanity are instead diverted to this ethereal domain. However, Xianyuan Feng glanced at Yichang Lu and the others with trepidation, for such calamities necessitate the presence of cultivators to endure them. Thus, you wish for us to enter. Xianyu spoke with certainty. Indeed, should the four of you consent to step inside, I am prepared to acquiesce to any conditions, Xianyuan Feng replied, his excitement palpable. Xianyuan Feng, is there not something else you have neglected to mention? Jiang Yuchuan inquired in a grave tone. What else could there be? Xianyuan Feng's expression turned perplexed. The reason the Cloud Sea secret realm is seldom revealed is that it requires the sacrifice of the emperor, a prince, and a princess to be unlocked. Jiang Yuchuan reminded him. How do you know this? Xianyuan Feng was taken aback, though his astonishment soon gave way to composure as he addressed Jiang Yuchuan. No wonder Wu Yizi could not discern your fate. Your divination skills likely surpass even his. While the world lauds Yichang Lu as a prodigy, it is you who truly deserves that title. Subsequently, Xianyuan Feng confessed to the four. Indeed, unlocking the Cloud Sea secret realm necessitates the sacrifice of lives from the Xianyuan royal lineage, which elucidates its infrequent appearances. Are there no alternative methods? Yichang Lu could not help but inquire. Xianyuan Feng shook his head, declaring that if there were any other alternatives, He would rather perish 1,000 times than sacrifice the life of his child. However, it was not feasible. A millennium ago, an ancestor of the Xianyuan family had chosen not to open the Cloud Sea secret realm, resulting in a hellish existence for humanity, where no remedy could be found. Father, our lineage of Xianyuan was born to protect the mortal realm. I, Xianyuan Xiao, am willing to offer my life for the people. A young boy clad in a purple and gold robe emerged from beneath the table. Father, I, Xianyuan Ro, am also willing. A little girl in a pink palace dress followed suit. You are still so young, yet you are willing to sacrifice your lives for the populace? Upon hearing Yichang Li's inquiry, Xianyuan Xiao looked at her with confusion, pondering, why not? Xianyuan Ro chimed in. Isn't it a fair exchange to trade our lives for the lives of countless citizens? Yichang Li crouched before Xianyuan Xiao, pinching his cheek, exclaiming, what a little bodhisattva you are. She then turned to Xianyuan Feng and asked, what is the manner in which you must sacrifice your lives to enter the Cloud Sea secret realm? We must offer our blood in its entirety. Blood? Yichang Lu chuckled, cradling Xianyuan Ro in her arms. Little bodhisattva, I have a way to spare you from such a sacrifice. Chapter 23. Entering the Cloud Sea secret realm, please do not jest about this matter, Senior E. Xianyuan Feng clearly expressed his disbelief in Yichang Li's words. Yet, Yichang Lu ignored Xianyuan Feng and, with a serious demeanor, turned to Jiang Yuchuan, asking, will the method I have in mind succeed? Initially, Changle possessed merely a 5 or 6 out of 10 confidence, but upon hearing Jiang Yuchuan's words, an unwavering certainty blossomed within her. Lead the way, Changle declared to Xianyuan Feng. To where? Xianyuan Wu retorted, rolling his eyes at Xianyuan Feng. Naturally, they were heading to the Cloud Sea secret realm. Where else could they possibly go? It was only then that Xianyuan Feng guided Changle and the other 3 towards the hidden chamber. Throughout the journey, Changle held Xianyuan Ro's hand, who could no longer contain her curiosity. Sister, do we truly not need to offer our lives as a sacrifice? Changle gently patted her round little head, reassuring her, of course not. To which Xianyuan Ro replied, then I trust you. Why do you trust her? Xianyuan Wu inquired of Xianyuan Ro. Upon hearing Xianyuan Ro's words, Xianyuan Wu couldn't help but commend. You, dear child, have quite a sweet tongue. In the northwest, south, and east directions, there stood a humanoid stone coffin, beneath which lay 3 conduits connecting to the circular platform in the center. It appeared that this platform served as the gateway to the Cloud Sea secret realm. Jiang Yuchuan provided Changle and Xianyuan Wu each with a vial, then resignedly positioned himself on the platform, uttering to Changle and Xianyuan Wu, let us commence. He began to remove his shoes and socks, and after doing so, he produced a dagger and made an incision in the sole of his foot, allowing a trickle of blood to flow forth, which he promptly collected in the vials set aside earlier. Xianyuan Wu let out a soft sigh, casting a vigilant gaze upon the group as he warned, no peeking. He then erected a barrier and stepped inside. After a brief interval, he emerged, cradling a vial of blood while discreetly covering his rear. Changle found the situation rather simple. After releasing Xianyuan Ro's hand, she struck her own palm, forcing forth a mouthful of blood, which she then collected in a vial. Sister, Yichang exclaimed anxiously. Changle gently touched the bloodstain at the corner of her mouth and reassured Yichang, I am fine. The secret realm of the Cloud Sea requires the blood of the 3 members of the Xianyuan royal family to flow freely in order to be activated, as it necessitates a sufficient absorption of energy. The unique strength of divine beasts lies in their bloodline power. A mere half vial of their blood can rival the entire blood of the Xianyuan royal family. However, the blood of divine beasts cannot be drawn from just any part. It must be taken from their most vulnerable spot to unleash its full potential. As a 9-tailed fox, Changle's most vulnerable area is akin to that of an ordinary person, the heart, necessitating the extraction of heart blood. In contrast, Jiang Yichuan, as a Xuanwu, is entirely shielded by his shell, with his weakest point being the soles of his feet, requiring blood from the center of his foot. Meanwhile, Xinyu, as a Zhuke, the proudest among the 6 divine beasts, is covered in feathers, with his most delicate area situated at his rear. Thus, he must draw blood from that region. This compels him to create a barrier, isolating himself from the outside world, as he needs to remove his trousers, a rather inappropriate scene for others to witness. Changle carefully sliced open Xianyuan Ro's fingertip, mingling her blood with her own. Jiang Yichuan and Xianyu also combined their blood with that of Xianyuan Feng and Xianyuan Xiao. Jiang Yichuan poured the amalgamated blood into the circular basin's trough, causing it to turn slowly. Before long, an entrance appeared to the south. Xianyuan Feng pointed towards the south, exclaiming with fervor, "That is the entrance to the Cloud Sea secret realm. I never imagined it would truly come to fruition. The Cloud Sea secret realm opens, but for a fleeting moment. We must hasten," Jiang Yichuan cautioned. Xianyuan Feng responded respectfully, "Rest assured, Celestial Elder Changle, I shall take great care of Celestial Elder Changyang." "Sister," Yi Changyang protested vehemently, "Ruru, this Cloud Sea secret realm is far too perilous. You must wait outside for your sister, be obedient." With that, Yi Changle, Jiang Yichuan, and Xianyu leapt into the entrance. The portal to the Cloud Sea secret realm gradually closed behind them. Once inside, they were confronted with three divergent paths, each marked as follows: flood, drought, and earthquake. "I shall choose the path of drought. The vermilion bird delights in warmth," Xianyu declared, pointing to the left. "I will take the path of flood. The black tortoise favors water," Jiang Yichuan stated, indicating the middle route. "Then I shall select the path of earthquake. The nine-tailed fox embodies kindness," Changle proclaimed, gesturing towards the right. Upon hearing Changle's words, Xianyu and Jiang Yichuan chuckled lightly before proceeding down their chosen paths. As for the plague, it descended upon the trio as they entered the Cloud Sea secret realm. However, as divine beasts, they were impervious to all toxins, rendering the affliction merely an insignificant annoyance. Changle traversed the path of earthquake for an extended duration, enveloped in darkness with no end in sight. Suddenly, the ground beneath her began to tremble violently, prompting her to accelerate forward with urgency. A violet mist materialized ahead, and a strikingly handsome man wielding a jade-hued longsword stood before it, his feet upon the back of a blue whale. He proclaimed with fervor, "Today, I, Kaishur, shall create the world." Upon hearing his words, Changle was taken aback, realizing that this was none other than the creator ancestor Kaishur. The jade sword he wielded must be the legendary Open Heaven sword, and the mist of violet was undoubtedly the primordial purple chi. Kaishur infused the entirety of his divine power into the Open Heaven sword and struck fiercely at the primordial purple chi. The force of his strike exuded a cataclysmic might, causing the primordial purple chi to scatter in terror. Yet, no matter how it fled, the Open Heaven sword relentlessly cleaved through it. With a resounding crash, the primordial purple chi vanished, revealing the mountains and rivers, while the various clans of the three realms emerged, hastily establishing their homes upon the land carved by Kaishur's strike. Standing atop the blue whale, Kaishur gazed upon this scene with satisfaction. However, the tranquility was fleeting. Suddenly, 6 ominous mists appeared, relentlessly eroding the land. The clans of the three realms were plunged into despair, for these 6 mists represented the chaotic chi, innate spiritual chi, acquired spiritual chi, xianhuang chi, innate pure chi, and innate turbid chi of the primordial chaos. Having split the primordial purple chi, Kaishur exhausted all his divine power. Witnessing the devastation wrought by the primordial energies upon the clans of the three realms, determined, he ignited his soul to seal away the 6 primordial forces. No. The blue whale beneath him attempted to halt Kaishur, but he was held at bay by a barrier. Kaishur sealed the 6 primordial powers, restoring peace to the three realms. But in doing so, he dissipated into the realms. Once more, Changle found himself enveloped in darkness. A weathered voice echoed from the shadows. "Who goes there?" Changle inquired cautiously, surveying her surroundings. "Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I merely wish to offer you a piece of advice." "What advice?" "All things are bound by fate. You must marry the one foretold by prophecy. Do not attempt to alter your course. And what if I insist on changing it?" The voice sighed. "The repercussions of such change are beyond your capacity to bear. If one is destined to follow a script written by others throughout their life, then what meaning does such existence hold? I, Changle, refuse to adhere to the script, even if it leads to a desolate and sorrowful conclusion. I shall have no regrets." Chapter 24, The Acquisition of the Buddha's Heart. Herb Changle, would you remain indifferent if your friends perished because of you? The weathered voice persisted. "What is it that you desire? If you agree to marry the one destined for you, as foretold by prophecy, I will awaken them. And if I refuse, then they shall remain in eternal slumber." "Then let them sleep," she replied. "You possess such a callous heart. The figures on the bed are merely illusions of your making. Their slumber or wakefulness is of no concern to me. My illusions are flawless. How could you possibly discern the truth?" Naturally, Changle deliberately paused, What do you mean by naturally? Speak. It is merely a conjecture. If you cannot even best me, resorting to trickery to deceive me, how could you possibly capture both of them at once? With that, Changle thrust her sword toward Jiang Yuchuan and Xianyu, who lay upon the bed. The illusion shattered. The house gradually crumbled, and Changle witnessed the scene transform into a small grove, with a stream flowing through it like a jade ribbon. Jiang Yuchuan and Xianyu were waiting for her by the creek. Changle. Xianyu waved at Changle upon seeing her. In the past, when Luo Xinjin attended the wedding of the elf prince, what guise did she adopt? A pig demon. When we took a wrong turn, what did we encounter? A drought demon. Changle incessantly posed questions to Jiang Yuchuan and Xianyu, who answered each one in turn. Changle, what are you doing? Xianyu inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. I just entered the illusion, and I am here to ascertain whether you are truly real, Changle explained. What was I like in that illusion? Xianyu asked, her curiosity piqued. You and Jiang Yuchuan were lying on the same bed, engaged in activities that are most commonly associated with the Hahuan sect. Changle emphasized the word same bed distinctly. What? The sounds of disdain from Xianyu and Jiang Yuchuan echoed simultaneously. What kind of absurd illusion is this? Xianyu could not help but scoff. She hastily waved her hand. No, this illusion is far too ridiculous. Changle, it would be best for you to forget it. Changle suppressed a laugh and nodded. Then what were the drought and flood like? I initially thought I would experience drought, but it was not so, Xianyu continued enthusiastically. That path of drought led directly to a volcano. Once inside, one would be scorched by flames. For an ordinary cultivator, it would indeed be a perilous endeavor. But as a vermilion bird, I thrive in fire. After spending some time in the volcano, my cultivation level soared directly to the golden core stage. And what about you? What is the nature of the path of the flood? Changle continued to inquire of Jiang Yuchuan. Look over there. What is that? Xianyu exclaimed, pointing to a spot in the stream where a yellow glow emanated. It actually grows at the bottom of the water? Changle, having spent considerable time in the library of Yingtian Academy, was astonished to learn that the Bodhi grass thrived beneath the water's surface. The Bodhi grass absorbs the essence of moonlight and possesses purifying properties for the soul, but its true purifying power derives not from the moonlight, but from the ceaseless cleansing of the stream, Jiang Yuchuan elucidated. Changle nodded, slightly embarrassed, and said to Jiang Yuchuan and Xianyu, I desire this Bodhi grass. However, it was through our collective efforts that we discovered it. In the future, should we encounter anything even more extraordinary, if you speak up, I shall certainly fetch it for you. Changle, what are you saying? Do you consider us friends? Xianyu retorted, visibly irked. Throughout the more than 40,000 years of their acquaintance, he had only addressed her by her full name during their first meeting. Since then, he had never done so again. His sudden outburst made Changle feel somewhat guilty, causing her to lower her fox-like head. Enough, Xianyu, do not berate her. And you too, Changle, our bond is such that whether you seek this Bodhi grass or even the stars from the heavens, I and Xianyu would gladly procure them for you. There is no need for such formality, Jiang Yuchuan interjected. However, the most pressing concern at this moment was how to deal with the beast guarding the Bodhi grass. Jiang Yuchuan's expression abruptly turned serious. I once read in a book that no matter where the Buddhist heart grass resides, when it first sprouts, the serpent transformation can sense its fragrance and come to protect it, awaiting its growth to devour it, thus enabling the serpent to attain immortality. Upon hearing Jiang and Chuan's words, Changle lifted her fox-like head, yet the serpent transformation is exceedingly rare. Over the years, I have inquired about it, but no one has ever laid eyes on it. Born within the secret realm of the cloud sea, it is understandable that no one has seen me. Suddenly, a creature with a human face, the body of a jackal, and wings sprouting from its back emerged from the water. Transformation, serpent? Xianyu inquired. Indeed, it is I, replied the serpent transformation, its tone imbued with pride. You resemble the legends to A.T., Changle remarked with a smile. Am I not as formidable and imposing as the tales suggest? The serpent transformation declared, brimming with self-satisfaction. Are you aware of the list of the ugliest beasts in the 3 realms? Xianyu couldn't help but ask. The list of the ugliest beasts. The serpent transformation shook its head. This lineage of mine has never mentioned such a list. Xianyu chuckled. Your name is indeed on the list of the ugliest beasts. The serpent transformation shook its little head. My name? Who holds the title of the ugliest beast? Tao Tai. The reason we learned of this list is due to an incident 10,000 years ago, when, one day in the dining hall of the Yingtian Academy, Luo Xinjin, in a fit of rage, tossed the list before us. Normally unable to restrain herself in the presence of food, Luo Xinjin, unusually unable to swallow, said fiercely, "Once I escape from the Yingtian Academy, I shall certainly crush those parrot spirits." And it was none other than Lord Taotai. The tone of the transformed serpent became jubilant, expressing that sharing the same rank as Lord Taotai on this list of grotesque beasts was indeed a stroke of fortune. The serpent twirled with excitement in place, inquiring whether there existed a list of beautiful beasts. Upon confirmation, it asked with curiosity, "What creature holds the top position on this list?" "The nine-tailed fox," was the response. "Is it merely the nine-tailed fox?" The serpent retorted, "I would prefer to remain with Lord Taotai on this list of unsightly creatures. Is it a trend in the three realms to speak of beauty and ugliness in reverse these days? Merely the nine-tailed fox?" Changle exclaimed, visibly irked. "Huashi, dare you repeat that?" As Changle seemed poised to charge forward, Xianyu quickly embraced him, urging, "Changle, remain calm. We are only in the golden core stage and cannot compete with him. There is a saying in the mortal realm, a gentleman's revenge is best served a decade later." Huashi tilted its small head, contemplating, "Indeed, merely the nine-tailed fox. From what I have seen in the heritage of the six divine beasts, the nine-tailed fox is rather unimpressive, but the most unattractive remains the vermilion bird." Xianyu released his hold on Changle, a storm cloud gathering upon his face. "Huashi, the vermilion bird is the most unsightly? Dare you utter that again?" Changle swiftly embraced him once more, reiterating, "Xianyu, remain composed. We are only in the golden core stage and cannot contend with him. There exists a saying, a gentleman's revenge is best served a decade later." Changle echoed Xianyu's words verbatim, secretly relieved that the nine-tailed fox was not deemed the most unattractive. Hearing Xianyu's remark, Huashi tilted its head to the other side, realizing, "You mere mortals are indeed unaware of the true forms of the six divine beasts. Allow me to enlighten you." The serpent of transformation spoke reverently. "Among the six divine beasts, the most perfect manifestations are Lord Taotai and Lord Xuanwu." Upon hearing these words, Changle and Xianyu turned to gaze at Jiang Yuchuan, who appeared quite embarrassed. Offering a wry smile as he remarked, "I truly do not know whether to feel elated or disheartened by your praise." The serpent of transformation, momentarily stunned, retorted, "Praise you? Are you claiming to be Lord Taotai?" However, with a hint of disdain, the serpent added, "Lord Taotai is inherently an immortal. How could you, a mere golden core stage cultivator, aspire to that title?" Jiang Yuchuan shook his head, stating, "I am certainly not the Lord Taotai you speak of." Upon hearing this, the serpent of transformation exclaimed, "I knew it." Believing he had unraveled Jiang Yuchuan's ruse, he began to whirl about in excitement, amused by the serpent's antics. Jiang Yuchuan continued, "While I am not the Lord Taotai of your description, I am indeed the Lord Xuanwu you refer to." He then tossed a vial, previously containing his own blood, towards the serpent, saying, "Just take a whiff, and you shall know." The serpent sniffed the vial, astonished as he declared, "You truly are Lord Xuanwu." Jiang Yuchuan nodded and pointed to Changle, introducing him. "This is the so-called insignificant nine-tailed fox you mentioned." The serpent's wings began to flap more slowly. Jiang Yuchuan then pointed to Xianyu, introducing him, "And this is the ugliest Zhuke in your eyes." The serpent's wings ceased their movement entirely, and he plummeted onto the grass. After a moment of silence, the serpent humbly inquired, "Lord Zhuke, Lord Nine-Tailed Fox, do you think my sudden claim of being possessed could serve as a credible excuse?" Yichang Lu and Xianyu exchanged a glance, shaking their heads in unison. The transformed serpent shielded its head with its wings and, with a pitiful tone, implored, "Lord Zhuke, Lord Jiaweihu, when you strike me, please refrain from hitting my face. My lineage has always taught that one should never strike the face. But you are a beast," Yichang Lu reminded. "Indeed." The serpent conceded, lowering its wings. "Then, gentle strikes, if you please." Yichang Lu suddenly found the creature's awkward charm endearing. "Is that true?" the serpent inquired cautiously. Glancing at Xianyu, Yichang Lu nudged Xianyu with his elbow, prompting him to nod in affirmation towards the serpent. "May I ask, are you using the Buddha heart grass to ascend to immortality?" Yichang Lu questioned. The serpent nodded obediently. "Should I provide an alternative means for your ascension? Would you be willing to part with this Buddha heart grass?" "Certainly. It brings me joy to assist a divine beast," the serpent replied eagerly. With a flurry of wings, the serpent darted towards the stream, retrieving the Buddha heart grass and presenting it before Yichang Lu. "Absolutely. Our kind possesses a remarkably long lifespan. A mere few decades are inconsequential, the serpent declared with a hint of pride. Satisfied with the affirmative response, Yichang Lu accepted the Buddha heart grass. Now that we have secured the Buddha heart grass, it is time for us to depart. Jiang Yuchuan casually tossed a stone into the stream, which immediately swirled into a vortex, clearly the exit of the Yun High secret realm. Serpent, with whom among us three do you wish to accompany? The serpent pondered momentarily, then shrank in size and perched upon Jiang Yuchuan's shoulder, evidently choosing him, the esteemed Xin Wu. In jest, Changle teased Hua Shi, who, feeling bashful, concealed her head with her wings. Since the trio of Changle had leapt into the secret realm of the Cloud Sea, Changyang had been awaiting her in the hidden chamber. After a month, the entrance to that mystical domain finally reappeared, and in the next moment, the three emerged from its threshold. Chapter 25. Return to the Celestial Realm, Sister. The instant Changle touched the ground, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. Changyang meticulously examined her from head to toe. I am fine, Changle reassured him with a smile, noticing his concern. It is a relief that the three celestial beings are unscathed, Xianyuan Feng remarked, stepping forward with a cheerful demeanor, presenting 4 storage bags to Changle and her companions. This is a modest token from our Xianyuan lineage. I hope you will accept it. After a brief pause, fearing they might decline, he added. It can also be regarded as a reward for the great competition of the mortal realm. Row, you take this, Changle said, tossing the storage bag Xianyuan Feng had given her to Changyang upon boarding the ship. Sister, why do I need so much money? Changyang protested. At 15, you ought to venture forth and cultivate friendships. Having more resources is always advantageous, Changle explained. That makes sense. I shall give you my storage bag as well. Mine too, Jiang Yuchuan and Xin Yu chimed in, stuffing their storage bags into Changyang's hands. With a resigned expression, Changyang accepted them. Seizing the opportunity while Changyang was unguarded, Jiang Yuchuan cast a spell of slumber upon him. Once he had collapsed, Jiang Yuchuan gently laid him on a nearby couch and turned to Changle and Xin Yu, saying, I have matters to discuss with you. I have restored my divine cultivation level, Jiang Yuchuan stated with a calm demeanor. What? Changle and Xin Yu exclaimed in astonishment, pressing for details. When did this happen? Upon emerging from the Cloud Sea's secret realm, I regained it. I suspect it is due to the water prison. Jiang Yuchuan paused momentarily before continuing. Do you wish to remain in the mortal realm to continue your cultivation? Or would you prefer that I lift the seal placed upon you by the Dean? Lift it. Changle and Xin Yu spoke in unison. I can once again feel the power of my bloodline, Xin Yu joyfully declared, only to suddenly notice the transformed serpent upon Jiang Yuchuan's shoulder. Instantly, she morphed into her true form of the vermilion bird and flew before the serpent, challenging. Open your serpent eyes and behold, who among the 6 divine beasts is the most unbecoming. Surely he isn't planning to set the Hehuan sect ablaze. Changle inquired of Jiang Yuchuan. One cannot be certain, Jiang Yuchuan replied thoughtfully. Even if he refrains from igniting a fire at the Hehuan sect, it is likely he will not allow the members of the sect to have an easy time. Upon hearing Jiang Yuchuan's words, Changle felt a pang of melancholy. Meat has been raised under my care. With just a gesture, he knows whether I desire black tea or green tea. And he excels at preparing sweet and sour ribs to my delight. I truly cannot bear to part with him. If I were unaware that the meat you speak of is your younger brother, I might have thought you were referring to a maid, Jiang Yuchuan teased. Changle rolled her eyes at Jiang Yuchuan. Our profound sister-brother bond is beyond the understanding of someone like you, an only child. After a brief pause, Changle reminisced about Xiaoyao and my master in the mortal realm. Although he was somewhat unreliable, he genuinely had no complaints about me and would always share any treasures he found. The spaceship we are currently aboard is a gift he left for me. Your master, Xiaoyao, is the celestial Ling Tiao fairy. When the time is right, you shall meet. Jiang Yuchuan took a moment before adding that your brother could also cultivate to attain immortality in the future. Once that plump one ascends, I shall certainly adopt him as my sworn brother. A flicker of joy illuminated Changle's face. Changle, I've noticed that since you arrived in the mortal realm, your appetite rivals even that of Luo Zhenxin, Jiang Yuchuan chuckled. Changle waved his hand dismissively. It is not due to the mortal realm, but rather the atrocious cooking at Yingtian Academy. Only the pig's knuckle is somewhat acceptable. I often find the food tasteless. And only those gluttons would scramble for the cafeteria's offerings. Glutton. The transformed snake flitted its tiny wings and landed on Changle's shoulder, pleading, Lady Nine-Tailed Fox. Could you take me to meet the glutton? May I ask you a question? Changle inquired. The transformed snake nodded. In your opinion, which beast form is more perfect? The glutton or the Xuanwu? Changle asked with a mischievous grin. The transformed snake cautiously glanced at Jiang Yuchuan, hesitating to respond. Do not speak falsehoods, Changle warned. The glutton's mouth is truly exquisite, the transformed snake finally admitted. Exquisite? I must admit, I never expected the glutton's gaping maw could be described as exquisite. Changle replied. Yes, but what? The transformed snake asked anxiously. Only after you ascend can you meet her. The transformed serpent, filled with excitement, spun in circles, exclaiming, the esteemed nine-tailed fox is simply the best. I am called Changle, she introduced herself. Upon hearing Changle's name, the serpent tilted its head, its eyes brimming with confusion. You may simply call me Changle from now on. There's no need to refer to me as the esteemed nine-tailed fox, Changle explained. Then I shall call you Lord Changle. As you wish. The serpent, flapping its wings, flew before Jiang Yuchuan and asked, Lord Xuanwu, what should I call you? You may address him as Lord Yuchuan, Changle instructed. The serpent, having absorbed her words, glanced at Jiang Yuchuan, who nodded in affirmation and joyfully called out, Lord Yuchuan. When the vessel arrived at the supreme sect, Changyang remained in slumber. Changle turned to Jiang Yuchuan and inquired, how long has he been unconscious? Jiang Yuchuan, somewhat embarrassed, replied, while casting a spell on him, I momentarily forgot that I had regained my divine form and inadvertently exerted my full strength. Changle sat beside the bed and gently roused Changyang. Sister, what has happened to me? Changyang questioned, bewildered as he sat up. You are fine. It is merely a matter of exhaustion. There is something I must tell you, Changle said, lowering her gaze, unable to meet Changyang's eyes. Are you leaving? Changyang asked calmly. Changle looked up in surprise at Changyang. How did you know? I had a faint suspicion when I realized that your blood could open the secret realm of the Cloud Sea. But, sister, will I be able to see you again in the future? Changyang pressed on. Naturally, Jiang and Chuan have calculated for you. And it is destined that you shall ascend to immortality. Once you have ascended, you will be able to see me. Changle retrieved several storage bags, filled with treasures amassed by her over the years, silver notes, elixirs, rare gems, and even a flying vessel, all for you. Moreover, dear one, in the years to come, until your ascension, there may still be 70 or 80 years ahead. Changle grasped Changyang's hand, her expression earnest as she implored. You must diligently practice making sweet and sour ribs, lest, after your ascension, you find yourself unable to replicate such exquisite dishes. A knock echoed at the door. Changle, it is time for us to depart, Jiang and Chuan reminded. Very well. Remember, dear one, I shall await you in the heavenly realm, Changle said, leaving the room to join Jiang and Chuan, as well as Xianyu. Upon our arrival in the heavenly realm, I intend to visit the elven tribe, Changle announced to Jiang and Chuan. Are you seeking the sacred fruit? Jiang and Chuan inquired. And what about you? Changle turned to Xianyu. Xianyu, could you spare me a feather? Changle asked. What? Might you grant me one of your ordinary feathers? I wish to exchange it for the sacred fruit from the elven tribe, Changle clarified. Changle, have you decided to accept me? Xianyu exclaimed, producing the familiar ornate box containing the heart-protecting feather. Changle felt a tinge of embarrassment. No, I merely desire an ordinary feather. The phoenix's feather is a rare treasure, invaluable to the elven tribe. Oh, Xianyu transformed into the form of a phoenix, exuding generosity as he said, take your pick. Pluck whichever you desire. As a fox, Changle was naturally well aware of the pain of plucking feathers. With swift reflexes, she plucked a single feather from Xuanyu's back. As the saying goes, if one must die, it is better to do so swiftly. After parting ways with Xuanyu and Jiang Yuchuan, Changle held the feather and soared towards the direction of the elven clan, with the transformed snake obediently resting on her shoulder. Wow, how beautiful it is down there, the snake remarked, gazing at the elven habitat below. We have arrived, Changle announced as she approached the elven guards. Please inform Prince Shamu that Changle of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan requests an audience. Upon hearing the name of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, the guard cast a suspicious glance at Changle but still respectfully replied, Please wait a moment, I will notify him right away. Before long, they saw Shamu hurriedly approaching Changle. Changle, it truly is you. It is indeed me. Won't you invite me in for a seat? Changle smiled, gesturing towards the guard who was still blocking the entrance with his spear. Yes, quickly let her in, Shamu instructed the guards. Changle produced Xuanyu's feather. I would like to exchange this phoenix feather for a bag of holy fruits. Do you also find the holy fruits delectable? Shumu asked sincerely. Is this so many? Changle inquired. Although these holy fruits bear fruit only once every 10,000 years, time may be lengthy, yet we have an abundance of sacred trees, thus yielding a plentiful harvest. After accepting the holy fruits, Changle expressed her gratitude to Shumu. Thank you very much. You're welcome. However, Changle, may I request to exchange for something other than this feather? What would you like to exchange for? Changle felt a twinge of confusion. She considered Shumu to be far from greedy. I wish to exchange for a feather from the esteemed Chief Jin in Chapter 26, transforming a serpent into an immortal bang. Changle fell from her chair. Changlu. Shumu rushed to support her. Did you hurt yourself? What do you need my father's feather for? The nine-tailed fox's fur holds no value for cultivation. If it were useful, Changle would not need to pluck Xianyu's feathers. Chief Jin is undeniably a noble hero, one who does not covet wealth or fame, selflessly dedicating himself to the creatures of the three realms. I wish to preserve his feather, hanging it within my treehouse as a daily reminder to aspire to be like him. Shumu exclaimed with admiration. Did you not previously show me the scroll depicting my father slaying the celestial dog? Would it not be better to hang that scroll? True, it is splendid. Yet it lacks the essence of Chief E. Next time there is an opportunity, I shall request him to sign the scroll for you. A signature? That would indeed be more visually appealing than merely hanging a feather. Shumu's voice brimmed with excitement as he rose to present a sack full of sacred fruits to Changlu. Changlu, take some more. I have plenty of these. The previous sack is more than sufficient. The quantity you provided would suffice for 10 transformations. Muir, I heard that Pei-En's fiancé has come looking for you. As soon as the words left his lips, Shuli entered, noticing the sack of sacred fruits, and inquired of Changlu, Young mistress, are you here seeking sacred fruits? Third brother, I do not intend to accept this feather, Shumu said anxiously. This cannot be considered a transaction, nor can one speak of profits or losses. If it were indeed a transaction, even if I were to incur losses, it would merely benefit the Elven clan. The Prince of the Trees pointed this out. Would it not mean a significant loss for the Elven clan? The young clan leader is a distinguished guest of our Elven tribe. If it were a transaction, it would certainly not be appropriate for the young clan leader to suffer losses. If it is not a transaction, then Tree turned to the tree shepherd. Muir, please accept this feather of the vermilion bird. Young clan leader, did you not bring that little glutton with you today? Tree inquired, surveying the tree shepherd's abode. I have come to attend to my own matters today, and it was somewhat inconvenient to bring her along, Changle explained. Since the sacred fruit has been acquired, I shall not impose further. Changle bid farewell to Tree and the tree shepherd. At this hour, Chi must surely be in his study attending to official documents. Changle adeptly made her way to his study and found Chi amidst a pile of paperwork. She extricated him from the mountain of documents, calling sweetly, Uncle Chi. Only then did Chi, sporting dark circles under his eyes, look up at Changle. Changle, it is I. You have grown even more striking since childhood. The Chronicles of the Three Realms indeed labels you as the most beautiful in the Three Realms. And it is truly well-deserved. Changle pointed to Chi's dark circles, questioning surely. You did not stay up late reading the Chronicles of the Three Realms to end up like this? Chi awkwardly nodded in affirmation. No, it was for him, Changle said, gesturing toward the transformed serpent resting on her shoulder. Only then did Chi notice the serpent. A transformed serpent? Such magical beasts are rare and difficult to encounter. But why does this one possess such low cultivation? Upon hearing the first half of Chi's statement, the transformed snake felt a surge of joy and was about to soar and twirl in delight. However, upon hearing the latter part, it deflated entirely. Do you require my assistance? Chi inquired. No, I merely wish to know the whereabouts of Aunt Manduo. Given her concern for Changle, she ought to have appeared before her the moment Changle entered the Xianxia barrier. It seemed that Chi had squandered an inordinate amount of time on the Three Realms Chronicles, accumulating an overwhelming backlog of documents to attend to. This was all the mischief wrought by Jinan, and thus Changle promptly retreated from Chi's study, refraining from further interruption. Just before closing the study door, she faintly heard the sound of Jinan gritting his teeth. It's so cold. The transformed snake shivered upon encountering the icy jade. Bear with it. This cold jade bed will cleanse your demonic energy. Changle produced 10 sacred fruits and placed them beside the transformed dragon. Consume these sacred fruits, and I shall assist you in refining them. The transformed snake nodded, and promptly swallowed all the fruits. Changle then cast a spell upon the snake's abdomen, refining the celestial energy contained within the fruits into the snake's body, while also transferring a millennium of her own cultivation to him. In a flash of golden light, the transformed snake on the icy jade bed transformed into a naked man. Changle, quick of eye and hand, swiftly retrieved a garment and draped it over him. He then dismounted the bed and knelt before Changle, saying, "Thank you, esteemed Changle." "Very well," the transformed snake replied obediently. Upon opening her eyes, Changle saw the transformed snake prostrated at her bedside, somewhat astonished. "What are you doing here?" "Esteemed Changle, you have finally awakened." Tears brimmed in the eyes of the transformed serpent as it cried out, "I never anticipated your weakness. Had I known your assistance in my ascension would render me in a state of eternal slumber, I would have refrained from seeking your help. At worst, I would have devoted myself to my own cultivation." Changle was taken aback by being deemed weak by such a diminutive creature, momentarily struggling to breathe. On the verge of fainting, Lord Chong, the serpent exclaimed in a flurry upon seeing Changle's flushed face. Upon hearing the serpent's cries, Chi hurried over to assess Changle's condition. She is merely overwhelmed by emotion. Once she regains her composure, all will be well. After Changle steadied herself, she inhaled deeply and glanced at Chi's somewhat displeased expression, attempting to appease him. "Uncle Chi, please don't call me that. You refer to yourself as Changle, yet you so recklessly deplete your vital energy. Is this how you choose to treat your own body? I have already recovered." Changle continued her attempts at flattery. "That is due to the formidable strength of your bloodline. Were it any other being, you would likely have lost half your life." "Uncle Chi, I promise I shall not do it again," Changle assured him. "That is more acceptable. Your little serpent has proven to be quite remarkable. It has vigilantly remained by your side for 2 months since descending from the frost jade bed, never straying even a step." Chi praised the serpent. Upon receiving the commendation, the serpent shyly lowered its head. "It is not my little serpent," Changle denied. "Then whose serpent is it?" Chi inquired. "It belongs to Jiang Yuchuan, or perhaps it is Luo Xinxian's. The young lords of the Xuanwu and Taodai clans? Why was our nine-tailed fox clan not chosen?" Curiosity etched on his face. Chi turned to the transformed serpent and remarked that among the 6 divine beasts, he found the Taodai and the Xuanwu most aesthetically pleasing, while the nine-tailed fox left much to be desired. With a mischievous grin, Changle interjected to elucidate for the serpent. After hearing Changle's explanation, Chi waved his hand before the serpent's eyes. "Lord Chi, what is the matter?" the serpent inquired. "I am merely testing whether your eyes are truly functional. If they are not, they might as well be. My study is in need of decor, and your eyes seem quite suitable," Chi jested. What do you mean?" The serpent's voice trembled. "Ha ha ha, Uncle Chi, please do not frighten him," Changle interjected, noticing the serpent quaking in fear. "All right, I shall cease the jest. What would I want with the eyes of such a little serpent?" Chi chuckled as he departed. Chapter 27. To the Demon Clan. Just as Changle was about to escort the serpent to meet Luo Xinxian, the serpent remained rooted to the spot. "Master Changle, I am feeling rather anxious," the serpent confessed. "There is no need for anxiety. You will only meet her in human form," Changle reassured the serpent. "Why is that?" the serpent asked, puzzled. "There exists a rule within the Yingtian Academy, ensuring equality among all beasts, thus prohibiting any from assuming their original forms at will," Changle explained. Oh, the serpent's tone betrayed an unmistakable disappointment. "There is another matter to consider. Should you consume the Buddha's heart grass and cultivate to ascend to immortality, you would join the celestial clan, securing a position within the heavenly court. However, your ascension is a result of my millennia of cultivation and the sacred fruit. You have not entered the celestial clan. Out of personal inclination, you may choose to align with either the Taodai or the Xuanwu clans. Yet, should you wish to enter the heavenly court, I can facilitate that as well. Today, I shall introduce you to the distinguished young chieftain of the Taodai clan, Luo Xinxian. You are already acquainted with Jiang Yuchuan, the young chieftain of the Xuanwu clan. After meeting Luo Xinxian, you may compare her with Jiang Yuchuan and choose your preferred companion. At that time, I will ensure you reach the clan of your choice." With that, Changle stepped into Luo Xinxian's quaint courtyard. Wash momentarily stood in place, then swiftly followed after Changle. "Xinxian," Changle called out as he entered. "You silently brought me such an abundance of delicacies. Truly, you are as kind-hearted as you are beautiful." Luo Xinxian, savoring a large pancake in one hand and a pig's trotter in the other, relished her meal. "This is your esteemed Taotai," Changle remarked with a smile, introducing her to Wash. Esteemed Taotai, greetings. Wash gazed at Luo Xinjin with admiration. Esteemed Taotai? Luo Xinjin paused her eating, chuckling. It is my first time hearing such a title. Simply call me Luo Xinjin. In Yingtian Academy, all creatures are equal. Changle, is this a creature from your nine-tailed fox clan? Luo Xinjin inquired. This little Wash is one I brought from the human realm. What do you think? Changle asked Luo Xinjin. Setting aside her food, Luo Xinjin rose and scrutinized Wash. So, this is the legendary Wash. It seems rather indistinguishable from an ordinary celestial being. She then picked up a sugar figurine and began to nibble on it. Upon returning to Chi Courtyard, Changle immediately asked Wash, have you made your decision? Will you choose Luo Xinjin or Jiang Yuchuan? Wash shook her head. I choose neither. Neither? Changle expressed surprise. I wish to choose you, Lord Changlu. Choose me? But are you not most in awe of the gluttonous beast and the mysterious tortoise? Lord Zhenjian, as legendary as he is, possesses an insatiable appetite, and his strategies are unparalleled, while I am but a humble transforming serpent, unworthy to stand alongside them. The serpent explained earnestly. You may harbor some misconceptions about me. Changlu replied, somewhat awkwardly. Though it may sound overly boastful, I, Changlu, am renowned as the most extraordinary beast of the three realms and the epitome of beauty. While it typically takes other beings 50,000 years to complete the academic credits at Yingtian Academy, I accomplished this in merely 40,000 years, thus proving myself to be a prodigy. Indeed, Lord Changlu, I believe in you. Yet your tone betrays a lack of conviction. Changlu felt disheartened, having been looked down upon by a mere serpent. Changlu, come to Master S. Yingtian Academy for a moment. The voice of Lan Sun echoed in Chang Li's ears. Without hesitation, Changlu made his way to Yingtian Academy. Master, have you procured the Buddha heart grass? Lan Sun inquired with a smile. Master, how do you know about the Buddha heart grass? Changlu exclaimed, astonished. Changlu then realized, Master, you intentionally sent us to the mortal realm to seek the Buddha heart grass, knowing that only cultivators below the golden core stage could enter the cloud sea secret realm, thus sealing our powers. It seems that clever little fox remains astute. Lan Sun said, affectionately ruffling Chang Li's fox-like head. Did I not mention I would assist you in dispelling the chaos energy? Thank you, Master. Upon hearing this news, it is not too late to express gratitude. The Master has received word that within 10,000 years, the Buddha altar shall manifest amidst the demon realm. The Buddha altar. It is said to possess the power to purify all demonic and malevolent energies in the world. Should one harbor impure intentions, even divine essence would be cleansed. With the Buddha altar, the task of dispelling chaotic energies would become significantly easier. However, the Buddha altar remains but a legend, never having been discovered. Does it truly exist? Changle harbors some concern. Throughout the vast river of history, there have been rumors of the Buddha altar's emergence, yet each time, they have proven to be falsehoods. If it does indeed exist, its arrival would undoubtedly incite a fierce scramble among the three realms, and even the 6 clans of divine beasts would not be exempt. Lan Sun wore a somewhat solemn expression. Changle, the precise timing of the Buddha altar's emergence cannot be calculated. We can only ascertain that it will appear within the remaining 10,000 years. It could be as soon as a month from now, or it may be 9,999 years later. I hope you shall set forth to the demon realm by tomorrow. Master, may I bring Luo Xinjin along on this journey? Changle inquired. Why? Lan Sun questioned, puzzled. It seems rather conspicuous for me to travel alone, and the well-known Taotai of the three realms has only been seen after shedding its beastly nature at the Yingtian Academy. If she accompanies me, outsiders will merely perceive us as 2 pig spirits, which would facilitate our movements, Changle explained. After contemplating Changle's words, Lan Sun replied solemnly. Then you may take Luo Xinjin with you. However, she is yet to ascend to the status of a deity. I wish to request that you place a protective barrier around her for her safety. Very well. Changle, where will the Buddha altar appear? Luo Xinjin rested her head inquiringly on Changle's shoulder. The entire demon tribe could be involved, Changle replied. Then how shall we search for it? Luo Xinjin asked, a hint of despondency in her voice. The Buddha's sandalwood is a treasure coveted by all realms. It possesses a spirit and will only reveal itself before those destined to find it. We can only serve the beast and heed the call of the sandalwood. Changle consoled her. Drawing from their previous experience of failure, Changle and Luo Xinjin even prepared 2 pigtails this time. ensuring that even their own parents would fail to recognize them, perceiving them merely as two swine spirits, disguised as pig spirits and transforming into rat spirits. The trio traversed over 40 cities within the demon tribe, yet their efforts yielded no results. Upon reaching Juma City, Changle suggested, "Why don't we settle down here?" "Why?" the transformed snake and Luo Jinjin inquired curiously. Intuition, Changle explained with a smile. "If I were the Buddha's sandalwood, I would choose to manifest in Juma City." After acquiring a modest courtyard in Juma City, the three beasts made themselves comfortable. 9,998 years later, in a restaurant within Juma City, one pig spirit, gnawing on a pig's trotter, asked, "Lele, we have lingered here for quite some time without any discoveries. Should we not consider changing our location?" "Indeed, indeed," echoed a rat spirit in agreement. As Changle dined, a throng of elegantly dressed individuals suddenly entered the restaurant. At the forefront were two familiar figures, one clad in white and the other in green. Upon seating themselves, the man in green remarked, "Ens, we have scoured the city of Joema thoroughly. It appears that the item we seek is not within its bounds. We should set off to search elsewhere." The man in white shook his head, replying, "Shuli, let us wait a couple more days. I believe that the item is likely nearby." The two figures were none other than Pei Ens, the prince of the celestial clan, and Shu Li, the prince of the elves. Changle, overhearing their conversation, realized that the celestial clan and the elves were collaborating regarding the matter of the Buddha's altar. Given Pei En's words, Shu Li did not press further. Pei En's then turned to the white-clad woman beside him and gently inquired, "Mengyu, what would you like to eat?" Chapter 28. The appearance of the female protagonist. It seemed that Pei En's was nearing the moment when he would formally propose the annulment of his engagement to the nine-tailed fox clan. Changle silently suppressed a surge of inner joy. Observing Pei En's demeanor, Shu Li sighed and asked, "Ens, I think that little fox from the nine-tailed fox clan is rather charming. Are you truly going to end your engagement with her?" "Indeed." Pei En's responded with a cold indifference, clearly reluctant to delve into the subject further. Luo Jinjin recognized Pei En's and Shu Li as well, and upon hearing their conversation, she momentarily set aside her chopsticks and, with a note of concern, inquired of Changle, "Are you all right?" Upon hearing the term withdrawal of engagement, Changle felt an immense surge of joy. She ordered a plate of pig trotters for Luo Jinjin, exclaiming, "I am so delighted that I can't possibly be troubled by anything else." Before the pig trotters could even reach the table, a group of individuals adorned in vibrant, colorful attire, reminiscent of the demon tribe, entered. They approached Pei En's and Shu Li directly. The leading woman, strikingly beautiful, greeted them warmly, saying, "Prince En's, Prince Shu Li. It has been quite a while." Beside her stood a young man who bore a notable resemblance to her, smiling as he greeted Pei En's and Shu Li as well. Pei En's merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement, but refrained from engaging in conversation, displaying a demeanor of aloofness. However, the beautiful woman and her companion appeared unperturbed by Pei En's indifference, taking a seat across from them. Shu Li seized the opportunity to converse, inquiring of the enchanting woman, "Queen Kong Kong, Prince Kong Ao, what a coincidence to encounter you here in the demon realm. Might I ask the purpose of your visit?" Upon hearing Shu Li's words, Changle realized that the exquisite woman was none other than the peacock queen Kong Kong of the demon tribe, and the young man resembling her was her son, Kong Ao. Pei En's chose to ignore Kong Kong, instead serving the dishes just brought to the table into Bai Mengyu's bowl, gently saying, "Do eat more." Observing Pei En's actions, Kong Kong remarked with a smile, "The only one in the three realms to receive such tender treatment from Prince En's is none other than the young patriarch of the nine-tailed fox, Changle." She then turned to Bai Mengyu to lavish her with praise, saying, "The young patriarch and Prince En's truly are a match made in heaven." However, Pei En's interrupted, stating, "She is not Changle. Isn't he the young patriarch?" Kong Kong expressed her astonishment. "Then who is this celestial maiden?" Pei En's took Bai Mengyu's hand and addressed Kong Kong. "She is my future wife, Bai Mengyu. As for the Changle you mentioned, I have already decided to annul our engagement. I kindly ask that you refrain from further speculation, Queen Kong Kong." Upon finishing his words, Pei En's, with Bai Mengyu in tow, made his way towards the exit of the restaurant. Shu Li, feeling somewhat apologetic, turned to Kong Kong and said, "En's temperament is as such. I hope you will not take offense, Queen Kong Kong." With that, Shu Li also rose and followed them out. Could it be that Pei En's has lost his senses? The shock in Kong Kong's eyes had yet to fade. Her son had once encountered Changle at Shu Li's grand wedding, and Bai Mengyu bore a striking resemblance to her, if not more. Peiyan's taste indeed left much to be desired, Kong Ao remarked. If Peiyan's wishes to break off the engagement, why not, Aoer, propose to Changle instead? Surely. The title of the most beautiful maiden in the three realms befits you, Kong suggested. Mother, let us focus on the immediate matter at hand. Obtaining that item is of utmost importance, Kong Ao reminded her. Indeed, you speak wisely. Peiyan's truly lacks discernment. As soon as the door closed, Luo Jinjin could not help but express her disdain. He may look decent, but it turns out he is utterly blind. Jinjin. I intended to annul the engagement with him anyway. His proposal merely alleviated my burdens, Changle replied to Luo Jinjin. Luo Jinjin shook her head, her expression earnest as she spoke. Changlu, this is different. Although you wish to break off the engagement with him, you have maintained your integrity over the years to spare him from the whispers of the world. However, he is quite the opposite. Even before the formal dissolution of your engagement, he has been entangled with other women, truly a scoundrel. Indeed, Master Jinjin is correct. Huashi chimed in, raising a hand in agreement. It matters not. As long as we can annul the engagement, it is to be expected that others will gossip. Changlu paused, contemplating. The celestial tribe, the elven clan, and the demon race have all arrived in Jioma City. We must exercise caution and conceal our identities to facilitate our actions. Upon hearing Yi Changli's words, both Luo Jinjin and Huashi nodded solemnly. Knock, knock, knock. The door of the courtyard was rapped upon. Could it be that we have been discovered? Huashi expressed her concern. Yi Changlu reassured her, even if they were to discover us, they would hesitate to confront us directly, considering our identities. Oh, I see. Huashi's tone lightened considerably. It should be Jiang Yuchuan. He sent me a message a few days ago, stating that he would soon arrive in Jioma City to lend us his support. As Yi Changlu spoke, she rose to open the door. Long time no see. Jiang Yuchuan greeted her with a smile as he stood outside. After welcoming Jiang Yuchuan into the hall and seating him, he spoke in a low voice. Changlu, on my way here, I heard some news. Yan Jiayue's father has been practicing a forbidden technique and is in grave danger. Only the Buddhist sandalwood can save his life. Yi Changlu turned to Jiang Yuchuan and inquired, do you know what this forbidden technique entails? Upon mentioning that secret method, a hint of disdain flickered in Jiang and Chuan's eyes. I am aware that the source of power derived from that method comes at the expense of other beings' lives. So why should we save him? If Foten knew that he would be used to rescue such a creature, he would have preferred not to exist in this world. Changle remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Hearing the conversation between Changle and Jiang Chuan, Luo Jinjin wore a sorrowful expression. Changle, a few days ago, Yan Jiayue inquired about my whereabouts, and I divulged everything to her. Including our little courtyard? Changle asked hurriedly. Yes, including our little courtyard, Luo Jinjin replied. Jiang Chuan calculated with his fingers and sighed. It's too late. In the next moment, a knock echoed through the air. I shall take my leave for a while. Jiang Chuan said. Huashi, take Jiang Chuan into your room to hide. Changle instructed Huashi. Once Jiang Chuan and Huashi had entered the room, Changle turned to Luo Jinjin and said, go answer the door. With legs that felt as heavy as lead, Luo Jinjin slowly made her way to the door. Upon opening it, she asked the person outside, Jiayue, what brings you here? Jinjin, quickly take me to find Changle, Yan Jiayue said urgently. Luo Jinjin guided Yan Jiayue to Changle, who grasped Changle's hand and implored anxiously, Changle, please help me. Changle assisted Yan Jiayue in sitting down and gently pried her hand away, asking, what do you need my assistance with? I need you to save my father. Yan Jiayue's voice trembled with emotion. My father is in grave danger, and only Foten can save his life. Yan Jiayue spoke with a tone of earnest entreaty. Changlu, could you assist me in obtaining the Buddha wood? Having been in the demon clan for so long, you must have some leads. Jiayue, I have not discovered any trace of the Buddha wood. Changlu replied with sincere expression. An elder of my Qinglong clan predicted that the Buddha would manifest within the demon clan in this millennium, and now, nearly 9,998 years have passed, leaving only 2 years remaining. Changlu, regardless of whether you have found any clues about the Buddha wood, could you lend me your support in these 2 years to help me secure it? Yan Jiayue's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Jiayue, before I agree, may I inquire why your father seeks the Buddha wood for salvation? Changlu paused before continuing. You must understand that the Buddha wood is utilized to purify malevolent energies. Yan Jiayue shook her head. Changlu, the reason pertains to the entirety of my Qinglong clan. I cannot disclose it. You cannot speak of it. Yet I am aware that your father has employed the secret arts of the Qinglong clan. Am I not correct? Yichanglu inquired. Yan Jiayue's gaze was filled with astonishment. Changlu, how did you know? Yichanglu delicately responded. I have heard my master mention that the secret art is quite. Changlu, I asked but one question. Are you willing to assist me? Yan Jiayue's tone grew more serious. Yichanglu shook her head and replied candidly, I am unwilling. Yan Jiayue pressed further. What if I were to plead with you using our 40,000 years of friendship? Jiayue, I remain unwilling. Yichanglu reiterated her refusal. Yichanglu, I regard you as a dear sister. How do you perceive me? That is my father. Yan Jiayue's agitation was palpable. Chapter 29. The rift between Changle and Yan Jiayue. After 4 millennia of camaraderie, I have always regarded you as a sister. However, your father is beyond my aid. Changle's stance was resolute. Why? Jiayue, the bloodline of the 6 divine beasts is inherently exceptional, and your father, revered as the leader of the Qinglong clan, possesses strength that is scarcely matched in the 3 realms. Yet, he has chosen to slaughter other beings in his quest for power. Such a person, even if the Buddha's altar were in my grasp, I would not rescue. Changle elucidated. He will change, Changle. Grant him another chance. Yan Jiayue's eyes brimmed with desperation, for he is my father. I cannot bear to lose him. Changle remained unwavering, firmly rejecting. He does not deserve a second opportunity. Changle, no matter how fervently I plead, you will not relent, will you? Yan Jiayue spoke calmly. Indeed, Changle affirmed. When I arrived, Mo Fan advised me against coming, stating that you would not assist me, yet I refused to believe him. And the outcome has indeed unfolded as he predicted. Yan Jiayue paused briefly before continuing. Mo Fan remarked that as a descendant of the divine beast lineage, you perceive all lives as equal and regard each existence as equally precious. If you were aware of my father's actions, you would undoubtedly refuse to aid me. Yet, Changle, those other beings you mentioned do not equate to even half of my father's worth. My father is of the divine beast lineage, transcending the 3 realms. They do not even measure up to a single scale of his. I do not believe that every life holds the same value, Jiaoyu. I, too, possess my own desires. You, Xinxin, are far more precious to me than anyone else, Yichanglu declared earnestly. Yet you refuse to assist me. Yan Jiaoyu's gaze gradually turned frigid. Yichanglu, your hypocrisy is utterly astounding. Jiaoyu, do not speak in anger, Luo Zhenzhen urged gently. Your engagement to the prince of the celestial clan is a matter of great consequence for the 3 realms, yet you choose to withdraw. My father may have taken lives, but that pales in comparison to what you are about to do. Yan Jiaoyu mocked Yichanglu. Yichanglu shook her head and replied, I am not akin to your father. He chose this path for himself. I, however, was bound by fate from the moment of my birth. Jiaoyu, Yichanglu, am no sage. I cannot sacrifice my own happiness for the safety of the world. Yet your father, who stands at the pinnacle, seeks to sacrifice others for his own power. Saving him is beyond my capacity. Yichanglu paused, then earnestly stated to Yan Jiaoyu, I, Yichanglu, only seek to act without regret in my heart. Upon hearing Yichanglu's words, Yan Jiaoyu scoffed. What a noble sentiment of acting without regret. Today I, Yan Jiaoyu, shall sever all ties with you. Yichanglu. Jiaoyu. Luo Zhenzhen exclaimed loudly. You are speaking in anger. I will not take your words to heart. I hope you can reflect deeply on this matter before making any decisions. Yichanglu addressed Yan Jiaoyu. There is no need for that. Since we are no longer friends, Changle, I shall show no mercy regarding the Buddha altar. Whoever can acquire the Buddha altar shall rely solely on their own abilities. Yan Jiayue's eyes glowed crimson as she strode out of the courtyard. Changle, are you all right? Luo Zhenzhen inquired with concern, glancing toward Changle. I'm fine, Changle replied, yet her expression bore no hint of a smile. After Yan Jiayue departed, Jiang Yuchuan and Hua Shi emerged from within the room. Hua Shi, brimming with excitement, exclaimed to Changle, Master Changle, I believe your reasoning surpasses that of the Azure Dragon. I stand in support of you. So do I. Changle, I am on your side. Jiang Yuchuan added his affirmation. Changle, grant Jiayue some time. Perhaps she will come to understand and not hold you accountable. Luo Zhenzhen consoled Changle. Changle shook her head, a touch of sorrow in her voice as she remarked, I have already lost her as a friend. Changle. Luo Zhenzhen attempted to offer further comfort. However, Jiang Yuchuan intervened, advising, allow her some time to process her feelings. Changle lay on her bed, inwardly questioning whether she would regret losing Yin Jiayue as a friend over this matter. The answer was most likely negative. In truth, had the Buddha altar been intended to save another's life, Yin Jiayue's plea would not have been entirely unreasonable. Changle had never anticipated that she would secure the Buddha altar, an object fiercely contested throughout the three realms. She did not believe herself fortunate enough to obtain it. She possessed methods to dispel the chaotic energies without the altar, albeit through a more convoluted path. However, to use the Buddha altar for the salvation of Yin Jiayue's father, Changle resolutely refused, for there was but one reason: he was unworthy. Changle had lain in her room for 3 entire days. On the third day, a knock echoed at her door, and Jiang Yichuan's voice resounded. "Changle, I need to speak with you." Changle composed herself and opened the door. Jiang Yichuan's complexion appeared somewhat pallid as he strode directly into her room, and, with a hint of frailty, remarked, "Changle, I have calculated that the Buddha altar will manifest in Jiuma City within 3 days." No sooner had he finished speaking than a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. "Yichuan," Changle exclaimed, her tone laced with concern. Jiang Yichuan wiped away the blood and reassured her, "I am fine. The precise timing of the Buddha altar's emergence is something even my master cannot ascertain. You have recklessly defied fate and are suffering a backlash." Changle expressed her anxiety. "It is merely a backlash. A few days of rest will suffice." Jiang Yichuan forced a smile. "However, Yin Jiayue has likely calculated the time and place, perhaps even more accurately than I did." "She employed secret arts?" Changle questioned, her tone tinged with disbelief. Jiang Yichuan nodded, his expression tinged with regret as he stated, "I did not anticipate she would go to such lengths. It seems we are ultimately not of the same ilk." Changle also felt a pang of regret. Luo Xinjin, pondering that Changle had been confined to her room for 3 days, decided to coax her out for a stroll and a sumptuous meal. She made her way to Changle's chamber, only to find the previously closed door ajar. "Changle, let's go out and indulge. You haven't savored delicious food in 3 days." Luo Xinjin playfully implored. "The emergence of the Buddha's altar is upon us, and it is time to venture out." Changle, Luo Xinjin, and Huashi adorned themselves and proceeded towards the bustling street. As for Jiang Yichuan, noticing his pallid complexion, Changle advised him to rest in bed. Jiang Yichuan, aware of his own condition and feeling incapable of contributing, complied and settled down for recuperation. Luo Xinjin believed that only exquisite cuisine could soothe a wounded soul. Thus she urged Changle to accompany her to their favorite restaurant. Upon entering, Changle was greeted by familiar faces. Pei-Yin's, Bai Mingyu, and Shuli occupied a table on the left side of the hall, while an unexpected assembly gathered on the right, where Yin Jiayue and Kong Kong, along with Kong Ao and her son, were seated. It appeared that the Qinglong clan had forged an alliance with the demon tribe. Luo Xinjin recognized the crowd as well and, momentarily taken aback, thought that her impeccable disguise would render her unrecognizable. She tugged at Changle to guide her towards a corner. However, to her astonishment, Yin Jiayue hurled a teacup at Changle, mockingly exclaiming, "The legendary beauty of the 3 realms has arrived. We ought to behold her splendor. Why masquerade as a pig spirit?" Changle deftly caught the teacup and, with a flick of her wrist, dispelled her disguise. It was initially for convenience, yet since the young master of the Qilong clan desired a revelation, she acquiesced. After her transformation, she chose a table to sit at. Observing this, Luo Xinjin and Huashi followed suit, shedding their own disguises. "Little glutton, it has been a while." Shu Li greeted Luo Xinjin with a smile. Yet, Luo Xinjin, harboring resentment towards Pei-Yin's, did not engage with him further. Yin Jiayue observed Changle, who remained as serene as ever, and then spoke. "The celestial beings of the starry abode have proclaimed that the young master Changle and Prince Pei-Yin's are destined to be together. However, in my view, the situation is quite different. The young master Changle, Prince Pei-Yin's, is prepared to annul the engagement for the sake of the enchanting maiden by his side. What are your thoughts on this?" Seeing the reaction, Yin Jiayue added with a hint of mockery, "The esteemed young master of the nine-tailed fox clan, the sole disciple of Lan Sun, and the most beautiful being across the 3 realms, yet she pales in comparison to a mere mortal in the pursuit of immortality. Perhaps Prince Pei-Yin's has discerned the dark heart of Changle, prompting his haste to dissolve their betrothal?" Chapter 30. Yin Jiayue cultivates the secret arts of the Azure Dragon, Clan Young Master, Yin Jiayue. Matters concerning the Celestial Clan and the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan will be resolved by the clans themselves. It is not for you to meddle, Pei-Yin said, his gaze sharp as a blade, the threat in his tone unmistakable. As for the Azure Dragon clan, I hope you would not mind if I lend a hand in addressing those matters. It appeared that Pei-Ins was already aware of Yin Jiayue's father's predicament with the secret arts, proving that secrets are only safe if one refrains from wrongdoing. Upon hearing Pei-In's veiled threat, Yin Jiayue dared not gamble with the reputation of the Azure Dragon clan and fell silent. Changle, shall we perhaps change to another restaurant? Luo Xinjin whispered to Yi Changle. Indeed, indeed. Lady Changle, I can hardly eat in the presence of such sordid company, Huashi quietly chimed in. Yet, Yi Changle shook her head and resolutely replied, we shall dine here. Yi Changlu speculated that the Buddha's relics might manifest within this restaurant. Yin Jiayue was not foolish enough to publicly embarrass Yi Changlu, risking offense to the Celestial Clan and the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan. Her intention was solely to provoke Yi Changlu into leaving. However, Changle, Luo Xinjin intended to offer further counsel. Before she could complete her thought, the entire establishment suddenly began to shake violently, with decorations plummeting from the walls. The patrons of the restaurant scrambled for the exit in a frantic rush. Observing this, Yi Changlu commanded Luo Xinjin and the transformed serpent, when the confrontation ensues, find a safe place to hide, do not endanger yourselves. In the center of the hall, a fissure appeared on the ground, from which a lotus flower emerged, gracefully ascending into the air. Once it reached a certain height, it blossomed in a dazzling display of golden light, so bright that all present shielded their eyes. Pei-Ins and Yin Jiayue were the first to react, rising simultaneously to approach the golden lotus. Yet, just as they were about to touch it, Yi Changli's wish-granting whip ensnared their ankles, pulling them backward. Yi Changlu, even if you attain divine status at 70,000 years, you cannot best me, Yin Jiayue declared. Yi Changlu, wielding the wish-granting whip, mused that one must test their strength to ascertain the outcome. Yin Jiayue let out a cold laugh and turned to Pei-Ins, asking, whose side will the crown prince take? In this contest for the Buddha's relics, everyone must rely on their own skill, Pei-Ins replied, simultaneously exerting his power against both Yin Jiayue and Yi Changlu. The three engaged in a fierce struggle. Observing this, Kong Kong and Kong Ao also made their way toward the golden lotus, only to be intercepted by the tree spirit. If it were just Kong Kong, the tree spirit might have stood a chance, but with the addition of Kong Ao, their odds were considerably diminished. Little gourmet, if you do not take action soon, the Buddhist altar may fall into the hands of these demonic beings, Shuli implored Luo Xinjin. Luo Xinjin recalled Yi Changle's earlier instructions, feeling somewhat conflicted. Yi Changle, having noticed the scene, called out to Luo Xinjin, assist Shuli. Without hesitation, Luo Xinjin and Wash directed their efforts toward Kong Kong and Kong Ao. Bai Mingyu, who had been crouched in a corner, observed the ongoing battle, realizing that everyone was preoccupied and none were paying her heed. Silently, she crept toward the direction of the golden lotus. Just as she was about to grasp it, the moment her hand made contact, the golden lotus unleashed a tremendous force, propelling Bai Mingyu away. The combatants halted, casting spells to counteract the overpowering energy of the golden lotus. Yi Changle looked at Pei-Ins before her, puzzled by his action of shielding her from the golden lotus's might. Why would the prince protect me? Pei-Ins, however, disregarded her thoughts and rushed toward the direction where Bai Mingyu had fallen, anxiously inquiring, Mingyu, are you all right? How audacious for a freshly ascended female immortal to covet the Buddhist altar, Kong Kong mocked, yet upon meeting Pei-In's piercing gaze, he swallowed the words that had yet to escape his lips. Hearing Kong Kong's ridicule, Bai Mingyu turned to Pei-Ins, explaining, Master, I do not desire the Buddhist altar. I merely wish to assist you. I understand, Pei-Ins replied gently, offering Bai Mingyu a comforting look. The golden lotus, having just emitted a formidable force upon being touched, instilled a sense of caution among the onlookers, causing them to hesitate. Suddenly, as if endowed with sentience, the golden lotus swayed before the crowd and then flew out of the restaurant, with Yi Changle and the others swiftly in pursuit. When Yi Changle and the others arrived, they were greeted by this scene. If they were to disregard the small children, those innocent souls would undoubtedly be crushed. However, if they intervened, it would cost them precious moments, and those moments could spell the difference in their pursuit of Jean Lien. Without hesitation, the group made their decision and surged toward Jean Lien, except for one individual who paused. Only after Yi Changle had moved all the children to safety did he continue his chase after Jean Lien, unaware that one of the children possessed a gaze that seemed to perceive all that transpired. By the time Yi Changle caught up, Jean Lien was already in the hands of Yin Jiayue, who toyed with her, while Pei-Ins, Luo Xinjin, and the others lay sprawled on the ground. Upon seeing Changle, Yin Xiaoyue mocked. "Ah, Changle, once again you prioritize a few demon children over the Buddha altar." She approached him, raising the altar before him in a display of triumph. "This Buddha altar now belongs to me. Do you regret your choice, Changle?" Paeans lifted by Mingyu and announced to the trees, "We shall take our leave." The trees cast a disdainful glance at Yin Xiaoyue before following Paeans. "Indeed. Her fan is quite formidable," Huashi chimed in agreement. "A fan?" Changle asked, puzzled, as Yin Xiaoyue was always known for her swordsmanship. "It is a fan of black and red hues." Paeans was on the verge of defeating her, but once she brandished that fan, the tide turned in her favor. Luo Xinjin explained. "It seems that fan is likely tied to the legendary secrets of the Qinglong clan," Changle conjectured. With a grave expression, Luo Xinjin added, "I can sense an aura of despair emanating from that fan." "Despair?" Changle shook her head. Observing the disheveled appearances of Luo Xinjin and Huashi, Changle said, "You two should freshen up. I will check on Jiang Yuchuan and seek his counsel." Jiang Yuchuan was not in bed. He had departed the courtyard, leaving behind a note. "Changle, follow your instincts." Upon seeing the words "follow your instincts," Changle immediately grasped Jiang Yuchuan's intent. Even in the restaurant, she sensed something amiss. The appearance of the Buddha's altar was far too fortuitous. After reading the note left by Jiang Yuchuan, she finally confirmed her suspicions. That golden lotus was not the Buddha's altar. If her intuition was correct, even the choice before the restaurant was a trial set by the Buddha's altar. Everything could not be so coincidental. Chapter 31. A life exchange, but where, indeed, was the true Buddha's altar? Changle pondered in confusion. The day following Jiang Yuchuan's departure, Paeans knocked on the door of the courtyard. Upon hearing the knock, Huashi went to open the door, glaring menacingly at the visitor and demanding, "What do you want?" "I am seeking Changle, the young clan leader." "Please, inform her." Paeans replied politely. "Bring him to the back garden." Changle's voice echoed from within the courtyard. Only then did Huashi lead Paeans inside. Changle was already seated in the garden pavilion. Upon seeing Huashi, she inquired, "Do you remember what I taught you?" Huashi mumbled, "Do not strike a smiling face. Will you maintain such an attitude next time?" Changle pressed. "Not anymore." Huashi shook his head. "Go and play with Xinjin." She instructed. Changle instructed, refraining from asking the serpent to apologize to Paeans. Instead, she sought to impart the wisdom of the beast to the serpent, for she would safeguard her own. "Please, take a seat." Changle finally invited Paeans to sit down, pouring tea into the cup before him. Politely, she remarked, "This is the Baigui tea of my nine-tailed fox clan. I encourage the prince to give it a try." The young clan leader. "I have come to discuss our betrothal," Paeans stated solemnly. "Speak freely," Changle replied in a tone devoid of discernible emotion, with a hint of guilt. Paeans confessed, "I wish to annul our engagement. I am truly in love with Mengyu, and I ask for the young clan leader's understanding." "Do you still remember the reasons behind our betrothal?" Changle inquired slowly, her tone neutral. "Rest assured, if any misfortune arises from the dissolution of our engagement, I, Paeans, shall bear the consequences alone," he promised earnestly. "In that case, I shall grant your request." Changle suppressed her inner joy and asked, "Have you prepared the annulment letter?" Paeans' expression was inscrutable as he responded, "If so, I thank the young clan leader. Should there be anything I can assist you with in the future, please do not hesitate to command me." "Then I shall take my leave," Paeans concluded. Rising to depart, Changle observed a hint of anger in his retreating figure, leaving her with an air of perplexity. Gently shaking her fox head, she murmured to herself, "A man's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean." The matter of the betrothal has been settled, yet the affairs concerning the Buddhist altar remain unresolved. Changle has decided to venture alone into the city of Jioma for a leisurely stroll. A group of young scholars, each carrying a book basket, surrounded Changle, joyfully exclaiming, "It's the beautiful sister who saved us yesterday." It turns out they were the very children she had rescued the day prior. With a smile, Changle inquired, "Have you finished your lessons?" The young scholars nodded, their eyes darting towards a stall selling cotton candy. It became evident that their attraction to the sugary treat had led them to encounter her. Approaching the cotton candy vendor, Changle handed over a silver coin and said, "Good sir, please give each of these children a cotton candy." The young scholars cheered with delight. "Thank you, beautiful sister." Each child eagerly clutched their fluffy confection, savoring the sweetness, except for one little boy who appeared rather glum. After a moment of hesitation, he approached Changle, tugging at the hem of her garment. Beautiful sister, could you please help me? Bending down to meet the boy's gaze, Changle gently asked, are you unwell? The boy shook his head, his voice trembling with tears as he replied, it's not me who is sick, it's my brother. He is dying. Last night, I overheard my father say he would trade my life for his. In this realm, the exchange of lives is not an insurmountable task. However, the fate of this young scholar should be his own to determine, and it is quite likely that this presents yet another trial set forth by the Buddhist altar. Upon this reflection, Changle gently patted the little scholar's head and reassured him, you shall guide your sister to inquire about the situation. Should any trouble arise, your sister will protect you, all right? The little scholar responded dutifully. Changle took the little scholar's hand and walked in the direction he indicated, inquiring, what is your name? Interrupting Dongfang Yu's words, Changle comforted him, saying, sister is not afraid, she is more formidable than the demon lord. More formidable than the demon lord? Dongfang Yu expressed his astonishment, questioning, is there truly anyone more powerful than the demon lord in this world? Changle smiled, indeed. Hence you need not be frightened. Dongfang Yu led Changle to a grand residence. Before entering, he cautioned her, beautiful sister, if the guards speak harshly to you, do not take offense. Understood, Changle assured him. It was only then that Dongfang Yu took her hand, and they proceeded towards the residence. The guards halted them. Addressing Dongfang Yu, third young master, you cannot bring an unknown person. Before the guard could finish his sentence, Changle cast a slumber spell upon them. Sister, they are too noisy, let them rest for a while. They will awaken in 2 or 3 hours, Changle elucidated. Oh, very well. Dongfang Yu continued to obediently lead the way. However, Changle was taken aback to discover that despite the grandeur of the residence, the courtyard where Dongfang Yu resided was quite dilapidated. You live here? Changle gazed incredulously at the shelter that barely offered protection from the elements. Dongfang Yu nodded and explained, sister, my talents are lacking, and my father has many children, so I cannot inherit a good estate. What about your mother? Changle inquired. She has passed away, Dongfang Yu replied, his expression tinged with sadness. I'm sorry, I was unaware, Changle said, her tone filled with remorse. It's all right, sister. Perhaps you could tell me why your father is willing to trade your life for your brother's? Changle asked. Dongfang Yu elaborated. My brother is the most distinguished among the younger generation. However, not long ago, he sustained grave injuries while protecting the demon lord, and no remedy could save him. Only a life exchange was possible. This exchange can only occur between individuals with a blood relation who share similar destinies. Among our generation, only my fate closely resembles my brother's, which is why my father resolved to trade my life for his. After listening to Dongfang Yu's words, Changle pondered for a moment and then asked, when does your father intend to proceed with this life exchange between you and your brother? Just wait and see. Dongfang Yu replied, a plan already forming in Changle's mind. That night, the steward of the Dongfang estate hurriedly made his way toward Dongfang Yu's courtyard, calling out loudly, third young master, the master requests your presence. Dongfang Yu stepped outside, accompanied by Changle. What is this? The steward frowned upon seeing the unfamiliar woman beside Dongfang Yu. Just lead the way and refrain from unnecessary chatter, Changle said, casting a bewitching gaze, employing the mesmerizing skills of the nine-tailed fox clan. Understood, the steward replied, turning away without uttering another word. The steward led Dongfang Yu and Changle into a resplendent courtyard. Master, the third young master has arrived. The steward announced to a robust man before him. This imposing figure was none other than Dongfang Yu's father, Dongfang Xiong. Fixing his gaze upon Dongfang Yu, Dongfang Xiong spoke gravely. You are aware that your elder brother is gravely injured and on the brink of death. Yet, he is the most exceptional member of our Dongfang family. For the prosperity of our lineage, I cannot allow him to perish. His fate is intertwined with yours. Before Dongfang Xiong could finish his sentence, Changle interjected, her tone laced with derision, to prevent Dongfang Mo's death. Are you willing to sacrifice Dongfang Yu? Is this the sentiment one would expect from a father? Only then did Dongfang Xiong notice Changle's presence and inquired, who are you? My identity is of little consequence. What truly matters is that Dongfang Yu's life is his own to govern, not yours to dictate. Changle replied firmly. This is a matter of my Dongfang family, and does not concern you. Dongfang Xiong retorted, unleashing a surge of magical energy toward Changle. With ease, Changle dispelled his magical assault and addressed him, you cannot best me. Do not squander your strength. You may leave. Your father and I need to speak privately. Dongfang Xiong instructed Dongfang Yu. Looking at Changle, who nodded reassuringly, Dongfang Yu departed. Are you a celestial being from the heavenly realm? Dongfang Xiong inquired of Changle. Dongfang Yu's fate is only similar to Dongfang Mo's? Changle asked Dongfang Xiong. He nodded in response. Changle pressed further. Does that include your own fate? Dongfang Xiong sighed. Indeed, it does. After a brief pause, Dongfang Xiong continued. If given a choice, I would not sacrifice you. Changle chuckled softly and inquired. Are you suggesting that in your heart, both Dongfang Yu and Dongfang Mo hold equal importance? However, in my view, that is not the case. The entirety of Dongfang Yu's dilapidated courtyard pales in comparison to even a mere ornament within Dongfang Mo's estate. Changle turned to Dongfang Xiong and asked, have you never visited Dongfang Yu's residence? Yet, if Yu is not sacrificed, the entire Dongfang family will face annihilation, Dongfang Xiong lamented. Then let the Dongfang family perish. Changle replied nonchalantly. Fairy, I know you are kind-hearted, but you cannot sacrifice hundreds of lives in the Dongfang family for the sake of saving Yu. Dongfang Xiong asserted with conviction. Do you understand that Dongfang Yu does not wish to die? Changle challenged. But what if Yu does not survive to adulthood? What? Changle was taken aback. Dongfang Xiong elaborated. Yu possesses exceedingly poor talent and is unable to cultivate. Although he belongs to the demon lineage, he is fearful of demonic energy. Within the demon realm, he is constantly besieged by its influence, and his body has suffered greatly. I have considered sending him to the human realm or the celestial realm, yet he cannot acclimate to those environments the moment he departs from the demon realm. He is plagued by excruciating headaches. I have sought the expertise of many demonic physicians, yet they all declare it to be hopeless. Dongfang Xiong confronted Changle. Even if I were to sacrifice the entire Dongfang family to preserve Yu's life, he would still perish shortly thereafter. If you were in my position, what would you choose? It appears that this is the conundrum posed to Changle by Photon, the lives of hundreds in the Dongfang family or the life of Dongfang Yu alone. What indeed should one decide? After a moment of contemplation, Changle spoke. Dongfang Xiong, you have not truly fulfilled your paternal duties towards Dongfang Yu. Even if his time is limited, he should be allowed to traverse his final path according to his own wishes. Since he does not wish to sacrifice himself for Dongfang Mo, I shall protect him. As for how you explain this to the Demon Lord, that is your concern. Changle proposed. Dongfang Mo is on the brink of peril for the sake of the Demon Lord, yet the Demon Lord seeks to annihilate the Dongfang family. You might consider disseminating this information to the parrot spirit of the Chronicles of the Three Realms. Once this news is published, the Celestial Emperor Pei Che may very well come to your aid. The Celestial Emperor? Dongfang Xiong inquired. This emperor desires to unify the three realms, and the most formidable adversary is the demon clan. You need not divulge the entire truth to the parrot spirit. Merely state that the demon lord repays kindness with enmity, omitting any mention of his intention to save Dongfang Mo. The Celestial Emperor will surely confront the demon lord. Having concluded her remarks, Changle exited the courtyard, cradling Dongfang Yu, and vanished before Dongfang Xiong. However, Dongfang Yu did not accept the candied hawthorn and questioned Changle's sister. Why must my father portray the demon lord as one who repays kindness with enmity? If the Celestial Emperor truly intervenes in the affairs of the Dongfang family, the demon lord will undoubtedly be enraged. Would this not sow discord between the demon and heavenly clans? Seeing that Dongfang Yu hesitated to take the treat, Changle began to eat the candied hawthorn herself, playfully inquiring, how could you, a powerless little child, overhear the conversation between me and your father? It was the steward who. Dongfang Yu attempted to explain. Changle interrupted. If you were merely a little scribe of the demon clan, would you truly comprehend so much? With a piercing gaze, Changle directed her attention toward Dongfang Yu. Should I address you as Dongfang Yu? Or would it be more fitting to call you Photon? Chapter 33. Dispelling the chaos, Dongfang Yu's eyes deepened with contemplation as he smiled and inquired of Changle. When did you come to this realization? From the moment you sought my assistance. Upon observing Photon's puzzled expression, Changle elaborated. The Celestial Tribe and the Demon Tribe have historically been at odds. It is quite peculiar for a mere child of the Demon Tribe to seek help from one masquerading as a celestial being. Moreover, there is a significant clue, the faint yet unmistakable scent of sandalwood that lingers about you. As a fox, Changle possessed an exceptionally keen sense of smell. Initially, she had presumed the fragrance emanated from Dongfang Yu's household, but upon witnessing the dilapidated courtyard, She became increasingly convinced that the aroma originated from Photon himself. Not entirely foolish, Photon remarked with a smile. Why did you choose me? The inhabitants of the three realms are in pursuit of Photon, yet it is only before you that I manifest. It is simply that you appeal to me, Changle replied, though it was evident that Photon preferred to remain reticent. Are you aware of what I intend to use you for? Changle had never considered Photon as a living being, and the thought of employing him to eradicate the chaos chi filled her with reluctance. With a nonchalant demeanor, Photon stated, to utilize me in dispelling the chaos chi, thereby saving your nine-tailed fox clan. Seemingly attuned to Changle's hesitance, Photon offered reassurance. From the moment of my birth, I have understood my purpose, sacrifice. You need not feel remorse. With a tone laced with disdain, Photon continued, that wretched Qing Long, employing such filthy methods of cultivation, dares to expect me to save them. Truly, it is exceedingly vexing. What is the golden lotus seized by xianxia? Changle inquired. It is merely an ordinary lotus flower, imbued with a trace of my essence, replied Fodang, a triumphant smile gracing his lips as he added, the azure dragon must be stamping its feet in frustration at this moment. Just as xianxia intended to place the golden lotus within the man's body, it transformed into a common lotus, having withered due to the prolonged period since its plucking. Suddenly, the bound man let out a pained scream, and the crimson hue in his eyes faded as he beseeched Jiayue, in my suffering. Jiayue shook her head, crying out, Father, no. Please wait a moment longer. I will find a way to save you. Jiayue, my time is running out. Grant me this mercy and allow me to be freed, he implored. Father, I cannot do it. With tears wiped away, Jiayue disregarded her father's pleas and exited the chamber. Jiayue, why will you not assist me? As a daughter, how can you bear to witness your father's agony and refuse to help? You are truly unforgivable. The man cried out in despair, watching as Jiayue's figure receded, his eyes gradually turning crimson once more. Do you have any unfulfilled wishes? Changle asked Fodang. Wishes? The world only seeks my assistance to fulfill their desires. No one has ever inquired about mine, Fodang replied. Changle's expression softened as he responded, before you grant my wish, I can also help you realize yours. Buddha Tan, after a prolonged silence in response to Changle's words, finally expressed, I wish to witness a meteor shower. A meteor shower? Changle was taken aback by the simplicity of Buddha Tan's desire. She extended her hand towards Buddha Tan and said, then let us go. Buddha Tan, momentarily stunned by the gesture, grasped Changle's hand tightly, affirming with a soft, "Mm." The optimal location to observe the meteor shower was the Nether Sea, the realm of the Xuanwu clan. The journey from the demon tribe to the Nether Sea would typically take over half a month. However, Changle, with her companion Buddha Tan, leisurely meandered along the way, stretching the journey to 2 months. 2 months later, Changle and Buddha Tan sat on the sandy shores of the Nether Sea, listening to the sound of the waves, patiently awaiting the arrival of the meteor shower. Little Tan, why do you wish to see the meteor shower? Changle inquired. Because of you, Changle, Buddha Tan replied. Because of me? Changle was a bit puzzled. I was born to eradicate evil. When it was severed, I beheld its eyes filled with liberation amidst the darkness. I yearned for such liberation. Yet a voice within me perpetually echoed, Buddha Tan, the time is not yet ripe. You cannot manifest in this world. For countless millennia, I have witnessed many meteor showers. Until I encountered you, Changle. Buddha Tan paused for a moment before continuing, Changle, do not be alarmed. I am aware that you once hailed from another realm. A place of freedom and equality, inhabited solely by humanity, devoid of hierarchies. I too long for that place. Buddha Tan, momentarily taken aback by the astonished gaze of Changle, continued, the people from that place say that if one makes a wish upon a shooting star, it shall come to fruition. When you inquired about my desires, my thoughts immediately turned to the meteor. Changle, I wish to cast my wish upon the shooting star, rather than upon you. What wish would you make upon the star? Changle inquired earnestly. If I could have another life, I would like to visit the place where you once resided, hoping that my birth would no longer be for the sake of sacrifice. A longing sparkled in Buddha Tan's eyes. I yearn to experience life as a human, to savor the myriad emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Gently, Changle embraced Buddha Tan, assuring, indeed, our little Tan shall reach that place, where loving parents await, in a happy home, with a delightful puppy. As our little Tan grows, they will pursue a cherished career, find a beloved partner, and eventually, welcome a sweet child into the world. As Changle finished speaking, a shooting star streaked across the night sky, illuminating the heavens, followed by a cascade of meteors, showering the sky in dazzling silver light. "Little Tan, make a wish," Changle exclaimed in excitement. Buddha Tan clasped their hands together and slowly closed their eyes, with Changle mirroring the action. Buddha Tan wished for a life in a realm of equality, where they could lead an ordinary existence. Changle wished for the fulfillment of Buddha Tan's dreams. After their wishes were made, silence enveloped them as they quietly reveled in the meteor shower before them. When the celestial display concluded, Buddha Tan rose and turned to Changle, saying, "Let us go to Xianxia." Upon hearing these words, Changle paused for a moment and asked, "Little Tan, do you know about sky lanterns? Releasing sky lanterns can also be a means to make wishes. Shall we not embark on another lantern release?" Body shook his head and, with a smile, inquired of Changle, "Changle, the demonic clan has traversed half a month's journey to the underworld, yet you have taken 2 months. Are you reluctant to part with me?" Changle, shedding her usual playful demeanor, replied, "Indeed, I am reluctant." After a brief pause, she added, "Xiao Tan, I still possess some methods to dispel the chaotic energy. Shall we not try those methods instead?" Body interrupted Changle, his tone grave. "It will fail." "What?" Changle was momentarily taken aback. Body, with a serious expression, declared, "Your methods will fail. Only I possess the ability to eliminate the chaotic energy in this world." After a brief pause, he continued, "Changle, this is my destiny. I was born to sacrifice. It brings me joy to sacrifice for you, and I yearn for liberation." Upon finishing his words, Body grasped Changle's hand, and after a moment, he led her to the cave in Xianxia where the chaotic energy was sealed. "You? How could you?" Changle exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the cave before her. "I was born alongside the primordial purple energy. Though I may be weaker than it, I am still considerably stronger than you," Body explained with a smile. Changle clutched Body's hand tightly, pleading, "Could we not wait a little longer? The chaotic energy has not yet leaked. Let us wait." Body gently pushed aside Changle's hand. "Changle, everyone has their own destiny." With that, he resolutely approached the chaotic energy. "Don't!" Changle cried out, attempting to stop Body, but found herself unable to move. Buddha Tan stood atop the seal of chaotic energy and addressed Changle. "Changle, the sandalwood fragrance enveloping me is intentionally meant for you." With that, Buddha Tan unbound the seal and leaped down. A radiant white light illuminated the entire Xianxia, descending like a shooting star. After the brilliance faded, the world was devoid of chaotic energy, and Buddha Tan vanished. Chi, and Manduo, witnessing the white light, hastened to the cave, only to discover that the chaotic energy had been eradicated. They turned to Changle and inquired, "Changle, what has transpired?" Yet, Changle had succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 34. Buddha Tan's epilogue. Upon my birth, I found myself enveloped in a void, accompanied solely by a mass of purple energy. It introduced itself as Hongmeng Purple Qi, proclaiming its existence was destined to be severed, and that from its division, the 3 realms would be born. "What then is my purpose?" I inquired of it. "Your existence is solely to extinguish malevolence," it replied. After a considerable interval, the voice of Hongmeng Purple Qi resonated once more, revealing, "In truth, our fates are akin. We are both born to sacrifice." Eventually, Hongmeng Purple Qi was cleaved by an entity known as Kai-Shi. It had not deceived me. Upon its division, the 3 realms indeed emerged. The beings within these realms, in gratitude to Kai-Shi, revered him as the ancestor of creation. Yet, I believed it was Hongmeng Purple Qi that truly deserved such a title. Shortly after the disappearance of Hongmeng Purple Qi, 6 forms of primordial energy emerged, consuming the 3 realms. These 6 types of primordial energy embodied the malevolence I was destined to annihilate. I could not forget the gaze of Hongmeng Purple Qi as it was severed. It bore an expression of liberation. I too longed to fulfill my mission and attain liberation. Just as I was poised to emerge from the darkness to vanquish the primordial energy, a voice echoed in my ear. "The time has not yet come. Though I am unable to traverse the mortal realm, my curiosity for the world beyond is insatiable. Born before the dawn of creation, endowed with boundless divine power, I clandestinely dispatched a fragment of my soul into the ether." The voice that emerged did not deter me, indicating that I possessed the liberty to do so. Across eons, my spirit has wandered through every corner of the 3 realms. At times, I have inhabited the forms of various beings to experience their emotions. Each creature in the 3 realms was akin to the others, until I encountered Changle. When I first laid eyes upon Changle, I was ensconced in the body of a gluttonous beast. Over the millennia, I have beheld countless beings, yet her appearance momentarily stunned me. I must confess, while I hold no particular regard for beauty, I had never encountered eyes as captivating as hers. She pointed at the gluttonous beast I possessed and inquired of another nearby whether I was the fabled slothful creature that had failed to graduate for 100 millennia. In the next instant, a flush of embarrassment crossed her face, which I found rather amusing. She was, without a doubt, the most foolish nine-tailed fox I had ever encountered. What astonished me further was her audacious desire to eradicate the chaotic essence, one of the 6 primordial energies. How could such a diminutive figure accomplish that? I yearned to assist her and took a few steps forward into the darkness, only to hear the voice once more. Wait a moment. I felt a pang of regret, realizing I could not aid her. I have not only inhabited the gluttonous beast. Among the 6 divine tribes, I have assumed the forms of all but the black tortoise. These divine beasts often possess a lofty self-regard, particularly those of royal lineage, which I find justifiable given their extraordinary gifts. Even in slumber, their cultivation continues to flourish due to their bloodline power. However, Changle is different. She harbors no such arrogance and greets everyone with a warm smile. I found it hard to believe that she could treat all beings equally. Thus, when she journeyed to the mortal realm for her trials, I accompanied her. To my astonishment, upon hearing that the puppeteer had decimated an entire village, I sensed the sorrow emanating from her being. When she prepared for her trials, I bestowed upon her a considerable sum of money, which brought her immense joy. Yet, in the celestial realm, surrounded by countless rare treasures, she showed no interest in even a single one. Her nature truly baffled me. Remarkably, she exhausted all her spiritual energy to enable a soul to manifest in corporeal form. An act of sheer foolishness. Thankfully, a kind soul supported her. Otherwise, she would have fallen to the ground. She wept for 2 mortals, and in that moment, as I beheld her tears, I pondered whether she would ever shed tears for me. Her compassion extended beyond mere tears. She bled for the mortals as well. The fate of the xianxia lineage seemed somewhat akin to mine, yet unlike her, she could preserve their lives but could not save my own. She successfully obtained the heart of Buddha grass and promised to assist in transforming a serpent into an immortal. The serpent was but a mere beast, while she was a divine creature. Given their respective statuses, she could have commanded the serpent without question, yet she chose to address it as an equal. Truly a foolish fox. For the sake of the serpent, she sacrificed a millennium of cultivation and fell into a deep slumber for 3 months. At last, I came to believe that in her heart, all beings were indeed equal. Unable to contain my curiosity any longer, I secretly entered her dreams and perused her memories. To my surprise, I discovered that she had once visited another realm, a place devoid of the 3 realms, where only the mortal world existed. In that place, all were treated equally, and freedom reigned supreme. I have existed for countless eons, devoid of any hope, merely biding my time to fulfill my destiny. Yet, upon witnessing her memories, a flicker of anticipation ignited within me. I yearned to experience that realm of freedom. At long last, the voice reemerged, declaring, "Fodang, the moment has arrived. I could finally embrace sacrifice and attain liberation." "For whom shall I sacrifice?" I inquired of the voice. "For Changle." Upon hearing this answer, an indescribable joy surged within me. Once, the azure dragon, with whom I shared delightful camaraderie, unjustly berated her, leaving her heartbroken. I resolved to punish that azure dragon. It yearned for my affection, so I granted it my presence, only to have it lose me once more. I transformed into Dongfangyu. Finally holding her hand with undeniable pride, it felt as warm as I had envisioned. She proved to be even more astute than I anticipated, recognizing me early on. I had expected her to immediately request my assistance in vanquishing the chaotic energies, yet she instead inquired about my desires. By a twist of fate, I spoke of a meteor shower, and she eagerly offered to take me to witness it. What was meant to be a fortnight's journey stretched into 2 months as she led me to savor delectable delights, marvel at magic tricks, and behold sunsets. 2 months later, seated upon the shores of the underworld sea, she confided in me that I would reach the place I longed for, where a life of happiness awaited. Enraptured by her vivid descriptions of dreams, I beheld the meteor shower as I had wished. Unbeknownst to her, I made 2 wishes, one for myself and the other for her eternal happiness. After the meteor shower, I told her we could now journey to xianxia to fulfill her wishes. She insisted that I watch another calming lantern. I inquired, "Are you reluctant to part with me?" She replied, "Yes." She mentioned that she had other means to dispel the chaotic aura and implored me to give it a try. Yet, I was aware that only I could eradicate the chaos in the three realms, so I declined her request, though I wished to linger with her a bit longer. I recognized that the moment had arrived, and I could not afford to delay any further. She grasped my hand tightly, unwilling to let me go. But I gently pried her fingers away, immobilizing her, and made my way toward the chaotic aura. I had once envied her tears shed for mortals. Yet seeing her weep for me stirred a lingering reluctance within my heart. I was meant to make her forget me, but just before plunging into the chaos, I inexplicably uttered, "Changle, the sandalwood fragrance on me was intentionally meant for you to perceive." I turned my gaze away from her, resolutely leaping into the chaotic aura, embracing our mutual demise. Little purple, after countless eons, I finally attained liberation. As I closed my eyes, I contemplated that if there were a next life, I would wish for my destiny to be in my own hands. Farewell, Changle. Chapter 35. Yi Changlu awakens. When Yi Changlu awakened once more, 20,000 years had elapsed. She beheld a stunning woman seated before her, a red tear mole beneath her left eye, and softly called out, "Mother?" It was indeed her mother. Xing Tao Er's voice trembled with excitement. Upon witnessing Yi Changlu's awakening, her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she apprehensively remarked, "Do you realize that you have slept for 2 millennia? 2 millennia? Yi Changlu responded, bewildered. Star Peach explained, 20,000 years ago, a cave that sealed the chaotic aura suddenly emitted a radiant white light, illuminating the entire xianxia. When Shi and Mandala arrived at the cave, the chaotic aura had dissipated, leaving only you within. They had not yet had the chance to inquire about what transpired when you lost consciousness. Shi checked on you and found no injuries, so he refrained from informing me and your father, believing you would awaken within 3 to 5 days. Little did he know, you slumbered for 2 millennia. Your mother nearly despaired, thinking you would never awaken, Changle. Star Peach's voice quivered with emotion. Hearing the commotion within, Yi Jinan entered the room and comforted Star Peach, saying, "Peach, it is a joyous occasion that Changle has awakened. Do not shed tears." He then cast a spell upon Yi Changlu, enveloping her in his magical aura to examine her spirit and confirm her well-being before inquiring, "Changle, what truly transpired 20,000 years ago?" "Indeed, I acquired the Buddha's sandalwood. The 3 realms believed it to be merely a celestial treasure, yet it is, in truth, a living being with flesh and blood." Yi Changlu's voice carried a note of sorrow as she recounted, "He helped me dispel the chaotic aura, but he himself vanished from this world." After receiving the annulment letter, Yi Jinan scrutinized it closely, his expression tinged with regret as he remarked, "Changle, it is I who have wronged you. I should never have consented to this union." Having listened to Yi Jinan's words, Yi Changle consoled, "Father, this matter does not concern you. It was the prophecy that prompted your agreement to the marriage. As the leader of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, you bear significant responsibilities and cannot solely focus on your own children." With that, Yi Changle rose from the bed and addressed Yi Jinan and Xing Tao. "I wish to visit the cave where the chaotic energy is sealed. Your mother will accompany you." Xing Tao remarked. Yi Changle shook her head and replied, "Mother, I can go alone." But Xing Tao attempted to voice her concerns, only to be interrupted by Yi Jinan, who said, "Then your mother and I will prepare a braised fish for you. It has been a long time since we all dined together." "Very well," Yi Changle agreed before making her way outside the cave. "Jinan, I have a lingering feeling that Changle has something she has not shared with us," Xing Tao observed, gazing at Yi Changle's retreating figure. Yi Jinan's brow furrowed imperceptibly before he swiftly composed himself and embraced Xing Tao as they proceeded outdoors. "Are you not familiar with the little fox cub you raised?" Changle is unable to conceal anything in her heart. "We should hasten to prepare that braised fish for her. She deserves to be well nourished." With heavy steps, Yi Changle approached the cave and meticulously surveyed the area. Indeed, as Yi Jinan had stated, nothing remained. However, the image of Fo Tan's sacrifice from 20,000 years ago remained vivid in her mind. Yi Changle seated herself at the spot of Fo Tan's sacrifice and murmured to herself, "Little Tan, have you arrived at the place you wish to go?" After sitting for a while, Yi Changle suddenly produced a brocade box, scooped up some earth from the ground, and then made her way outside the cave. Perhaps reflecting on her 2 millennia of slumber, Yi Jinan and Xing Tao had prepared an extravagant feast, but throughout the meal, Xing Tao scarcely touched her food. continuously serving dishes to Changle. Once the meal concluded, Changle spoke slowly. "Father, Mother, I wish to visit the mortal realm. Why must you leave again so soon after awakening?" Xing Tower inquired, somewhat perplexed. "I seek a moment of respite, and I intend to release a sky lantern." Changle clarified. "A sky lantern?" Though puzzled, Xing Tower refrained from further questioning. "By the way, during your slumber, a small transformed snake has been waiting for you. You should take it with you on your journey to the mortal realm," Jinan suggested. "A transformed snake? Is it also in Xianxia?" Changle asked, slightly bewildered. If it had been waiting for her, why had she not seen it upon waking? Noticing Changle's confusion, Xing Tower chuckled and explained. "That little transformed snake has been compelled by your uncle Qi to study how to manage the official documents of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. It is likely in Qi's study now." Changle couldn't help but find this amusing. She had never imagined that Qi would set his sights on the transformed snake. "Has the previous leader of the Qinglong clan passed away?" Changle inquired. Jinan nodded. "Then it is likely that Yin Jiayue will not welcome me at her succession ceremony," Changle remarked. "Why not?" Jinan asked, puzzled, as he had thought his daughter and the young leader of the Qinglong clan had gotten along well. "Father, are you aware of the secret arts of the Qinglong clan?" "I know a few things," he replied. When the secret arts of the Azure Dragon clan were mentioned, a look of disdain flickered across Jinan's eyes. "What?" Jinan exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, before a sudden realization dawned upon her. So, Yin Jiayue's attempt to seize the Buddhist sandalwood was to save her father. Changle nodded in agreement, adding, "Not only that, but Yin Jiayue must have also practiced that forbidden art. She has indeed followed her father down this irrevocable path." Jinan, filled with a sense of regret, pressed further. "Changle, how did you come by this knowledge?" 2 millennia ago, Yin Jiayue sought me out, imploring me to assist her in locating the Buddhist sandalwood to save her father's life. I knew her father was teetering on the brink due to his cultivation of the Azure Dragon clan's secret arts, which required the lives of other beings. Even when she attempted to leverage our friendship as a means of coercion, I resolutely declined her request. From that moment, she severed ties with me. Subsequently, in her pursuit of the sandalwood, she confronted the celestial prince Peians, the elven prince Shuli, and the young leader of the Taotai clan, Luo Xinjin, alongside my little transformed snake, single-handedly bringing them to their knees. Luo Xinjin once confided in me that Yin Jiayue had vanquished them using a fan of black and crimson hues, emanating an aura of despair. I surmised that this fan was likely linked to the Azure Dragon clan's secret arts. After hearing Changle's words, Jinan responded in a solemn tone, "Changle, your conjecture is indeed accurate. That fan is called Annihilation of Worlds, and its aura of despair stems from the fact that the Azure Dragon clan's secret arts involve the sacrificial offering of living beings to gain power. Beyond that, I am not well versed. Such malevolent sorcery exists in this world." Xing Tayer was taken aback. "Changle, Mother believes your actions are justified. Those who cultivate such sorcery are unworthy of salvation. Mother, I have never regretted my choices. I merely did not anticipate that Yin Jiayue would also resort to practicing that secret art in her quest for the Buddhist wood," sighed Changle. "It is her choice. You need not feel remorse. However, Changle, the fact that you have dispelled the chaotic energy using the Buddhist wood must remain confidential. After you fell into slumber, Qi ordered the news to be sealed. Even among the foxes of Qingxiu, few are aware of this matter." Jinan paused, then continued. "Let the world believe that the chaotic energy remains sealed. Your father is right. The Qilong clan practices even the most nefarious of secret arts. Should they learn of your possession of the Buddhist wood, who knows what actions they might undertake?" Xing Tayer concurred. Understanding that Xing Tayer and Jinan were concerned for her, Changlu obediently replied, "I understand, Mother. The succession ceremony for the leader of the Qinglong clan will be attended by you and your mother. You should take that little transforming snake and go to the human realm to clear your mind," Jinan decided. Chapter 36. The identity of Changyang. After bidding farewell to Jinan and Xing Tayer, Changlu made her way to Qi's study, preparing to extricate the transforming snake from the mountain of documents. "Lord Qi, the purple fox from Xinghua village has reported that its chicken was stolen. It claims that the red fox from Taohua village is the culprit, yet the red fox denies this, asserting that the white fox from Lihua village dyed its fur red to steal the purple fox's chicken and frame it. How am I to adjudicate this?" The transforming snake tilted its little head, gazing at Qi, who was reclining in a rocking chair. "How could the red fox know that the white fox dyed its fur?" Qi inquired of the serpent of transformation. Upon hearing Chiyi's words, the serpent turned its head and began to rummage through a large pile of documents, eventually exclaiming, "Eureka!" The red fox mentioned that the white fox has an old acquaintance in the human realm who operates a dying house, allowing it to dye anything in any color it desires. Chiyi then questioned, "But why would the white fox slander the red fox?" The red fox replied, "Because the white fox seeks revenge. Its old acquaintance in the human realm is now involved with the red fox." After the serpent spoke, it tilted its small head and gazed at Chiyi. "Please allow me a moment to ponder, as this matter is rather intricate. In the meantime, you may attend to the next document," Chiyi resolved. "Very well," responded the serpent, obediently returning to the other documents. Standing at the doorway, Changle listened to the exchange between the serpent and Chiyi, finally grasping the extent of Chiyi's daily struggles with the paperwork. "I suspect it was the red fox who pilfered," Changle remarked. Upon hearing Changle's voice, the serpent lifted its head from the pile of documents and, spotting the familiar beauty in the purple dress, joyfully exclaimed, "Lady Changle, you have finally awakened." It then bounced over to Changle. "You little imp. You have finally chosen to rouse yourself," Chiyi said to Changle. "If you had delayed any longer, I fear my little serpent might have been whisked away by Uncle Chiyi." Changle teased, to which Chiyi replied, "Indeed. I am merely assisting in the training of your little serpent, so that when you assume the role of the leader of the nine-tailed fox clan, it may serve as your right hand." With a smile, Chiyi added, "Uncle speaks wisely. I shall take the serpent to Xinghua village for a field investigation to uncover the true thief." After saying this, Changle led the serpent toward the exit. Chiyi did not stop them. He merely watched as Changle departed, smiling as he remarked, "This little girl, I wonder how long this journey will take her." After a moment, he sighed, "Alas, I truly do not know if I owe something to this father and daughter from a past life." Resigned, he sat down in the spot recently vacated by the transformed serpent and began to tackle the mountain of documents before him. "Lord Changle, are we really going to Xinghua village?" the serpent inquired, its large eyes wide with curiosity. Upon hearing its question, Changle chuckled, "Uncle Chiyi, how long have you been handling documents in this manner?" "A millennium," the serpent replied, a hint of grievance in its tone. "Then we shall forego Xinghua village. I will take you to experience the human realm instead," Changle declared. "Good." The serpent visibly brightened at the prospect. Considering that the serpent had toiled for a millennium, Changle allowed it to revert to its original form and rest upon her shoulder. She then invoked the art of cloud riding, soaring towards the human world. On the way, the serpent pondered for a while before speaking up. "Lord Changle, may I pose a question?" "What is it? Do you truly love to sleep that much? I thought you were gravely injured and in a coma, but Lord Chiyi said you were merely asleep and would awaken once you had rested sufficiently." Changle herself found the notion of sleeping for 2 millennia rather peculiar. Even if she had fainted from the sorrow of Xiaotan's sacrifice, she should not have remained in slumber for such an extended period. Thus, she asked the serpent, "Have there been any significant events in the 3 realms during these 2 millennia?" The serpent shook its small head and replied, "There is one. The fierce father of your malevolent azure dragon has perished." "What else?" Changle inquired. "What else?" Huashi, somewhat perplexed, replied, "In an official document, a white fox mentioned that it has recently found it exceedingly difficult to hunt. Does that count?" Changle chuckled softly, remaining silent thereafter. Upon arriving in the mortal realm, Changle took Huashi to purchase numerous sky lanterns. Naturally, they intended to release them. Changle's hands were laden with lanterns as he said, "Little Huashi, these lanterns are meant for making wishes." Huashi's eyes lit up in realization. "Ah, Master Changle intends to make a wish. I too shall make a wish." "What do you wish for?" Changle asked with curiosity. "I hope Master Changle shall have shorter hours of sleep in the future." Huashi paused for a moment before continuing. "I also wish that Lord Chiyi would refrain from summoning me to handle those official duties, and I hope my eyes will remain with me forever." It seems Lord Chiyi has once again threatened Huashi using his eyes. Changle comforted him, saying, "Little Huashi, no one would desire your eyes." Changle allowed Huashi to write his wishes on a few lanterns, while inscribing on the majority, "May Little Tan's wish be fulfilled." He then retrieved a box containing the sacred soil from the Buddha Tan's sacrificial cave and placed the soil atop the lanterns, allowing them to ascend into the sky together. "How beautiful, Master Changle," Huashi marveled, gazing at the night sky illuminated by countless lanterns. "Indeed, it is beautiful." Suddenly, Changle shouted to the heavens, "Little Tan. Can you see this?" "Who is Little Tan?" Huashi asked Changle. "A star that once illuminated my life." Changle spoke softly. After releasing the sky lanterns, she felt a wave of comfort wash over her. During the sacrifice of Buddhatan, she had not had the chance to bid a proper farewell, and this sky lantern ceremony served as her poignant goodbye. She would forever cherish the memory of Buddha while also committing to live her life to the fullest. xianxia. The recollections of the serpent's transformation were somewhat hazy. Is he your brother from the mortal realm? Indeed, replied the serpent, shaking its head. He has not come to seek you. Changle recalled that Jiang Yuchuan had once calculated that Changyang would ascend to immortality. In the celestial realm, it would be effortless to inquire and learn that she, Changle, was the young matriarch of the nine-tailed fox clan, and that one could easily find her in Qingqiu. There was no reason for Changyang not to seek her out. Little snake, let us journey to the celestial realm and inquire of the god of fate about Ro's whereabouts. Changle resolved, after all. Changyang had promised to prepare sweet and sour ribs for her. Before long, a female immortal in azure robes approached. Greeting Changle with a bow, I pay my respects to the young matriarch. There is no need for such formalities, esteemed immortal. I come with a request for the god of fate, Changle replied courteously. Upon hearing her words, the azure-clad immortal furrowed her brow slightly. Young matriarch, the god of fate is currently away on business and is not present in the hall of fate. The immortal shook her head. I do not know. Changle was about to press further when she abruptly received an urgent missive from Qi. Upon opening the letter, her expression darkened, and without further inquiry, she hastily departed with the serpent. After Changle's departure, another woman clad in a blue dress and a man in white emerged from the hall of fate. The lady in the blue dress inquired of the gentleman in white, Your Highness, do you truly intend to withhold from the clan leader that you are her brother in the mortal realm? Pei-ens continued to gaze in the direction where Changle had departed, pondering what difference it would make if she were to learn the truth. With a self-deprecating smile, she thought to herself, in her eyes, I can only be perceived as a villain. To the deity of fate, she declared, if she inquires again in the future, simply say that Changyang met with an unfortunate demise. With that, Pei-ens exited the Hall of Fate. Chapter 37. The disappearance of Jinan and Xing Tower. The reason for Changle's hasty departure was the mysterious disappearance of Jinan and Xing Tower. The urgent missive from Qi bore a single, alarming sentence. Changle, your parents are missing. Return swiftly. The journey from the heavenly clan to Qingqiu typically spanned 7 days. Yet Chang resolutely have that time. As soon as Changle set foot on the land of Qingqiu, she encountered Qi, whose countenance had lost its usual calmness, replaced instead by a profound expression of concern. Uncle Qi, how could my parents possibly be missing? Changle inquired anxiously upon seeing him. Initially, I paid little heed to the matter. Your father has a history of making promises only to vanish the very next day. However, as time passed, I sensed something amiss. Despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, as the leader of the nine-tailed fox clan, he would invariably reach out to inquire about the clan's affairs even while traveling. After listening to Qi's words, Changle pondered for a moment before tentatively asking, Uncle Qi, do you mean to suggest that something may have transpired involving my father and mother in the Qinglong clan? Although Jinan and Xing Tower were missing, it was likely that their lives were not in jeopardy. Should a deity fall, the tolling of the heavenly bell would undoubtedly resonate throughout the celestial realm. Qi hesitated before speaking. Changle, it is essential to have a deity stationed in Qingqiu. Why don't you remain here while I investigate the Qinglong clan? I should be the one to go, Changle explained. If someone goes missing in the Qinglong clan, it may very well be related to Yin Jiaoyu. As the young patriarch of the nine-tailed fox clan, it is more appropriate for me to take the lead. Once you arrive at the Qinglong clan, keep in touch. If anything arises, do not act impulsively. Qi cautioned. I understand, Changle replied, setting off with the transformed serpent, but her destination was not the Qinglong clan. Instead, she headed towards the realm of the Xianwu clan in the Nether Sea. Changle intended to consult Jiang Yuchuan, as she believed the disappearance of Jinan and Xing Tower was not as straightforward as Qi suggested. Having slumbered for 20,000 years, Jiang Yuchuan and Xianyu had completed their advanced studies at the Tian Academy. Even Luo Zhenjin was just 2 credits shy of fulfilling the requirements for her regular course. Realizing that her leave of absence granted by Lan Sun was insufficient, Changle penned another letter to Lan Sun, informing him of the situation regarding Jinan and Xing Tower and requesting an extension of her leave. Upon reaching the Nether Sea, she spotted a familiar figure clad in black from a distance. Lu approached him with a smile, inquiring, "How did you know I would come, Lord Yuchuan? It has been a long time." The serpent on her shoulder tilted its head, greeting Jiang Yuchuan as well. After their pleasantries, Li's smile gradually faded as she firmly stated, "You knew I was coming, so you must also be aware of my purpose." "Indeed. Your father is indeed in the Qinglong clan," Jiang Yuchuan confirmed. Jiang Yuchuan spoke in a solemn tone, "What of my mother?" Changle sensed the gravity of the situation and pressed further. Jiang Yuchuan shook his head. "Changle, I cannot ascertain the whereabouts of your mother. All I know is that her life is secure." Observing the pallor on Jiang Yuchuan's face, Changle understood that he had done his utmost. With heartfelt sincerity, she expressed, "Thank you, Yuchuan. Changle, why not allow me to accompany you to the Qinglong clan? It would provide some measure of protection," Jiang Yuchuan suggested. Changle, however, shook her head in refusal. "As the young leader of the Xuanwu clan, you bear the weight of your responsibilities." She then gestured to the small Huaxi beside her. "With Xiaohua accompanying me, you need not worry." Xiaohua patted his chest confidently. "Lord Yuchuan, I shall safeguard Lady Changle. You can rest assured." Armed with knowledge of Jinan's location, Changle did not dare to delay and set off towards the Qinglong clan. The 6 divine beasts coexist in this realm, yet they also serve to counterbalance one another. Being the young leader of the Xuanwu clan, Jiang Yuchuan could not act recklessly, a sentiment that Changle understood. She merely inquired about the whereabouts of Jinan and Xing Ter, refraining from questioning any connection to Jiayue. The affairs of the Jiawei Fox clan and the Qinglong clan ought not to implicate the Xuanwu clan. If Jiayue was indeed involved, Changle could surmise the reason. Likely, she had learned that the futon was in Changle's possession, prompting her to act recklessly against Jinan and Xing Ter. Yet, even if Jiayue had mastered the secret arts of the Qinglong clan, she should not be a match for Jinan. Changle pondered within herself, there must be another reason why Jiayue could hold Jinan back. The Xuanwu clan is not far from the Qinglong clan. Before entering the territory of the Qinglong clan, Changle instructed the serpent on her shoulder, "Little Hua, if there is trouble, you must flee first and do not concern yourself with me." "No." The serpent refused. After some hesitation, the serpent reluctantly agreed. As an ancient water beast, the serpent was not inherently weak. It merely appeared diminished in the presence of the 6 divine beasts, who were born as celestial beings. Changle summoned her Rui whip, shattering the barrier of the Qinglong clan, and soared towards the highest mountain of the clan. "Little Hua, unleash the waters," Changle commanded. The serpent took to the skies from Changle's shoulder, gradually enlarging until it enveloped half the sky. It emitted a sound reminiscent of a baby's wail, mingled with a woman's scolding, and opened its mouth towards the land of the Qinglong clan. Torrential floods gushed forth from the serpent's maw, instantly submerging the entire Qinglong territory. Waves of guardians from the Qinglong clan rushed towards the serpent in an attempt to thwart it, but Changle merely waved her Rui whip a few times, dispatching them effortlessly, and shouted with a hint of fury, "Jiayue, come forth." At long last, Jiayue appeared, her expression dark as she confronted Changle. "Changle, how dare you destroy my Qinglong clan? Surrender my father and mother." Changle replied, "They are not in your Qinglong clan." With a cold laugh, Jiayue retorted, "How could your parents possibly be in my clan?" Not speaking, Changle swung her Rui whip towards Jiayue, declaring, "Then today, I shall obliterate your entire Qinglong clan." Chapter 38. Enchantment. Jiayue deftly evaded the approaching Rui whip wielded by Changle, casting a disdainful glance her way. "Changle, do you truly believe that even now you remain my equal? How can one ascertain without a trial?" Changle retorted, once more directing the Rui whip towards Jiayue. Jiayue's eyes blazed crimson as she declared, "Yet you have audaciously delivered yourself to me. Today, I shall end your life and use your blood to nourish the annihilation." However, Changle paid no heed to Jiayue's words. Instead, she called out to Huaxi, "Hurry, Xiaohua, now is the moment." Upon hearing Changle's command, Huaxi unleashed a formidable jet of water towards Jiayue, who was engrossed in casting her spell of annihilation. As the water column surged toward her, Jiayue sneered. A mere parlor trick. With a subtle flick of her hand, she sent a swirling mass of black-red mist racing toward the oncoming water. With a mocking tone, Jiayue taunted Huaxi, "A rather clever little serpent, yet regrettably, you have chosen the wrong master and shall meet your demise." Upon collision, the black-red mist was swiftly dispersed by the water column, which surged forth toward Jiayue. Stunned by the unfolding scene, she murmured, "This cannot be." Just as the water was about to strike her, she swiftly regained her composure and raised her spell of annihilation to counter the blow. Yet, the water column pierced through her defenses, striking Yin Jiayue directly, sending her sprawling to the ground as she coughed up a copious amount of blood. Changle rushed forward, transforming the Rui whip into a slender purple sword, which she pressed against Yin Jiayue's heart. "Where are my father and mother?" she demanded. Huashi, upon hearing this, closed her eyes and took a moment to rest. "Are you aware of the legendary serpent of transformation?" Changle inquired of Yin Jiayue. "Is this little serpent indeed the fabled creature?" Yin Jiayue hesitated briefly, then scoffed, saying, "Even if the serpent of transformation is rare, being an ancient water beast, it is merely a trivial demonic creature. How could it possibly defeat me?" Changle, "You are deceiving me once more." Changle shook his head and clarified, "I do not deceive you. It is not the serpent of transformation that will vanquish you, but the heart of Buddha grass." The secret technique of the Qi Long clan involves the sacrificial offering of living beings, and the malevolence of such an act is self-evident. Given that the heart of Buddha grass possesses the ability to suppress chaotic energies, its effect on the extermination of worlds and on you, Yin Jiayue, would likely be even more profound. Though Changle was not entirely confident, he had no alternative at present and thus resolved to take a gamble with the heart of Buddha grass. On the journey to the Qi Long clan, he entrusted the heart of Buddha grass to the serpent of transformation, instructing it to merge the grass with the water column to strike at her once she revealed her fan. Fortunately, Changle's gamble proved correct. The heart of Buddha grass indeed countered both Yin Jiayue and the extermination of worlds. The heart of Buddha grass? Yin Jiayue remained skeptical. However, Changle was unwilling to elaborate further, his expression hardening as he pressed her. "Speak quickly. Where are my father and mother?" With an air of nonchalance, Yin Jiayue responded, "Changle, even if I do not divulge their whereabouts, what can you do? I am the sole remaining royal bloodline of the Qinglong clan. Do you dare to kill me? If you were to slay me, what would become of the postnatal spiritual energy that the Qinglong clan has safeguarded for generations? How would the equilibrium among the 6 divine beasts be maintained?" A triumphant glint shone in her eyes. "What is there to fear?" The tip of Changle's sword edged closer to Yin Jiayue's heart. "If my father and mother were to lose even a single strand of hair, I would demand the annihilation of your Qinglong clan. You would not dare, Changle. Should the 3 realms learn of your intentions to eradicate the Qinglong clan, who would guard the seal of postnatal spiritual energy? Have you considered the repercussions the Joey Fox clan would face?" Yin Jiayue threatened. "You dare to take the lives of other beings for your cultivation secrets. I am merely eliminating a menace to the 3 realms. How could I possibly be criticized? The world shall regard me, Changle, as a great hero." Changle paused momentarily before continuing. "As for the seal of postnatal spiritual energy, Yin Jiayue, should the 3 realms discover your practice of dark arts, would they still trust the Qinglong clan to guard the seal?" Changle, Yin Jiayue bellowed. Changle gazed into Yin Jiayue's eyes, which reflected nothing but disdain. "I shall inquire one final time. Where are my father and mother? If you remain silent, I shall not hesitate to turn the Qinglong clan upside down to seek the truth." Yin Jiayue offered no response. Changle, undeterred, pressed the purple sword deeper. "Wait." A feminine voice emerged. A woman, strikingly similar to Yin Jiayue, stepped from the shadows and addressed Changle. "Spare the young clan leader. I know where clan leader he is." "Mother," Yin Jiayue called out to the woman, her expression inscrutable. It appeared this woman was Yin Jiayue's mother, Mei Si, also a member of the Qinglong clan. Mei Si implored Yin Jiayue, "Jiayue, do not make a grave mistake. Since the young clan leader has come seeking you, allow her to take clan leader away." Yin Jiayue intended to speak, yet remained silent, lowering her head to say, "Then, mother, you may take her to seek Chief E." Yin Jiayue was gravely injured, unable to stir much turmoil. Changle cast a binding spell upon her, then produced a jade box. After placing the annihilation item within it, he courteously addressed Mei Si. It would be a bother to ask the esteemed matriarch to lead the way. "Young Chief E, please follow me." Mei Si responded as she walked. She added to Changle, "Once we find Chief E, I kindly request that you spare Jiayue's life." She was merely momentarily confused. "That is only natural," Changle replied with a smile, then inquired of Mei Si, "I am merely curious. What has caused the elder matriarch to be confused?" Mei Si paused, momentarily bewildered, and replied to Changle, "What do you mean, young Chief E?" My implication is that the secret method of the Qi Long clan was instigated by you to compel Yin Jiayue to practice, Changle stated with unwavering conviction. You too have practiced this secret method, albeit lacking the royal bloodline to wield its full might. Macy's expression froze, and she hastily denied, young Chief E. Could there be a misunderstanding regarding my intentions? That secret method was forced upon Jiayue by her father. I have advised against it numerous times, yet her father, relying on his superior cultivation, has inflicted injuries upon me repeatedly. Moreover, how could I ever practice such a cruel method? Her voice trembled, tinged with sorrow. However, when Yin Jiayue sought my assistance to save her father, the elder clan leader had already succumbed to madness, his mind clouded. How could he possibly coerce Yin Jiayue into practicing the Qinglong clan's secret method? Changle spoke slowly. Moreover, my father is the one you have imprisoned, not Yin Jiayue. Macy suddenly smiled. Indeed, she is the daughter of Jinan, having perfectly inherited his beauty and intellect. A sudden and intense longing filled Macy's gaze as she looked at Changle, and she remarked, "How splendid it would be if you were the daughter born of Jin, Un, and me. Had I married Jinan back in the day, we would have had a daughter as exquisite as you, rather than a feeble wretch like Yin Jiayue." Macy grasped Changle's hand and proposed, "Why not consider yourself my daughter? We three, you, I, and Jinan, could live together in bliss." Chapter 39. Changle bound. Changle disdainfully shook off Macy's hand, directing her sword towards Macy, demanding, "Where is my father?" Since the young clan leader is aware that Jinan is imprisoned by me, she should also recognize that with my powers, it is impossible for Jinan to contend against me. Macy paused briefly before continuing, "Given your remarkable intelligence, young clan leader, why not take a guess as to how Jinan willingly remained with me?" With Macy's statement, the answer was evident. "What have you done to my mother?" Changle's voice carried a hint of murderous intent. Macy deliberately revealed her right wrist adorned with several sapphire-studded gold bangles and inquired, "Does this bangle seem familiar to you, young clan leader?" Though not a treasure of great renown, this bangle symbolizes the bond between Xingtai and Jinan. From the moment Changle arrived in this world, she had never witnessed Xingtai remove the bangle. "If anything has happened to my mother, I will annihilate your entire Qinglong clan." Changle fixated intently on the bracelet adorning Macy's wrist. Upon hearing Changle's words, Macy responded with a cold smirk. "If the young clan leader truly has the capability to obliterate the Qinglong clan, I would owe my gratitude to him." Her remark caused Changle to furrow her brows in exasperation. "What about your own daughter, Yin Jiayue? Are you indifferent to her fate as well?" "She is unworthy of being my daughter," Macy replied, her gaze softening as she addressed Changle. "Why not allow the young clan leader to take my place as my daughter? I shall treat you with utmost care." With a disdainful snort, Changle retorted, "You are undeserving. My mother is beautiful, gracious, gentle, and virtuous. You do not even compare to her little finger." As Changle's words sank in, Macy's expression darkened. "Young clan leader, considering you are the daughter of Jinan, I can overlook your disrespect. However, if you utter another word." She brandished the golden bracelet on her wrist threateningly. "Your mother may well find herself in peril." "Macy, once I eliminate you, I shall seek out my mother," Changle declared with a somber tone. "You may find it effortless to kill me, yet should you do so, you will never again behold Xingtai." Macy's eyes glinted with malice. "You must already be aware that Xingtai is no longer within the Qinglong clan. Should any harm befall me, Xingtai will not fare well either. If you doubt my words, you may test them." Macy stepped forward, poised to impale herself on the tip of Changle's sword. Observing Changle's actions, she smiled lightly. The young clan leader truly is a dutiful daughter. Then, she produced a golden rope, adding, "As long as you heed my words, I shall graciously escort you to meet Jinan." Lu remained motionless as Macy bound her hands, casually securing the wings of the transformed serpent as well. The serpent offered no resistance, tilting its small head in a display of submissiveness, evoking a sense of pity. Once Macy completed her task, she escorted Lu to a secluded courtyard. Upon entering this dilapidated space, Lu felt a pang of sympathy for Jinan, realizing that he must have endured considerable hardship over the past 6 months. However, upon entering the room, she found no sign of Jinan, just as confusion began to stir within her and an ominous thought crossed her mind. Macy twisted a vase in the room, revealing a hidden passage. Despite being the young leader of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan and having witnessed many grand spectacles since childhood, Lu had never encountered anything quite like this. The secret passage was illuminated by walls adorned with luminous pearls, resembling a celestial canopy of stars plucked from the heavens. At the end of this starlit corridor lay a golden palace, its exterior encrusted with an array of gemstones, the largest of which was considerably larger than Li's head combined. Although she had long heard tales of the Qinglong clan's penchant for collecting dazzling treasures and knew of their wealth, she could hardly fathom the extent of their opulence. Noticing Li's astonished expression, Mei Si chuckled. "This is the palace I have crafted for Jinan. If you find it to your liking, I shall create one for you as well." Upon hearing Mei Si's words, Lu recalled a phrase she often heard before her journey. "I do not wish for this either, but he has truly given so much." As a fox with principles, morals, and free from the temptations of greed and lust, Changle pondered for a moment before suggesting to Mei Si, "Why not return my father to my mother? I would be willing to stay with you. After all, I bear some resemblance to him." In moments of necessity, Changle did not hesitate to consider self-sacrifice. Likewise, Changle believed that Chi might also be willing to sacrifice himself if the situation called for it. Since the young clan leader was bound and had lost all his powers, it would be futile to engage in any tricks. Mei Si disregarded Changle's proposal and stepped into the golden hall. Changle had expected the hall to be adorned with gold, silver, and jewels, resplendent in its grandeur, but was surprised to find it dominated by a vibrant red, decorated with auspicious symbols. "Lord Changle, this resembles a wedding chamber from the mortal realm," remarked the serpent, coiled upon Changle's shoulder as it surveyed the room. Mei Si approached the bed within the hall, her tone soft as she said, "Jinan, look who I have brought." "Mei Si, no matter who it is, I shall never agree to marry you," Jinan retorted, annoyance lacing his voice as he reluctantly glanced at the figure standing at the door, perplexed. "Changle?" Upon hearing Changle's voice, Jinan sprang up from the bed in surprise, but his spirits dampened upon noticing Changle's bound hands. "Changle, why are you also tied up?" Seeing Jinan's reaction, Mei Si chuckled. "Jinan, I shall not intrude upon your reunion with your daughter. Your daughter has submerged the Qinglong clan, and I must attend to that matter. We cannot afford to delay our wedding." After Mei Si reached the entrance, she turned to remind Jinan, "Please refrain from doing anything that might provoke my ire, for after all, Xing Tower is in my possession. Unlike you, Chonglo, our generation of divine beast royal lineage was born in the same year and entered the Ying Tian Academy together. Among the 6 royal bloodlines, only I, the Qinglong, and the Taodair males, and thus the 3 of us share an unspoken bond." Jinan paused momentarily and replied tactfully, "You are aware that Taodair's pace in mastering his studies is somewhat sluggish, unable to keep up with the speed of myself and Qinglong, which is why my relationship with Qinglong is the most harmonious among the 6 beasts. When I turned 70,000 years old, a young Qinglong was initiated, and Qinglong invited me to witness the ceremony, which is how I became acquainted with Mei Si." "Was it Mei Si who was initiated?" Lu inquired of Jinan. Mei Si's former nature was innocent and carefree, entirely unlike her present self, and she was quite endearing. After I enrolled her in Ying Tian Academy, she became very dependent on me, frequently seeking help with her studies. Our bond grew increasingly intimate, even surpassing that with Qinglong. She is 4,000 years my junior, and after I completed the credits for the ordinary class, I chose to enroll in the advanced class for her sake. Continuing my stay at Ying Tian Academy. Chapter 40. The past of Jinan, and Mei Si the she-snake shook its small head and could not help but ask Jinan, "My lord Jinan, you haven't been romantically involved with Mei Si, have you?" At that moment, Lu also stared wide-eyed at Jinan, feeling the intensity of their gazes. Jinan slowly lowered his head and, with an awkward tone, admitted, "Indeed, we have been involved." Jinan paused for a moment and continued, "Since my time at Ying Tian Academy, I have maintained a connection with Mei Si. We could sense each other's feelings, and it was only after Mei Si came of age that we acknowledged the nature of our relationship. At that time, I held a deep affection for Mei Si, and in order to see her daily, I secretly approached the Qinglong clan to propose, hoping to surprise her." Jinan chuckled derisively. Yet I was unprepared for the surprise she had in store for me. She was already betrothed, and to my close friend, the young clan leader of the Qinglong. They had kept this from me, never uttering a word. After I explained my intentions to her parents, they informed me of her engagement and promptly sent me away. Undeterred, I sought her out at Ying Tian Academy to confront her, only to hear her say that our fate had run its course and that we should not contact each other again. A hint of melancholy laced Jinan's voice. Did Macy sever ties with you because of her engagement? Changle asked sympathetically. Upon mentioning Xingtiao, Jinan's expression softened. I have never harbored hatred towards Macy. She taught me how to distinguish between fondness and love. Had I not once cherished her, I would not have realized how deeply I love your mother. Your mother is entirely different from Macy. Macy possesses a gentle disposition, while your mother is warm and generous. When I was with your mother, she was a ray of light in my life. Though she may be the brightest, there are many lights in my existence, yet your mother is my sun. I have but one son. Jinan's eyes shimmered with profound affection. Although Jinan's words were deeply moving, Changle, being his only daughter, could not help but feel a twinge of confusion as she inquired, Then, Father, what am I to you? Upon hearing Changle's question, Jinan coughed awkwardly and replied, You are naturally my daughter. What else could you be? Feeling somewhat at a loss, Changle reflected that even a mere beam of light could not compare to the allure of Macy. However, she quickly composed herself and asked Jinan, Father, if that is the case, then it seems Macy has betrayed you. Why then did she capture you and mother? Previously, when Changle mentioned Jinan in front of Yan Jiayue, she had not missed the fleeting look of panic in Yan Jiayue's eyes, suggesting this matter was not of her design. Moreover, Changle suspected that Yan Jiayue was likely unaware of the incident involving Fo Tan. Otherwise, given her temperament, she would have likely reacted with even greater madness. Jinan shook his head, stating, I do not know. He proceeded to explain. Tower and Macy were once classmates at Yingtian Academy. After Tower and I arrived at the Qinglong clan, upon seeing Tower, Macy claimed to feel faint. The Qinglong clan is renowned for its indulgence towards daughters-in-law, and Tower, believing Macy was still mired in the sorrow of losing her husband, kindly offered to escort her to rest while I went to congratulate Yan Jiayue on her assumption of the clan leader position. A hint of worry crossed Jinan's face as he added, Changle, that golden bracelet, apart from being a token of love between your mother and me, I secretly. You infused it with your soul's energy to protect mother, didn't you? Changle interjected. How did you know? Jinan exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. Father, you hold mother in higher regard than life itself, so it is only natural that you would not bestow upon her a mere ordinary gold bracelet. Moreover, mother is a deity herself. Your willingness to accompany Macy without protest surely stems from your firm belief that mother is ensnared in a trap. This, however, makes your pallor all the more concerning. Changlu explained, Father, when I was first born, I soiled you entirely. I thought you were flawed. But it seems I am indeed of the illustrious bloodline of the nine-tailed fox clan. Jinan remarked with utmost seriousness. Changle shot him a bemused glance and retorted, Father, are you suggesting that the Azure Dragon is notoriously infatuated with Macy? That is quite perplexing. If what you say is true, then their marital bond should be robust. Yet, Macy harbors a deep animosity towards the Azure Dragon clan. Just moments ago, when I declared my intent to annihilate the Azure Dragon clan, she even expressed her gratitude to me. With a furrowed brow, Changle continued. She also claimed that Yan Jiayue is unworthy of being her daughter and insisted that I take on that role. Jinan pondered for a moment before speculating. Could it be that the relationship between the Azure Dragon and Macy is far worse than it appears? Merely a facade? Impossible. He promptly dismissed his own conjecture. Changle, do you know what this golden rope binding us is? Changle shook her head. Contemplating the fact that this rope was certainly no ordinary binding rope for immortals, it could even ensnare someone like you, Father. What kind of binding rope could render a deity's powers utterly ineffective? Is it made from the Azure Dragon's tendons? Changle suddenly felt a wave of revulsion at the thought, speculating. Could it be that this was extracted from Macy? These sinews were willingly extracted from the Azure Dragon's own body through flaying. Though dragon tendons can bind a deity, they cannot entirely nullify their powers. Only when the Azure Dragon willingly extracts its own tendons and offers its own flesh and blood as a sacrifice to the heavens can even a deity be rendered powerless to break free. Jinan paused, then continued. However, this act of flaying and tendon extraction relies solely on the Azure Dragon, and the agony involved is unimaginable. The bash on Changle's shoulder shuddered involuntarily upon hearing Jin's words. If the Azure Dragon loves Macy so deeply and is willing to sacrifice everything for her, why would Macy want to marry you, Father? Changle wondered, perplexed. I do not know either. The most pressing matter is to find your mother and leave this golden palace as soon as possible, Jinan resolved. Changle spoke in a deep voice, however, "Father, I fear Mother is no longer within the Azure Dragon clan." "How can that be? Where else could Maisai confine tower?" Jin's expression was fraught with anxiety. "Father, do not fret," Changle consoled. "When Mother disappeared, you were congratulating Yin Jiayue on her succession as clan leader. Therefore, Yin Jiayue would not have assisted Maisai. Mother's magical power is considerable, and she possesses your divine soul power. Maisai should not be her match alone. Since Maisai was able to remove the golden bracelet from Mother's hand, she must have been aided by someone else with profound magical power, and whose power is no less than mine." Jin interrupted Changle. "When Tower's golden bracelet was removed, I felt no sensation. This connection must have been severed by that person. Indeed, Yin Jiayue cherishes every living being on the territory of the Qinglong clan, and she would never allow anyone from her clan to assist Mei Si. Therefore, this individual cannot possibly be one of the Qilong clan. I have a hypothesis, Father." Changle's expression grew somber. "Are you suspecting Qi?" Jinin's countenance revealed no trace of emotion. "Yes, Father, I suspect Uncle Qi." Subsequently, whether it was my parents visiting the Qinglong clan to congratulate Yin Jiayue on her succession as clan leader, or my own journey to find them, there has been one person stirring the pot, Uncle Qi. Moreover, prior to obtaining the Buddhist altar, I had heard whispers of Yin Jiayue's father's precarious state. After receiving the altar, I fell into a slumber for 2 millennia. Logically, Yin Jiayue should have assumed leadership long before this. Why did she only succeed after my awakening? Everything seems rather peculiar. Upon hearing Changle's conjecture, Jinin remained silent for a considerable time before softly speaking. "It cannot be your Uncle Qi. As for Yin Jiayue's succession, I believe she has been employing secret methods to sustain her father's life, thus allowing him to linger a while longer in this world." Jinin's reasoning held merit, yet Changle sensed that Jinin was concealing something from her. She was about to inquire further when Jinin interrupted. "For now, our priority is to locate your mother as swiftly as possible." Within the Golden Hall, a silence enveloped the atmosphere. After a moment, Changle spoke again. "Father, I have a method we could try, but it would require your self-sacrifice." Upon hearing Changle's words, the serpent, with a mouth capable of swallowing a fist, hesitantly inquired, "Lord Changle, do you mean to suggest that we should engage in the matters of Lord Jinin and Mei Si as depicted in the storybooks?" Jinin's eyes widened in disbelief, stammering, "No, absolutely not. Changle, I could never betray your mother. To partake in such treachery would be akin to courting death." The serpent, swaying unsteadily from Changle's shoulder to Jinin's side, expressed unwavering support, resolutely stating to Changle, as the storytellers of the mortal realm proclaim, "A man must uphold his virtue. There are certain actions that ought not to be taken. Lord Changle, what you wish for Lord Jinin to undertake is precisely one of those actions." "Indeed, Xiaohua speaks wisely. A gentleman may be slain but must not suffer humiliation. Changle, as foxes, we must adhere to our principles," Jinin asserted. Casting a glance at the righteous visage of the serpent, he added, "You too, as a serpent, must uphold this." The serpent nodded in agreement. "Father, I merely require you to feign consent to wed Mei Si, allowing you to perform in a charade," Changle remarked. Casting an exasperated look at both the serpent and Jinin, "I truly cannot fathom what thoughts occupy your minds. Yet, she may not trust me. Hence, your acting skills will be essential." A glimmer of cunning sparkled in Changle's eyes. "Then I shall trouble Aunt Mei Si to assist me." Given that Changle's hands were bound, refusal was futile. It would be wiser to treat Mei Si with courtesy, for under her roof, one must inevitably bow their head. MIS appeared thoroughly pleased with Xianxia's attitude, and the smile in her eyes deepened. "Xianxia, once I wed your father, you shall begin to call me mother." Xianxia nodded. "Of course, if Annie marries my father, it is only natural for me to change how I address you. JNN, since Xianxia has agreed to this change, shall we select an auspicious date for our wedding?" MIS inquired of YJNN. "I am willing to marry you, but I have a condition," YJNN replied in a calm tone. MIS's smile dimmed slightly, and she firmly rejected. "JNN, you know I cannot relinquish Xing TOR. My condition has nothing to do with her," YJNN asserted. "Oh, how intriguing," MIS said with surprise. "What is this condition then?" "I wish for you to announce our marriage to the 3 realms and invite all clans to witness the occasion. I desire the grandest wedding in all the realms." MIS chuckled softly. "JNN, are you hoping to spread this news to summon the 9-tailed fox clan for assistance?" YJNN interrupted. No. I wish to provide closure for our past. Closure? MIS's expression was one of confusion. Do you recall that after we became intimate, you expressed your desire for the grandest wedding in the three realms? YJNN gazed at MIS with increasing affection. MIS was taken aback, incredulous as she replied, It has been so long. I barely remember, yet I am astonished that you still recall. Every word you uttered has remained etched in my memory. Jinan paused for a moment before continuing. Maisai, we were once compelled to part ways, but now we finally have the opportunity to rekindle our bond. I hope you will grant me a rightful title. Maisai hurriedly replied, Jinan, my intention in marrying you is to have you as my husband. Jinan shook his head resolutely and declared, I desire not only your acknowledgement but also the recognition of all three realms that I am your Maisai's husband. Not merely a secret known to you alone. I demand a grand wedding celebrated by the multitudes of the three realms. Rather than a private vow exchanged between the two of us within this sunless golden hall, I seek a title that is acknowledged by all. His voice was firm. Observing Maisai's lingering hesitation, Jinan continued, Maisai, I understand your doubts about my sincerity, yet have I not reason to question your true feelings for me? You cast me aside in the past, and now you speak of marriage. How can I trust you? Jinan, you must believe me. My feelings for you are genuine. Maisai responded earnestly. Maisai, it is only through your actions that I shall discern the authenticity of your heart. Jinan stepped closer, gazing intently at her, promising, If I can witness your sincerity, I shall also reveal my true heart to you. But what of Star Peach? What of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan? Maisai still harbored doubts. Maisai, I have previously expressed my willingness to relinquish my identity as the young leader of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan and forsake the bloodline of the divine Beast King to be with you. Now, I remain ready to abandon my title as the leader of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan for the sake of our union. Jinan paused momentarily before continuing. This includes relinquishing Xingtaoer. Yet, you once vowed never to marry me, so what has prompted this change? Macy questioned. My previous refusal stemmed from my belief that your feelings were insincere. You had abandoned me once before, and I could not bear the thought of being forsaken again. However, since you have captured Changle solely to persuade me to consent to our union, I have resolved to grant you an opportunity to demonstrate your genuine affection for me. Jinan, allow me a moment to ponder. Upon hearing Jinan's words, Macy walked toward the Golden Hall, her expression inscrutable. Chapter 42. Yin Jiayue and Mei Si's estrangement after Mei Si departed. Changlu immediately praised Jinan. Father, your performance was commendable. Convincing Jinan to agree to marry Mei Si was a stratagem devised by Changlu, centered on ensuring that Mei Si willingly announced their impending union to the three realms. Yin Jiayue, for the sake of her father, was prepared to pursue secret cultivation methods. In her heart, her father's stature was of utmost significance. She would not wish for the news of Jinan and Mei Si's marriage to spread throughout the realms, thrusting her recently deceased father into the mire of gossip. As long as Jinan could instill in Mei Si the desire to proclaim their engagement to the world, the mother-daughter duo of Mei Si and Yin Jiayue would inevitably turn against each other. This would enable Jinan and Changlu to probe for information regarding Xingtaoer. Although keeping Jinan in the dark was not Yin Jiayue's original plan, she was aware that Jinan was confined by Mei Si. As the leader of the Qi Long clan, she could not be merely a brute relying on force without a trace of intellect. Thus, she should also know the identity of Mei Si's allies and the whereabouts of Xingtaoer. Now, both Jinan and Changle merely await in this golden hall to see whether Mei Si or Yin Jiayue will enter first. Father, who do you think will be the first to enter this golden hall? Changle inquired of Jinan. Yin Jiayue. Why so? Because I believe she would make an excellent clan leader, Jinan replied, his gaze deepening with thought. Jinan's intuition proved correct. It was indeed Yin Jiayue who first stepped into the golden hall. Due to her injuries from the transformed serpent, Yin Jiayue appeared somewhat pale. Upon entering, she did not beat around the bush but directly addressed Jinan. I have heard that the clan leader of has agreed to marry my mother and intends to announce this union to the three realms. Yes, I wish for the three realms to bear witness to the happiness I shall share with Mei Si. Jinan responded earnestly. Yin Jiayue let out a cold laugh. In merely half a year, has the clan leader of already forgotten his wife, Xingtaoer? After a brief pause, she fixed a piercing gaze upon Jinan. Or do you have ulterior motives, merely feigning agreement to my mother's proposal? My feelings for Mei Si are genuine. I harbor no other intentions. Jinan maintained his sincerity. As Yin Jiyue's fierce gaze gradually softened, she tempted Yi Jinan. If the clan leader desires anything, you may speak candidly. I could even share news of Xingtair with you. After all, we are soon to become family. Then I would trouble you, clan leader Yin, to persuade your mother to announce our engagement to the three realms at her earliest convenience. Yi Jinan replied, steadfast in his position. Are you aware that my father's remains have yet to be laid to rest? Yin Jiyue paused for a moment and then advised. Do you not fear that announcing your marriage to my mother at this time will invite the censure of the three realms? Macy, if your love for me is genuine, you should not fear such gossip. Yi Jinan responded effortlessly. Macy then resolutely declared, Jiayue, you shall proclaim our union to the three realms in your capacity as the leader of the Qinglong clan, inviting all to celebrate our grand wedding. Yin Jiyue, her face filled with urgency, opposed vehemently, Mother, I cannot agree. You may wed Yi Jinan, but this news must not reach the ears of the three realms. Macy furrowed her brow and replied sternly, Jiyue, now that you are clan leader, do you intend to disregard even your mother's words? Yin Jiyue shook her head, denying. Mother, I merely wish to implore you to delay the announcement of your marriage to Yi Jinan. After all, my father's remains have yet to grow cold. Upon hearing Yin Jiyue mention her father, Macy's expression shifted, and she retorted sharply, Do not speak of your father to me. Yin Jiyue stepped forward to grasp Macy's hand, pleading earnestly, Mother, I have witnessed all that father has done for you over the years. Whatever you desired, he sought to fulfill. Even in his final moments, when he was lucid, he extracted his dragon tendons for you. Regardless of your feelings for him, you should consider all he has sacrificed for you and ensure that he does not become embroiled in the gossip of the three realms after his passing. Macy forcefully shook off Yin Jiayue's hand, sneering coldly, all of that was his own choice and bears no relevance to me. The greatest regret of my life is having married him and giving birth to a child as worthless as you. Even the ever-pleasing Macy found it somewhat unbearable to hear. The venerable Yin Jiyue had already ascended to the status of a supreme deity at the age of 100,000 and now served as the matriarch of the Qinglong clan, the youngest leader among the 6 divine beast tribes. If she were deemed a failure, what would that imply for the myriad beings across the three realms? The small head of the transformed serpent drooped in accordance with the moment. If one is not the best, they are undoubtedly seen as worthless. Macy's gaze softened as she looked upon Changle, her right hand gently caressing Changle's cheek. Changle, you are truly meant to be my daughter. Ascending to the rank of supreme deity at 70,000 years, the sole disciple of the illustrious Lan Sun of the Tianshu Academy, the foremost wondrous beast of the three realms, and renowned as the most exquisite beauty, only someone as exceptional as you deserves to be my Macy's daughter. Changle instinctively recoiled, attempting to evade Macy's hand. However, Macy persisted, addressing Changle with unwavering determination. Changle, do you not understand? I ought to be your mother. My bond with Jean is profound, a match made in heaven, yet we were tragically torn apart by the Qinglong clan. Fortunately, it is not too late. Once Jean and I marry, you shall be my rightful daughter. Mother, even if I fall short compared to Changle, what of my father? Has he not treated you well enough? Yin Jiayue challenged Macy. Your father is nothing compared to even a single finger of Jean. He only acts when I compel him. The people of the three realms believe he harbors deep affection for me, but in truth, he does not love me at all. A hint of sorrow marred Macy's expression. If he does not love you, why did he extract the dragon tendons for you before his demise? That was merely an act of guilt towards me. The once seductive expression gradually morphed into one of ferocity. If he did not love me, he should have refused to marry me rather than forcing me into a union that would ruin my life. Fortunately, it is not too late. I still have a chance at happiness. Yin Jiayue shook her head. Mother, when father was alive, he would do anything to make you happy. I initially intended to bring you joy as well. You first imprisoned Yi Jinan and now wish to marry him. I acquiesced to your desires. Yet you have so casually dismissed the love father had for you. Therefore, you need not marry Yi Jinan. Anger laced Yin Jiayue's voice. Upon hearing her words, Macy wore an expression of disbelief. Yin Jiayue, how dare you defy me? Changle and Yi Jinan exchanged glances, their objectives accomplished. Yin Jiayue smiled, her words indifferent as she addressed Macy. Mother, if Yi Jinan were to learn that Xingtair was not in your possession, would he still wish to wed you? Chapter 43. Macy's collapse. Yin Jiayue, what nonsense are you spouting? Macy cautiously glanced at Yi Jinan, and upon seeing that he remained largely unperturbed by Yin Jiayue's remarks, She composed herself and spoke to Jinan. Xing Taer is indeed in my hands. Jinan, once we are wed, I shall release her. Jinan nodded, his gaze toward Mei Si brimming with affection. Mei Si, as we rekindle our past, I feel a twinge of guilt toward Xing Taer, yet I have no regrets. I hope you will release her, as I have indeed wronged her for the sake of our love. Upon hearing Jinan's words, Yin Jiayue scoffed. Jinan, do you think I am deceiving you? Allow me to clarify. Xing Taer has long ceased to be part of the Qinglong clan, and even my mother is unaware of her whereabouts. Yin Jiayue wore a mocking expression, exclaiming how laughable it is that a dignified leader of the nine-tailed fox clan cannot even protect his own wife, leaving my mother in the dark all this time. Upon hearing Yin Jiayue's words, Jinan's countenance darkened as he turned to Mei Si, inquiring, is what she said the truth? Mei Si, I implore you not to deceive me. Startled by Jinan's sudden change in demeanor, Mei Si confessed, Jinan, although Xing Taer is no longer in the Qinglong clan, I will ensure her safety. Ensure? How can you guarantee it? Mother, do not forget that you do not even know where Xing Taer is. How can you assure her safety? Yin Jiayue continued to probe Jinan. At this point, do you still intend to marry my mother? Of course not. Changle interjected, my father's heart belongs solely to my mother. Mei Si is unworthy of him. Indeed. Indeed. The women of your Qinglong clan are all mad. How could they possibly befit Lord Jinan? Huashi chimed in, perched on Changle's shoulder. Silence. Mei Si unleashed a burst of magic towards Huashi, sending him tumbling down. Little Hua. Changle rushed to check on Huashi's condition. Mei Si, gazing into Jinan's icy eyes, defiantly asked, Jinan, I ask you, will you marry me or not? I will not. Then was your previous affection for me merely a ruse, a deception to make me forsake everything for you? Mei Si pressed. Indeed. Jin settled for a moment before continuing. Mei Si, I harbor no feelings for you whatsoever. No feelings at all. Mei Si felt a surge of despair. Jin, you are bound by the dragon tendons, devoid of all powers. Are you not afraid I shall slay you? You cannot kill me. There exists no place in the three realms that can confine Jin. Upon finishing his words, Jin forcefully summoned his spiritual energy, severing the dragon tendons that bound his hands. The spiritual energy he had previously expended on the Star Peach gold bracelet had been destroyed, resulting in backlash. Now, as he exerted his spiritual power once more, he found himself unable to stand steadily. Father. Changlu hurriedly stepped forward, bracing Jin with his shoulder. Father. You are fine, Jin reassured with a pale face. First, free yourself from those dragon tendons. You would use your spiritual energy to escape me? Mei Si asked bitterly, looking at Jin. You would sacrifice your own lifespan just to leave me? Once Changlu's hands were freed, he hastily cradled the transformed snake in his hands, his eyes ablaze with anger as he directed his ire at Mei Si. First, you harmed Xiaohua, and now you've caused my father to shorten his life. Mei Si, you deserve to die. Hearing Changlu's words, Yin Jiaoyu shielded Mei Si behind her. Changlu, should you wish to harm my mother, you must first contend with me. When you wielded the destruction of worlds, you could not overcome me. Now that you have lost it, how is it possible for you to defeat me? Mei Si pushed Yin Jiaoyu aside and addressed her. The consequences of my actions are mine to bear alone. There is no need for your feigned concern. Mother, I did not. Yin Jiaoyu's tone was filled with a sense of grievance. Had it not been for your revelation of the truth, I would not have been brought to this lamentable state. Mei Si's gaze towards Yin Jiayue was filled with animosity. Mei Si, though you deserve condemnation, I must admit, you possess a remarkable daughter and a devoted husband. Changle paused briefly before continuing. You assert that Qinglong does not love you, yet he has presented you with the finest offerings from the three realms. I had long heard that the Qinglong clan delights in collecting glittering jewels, yet I had presumed it mere folklore. For the Yin Jiayue I witnessed at Yingtian Academy adorned herself with scant treasures. Even the impoverished Taotai among the 6 clans bore more jewelry than she. I had thought that Yin Jiayue simply held no affection for such trinkets, until I beheld your golden palace, which unveiled the truth. It was not a lack of desire, but rather that she had given all to you. Yet you deem this dutiful daughter unworthy of being your child. I believe it is you who are unworthy of being her mother. Changle, the matters between my mother and me are of no concern to you. Yin Jiayue, unwilling to tolerate Changle's disrespect towards Mei Si, intervened to silence her. Observing Yin Jiayue's stance, Changle felt a sense of helplessness and chose to disregard the discord between the mother and daughter, lowering her head to tend to the wounded serpent. After a moment's silence, Jinan addressed Mei Si. Qinglong loves you. He is the one who cherishes you above all in this world. Mei Si shook her head, denying the possibility. His exact words were, as long as Mei Si is willing, I shall bear all matters of the Qinglong clan alone. After I met with him, I came to see you, yet you disregarded my pleas, severing our bond with a mere phrase. Our fates have run their course, since you have made your choice. I too must let go. Before your grand wedding with Qinglong, he sought me out, expressing concern for your melancholy and hoping I could meet with you to grant each other another chance. I declined his request, for I had steadfastly chosen you, while you had not reciprocated that sentiment. From his eyes, I could discern his deep affection for you, and I entrusted you to him without hesitation. Qinglong, with his honest disposition, is unlike me, yet his love for you is evident through his actions. You might ponder whether this golden palace is yours merely out of guilt. Can guilt alone compel him to endure the torment of peeling skin and extracting his own tendons, leaving them for you? Jian questioned softly. Yet, if he truly loves me, why do I not feel it? Why has he never personally handed me the things I desire? Mai Sai was reluctant to believe. Mother, the things you wish for have always come at great cost to father. Many times, he appeared before me, bloodied and battered, imploring me to present to you what he had obtained. Yin Jiayue paused before continuing. He dared not waste time, yet feared that appearing before you directly might frighten you. Hence, he refrained from giving you things himself. Mother, you seldom took me in hand. It was father who raised me. The first rule he taught me was that mother comes first. After he succumbed to the madness of his cultivation, you never visited him. Yet, if he were to regain his senses, his first inquiry would undoubtedly be about your well-being. At last, Mai Sai believed that Qinglong truly loved her. In despair, she clutched the shattered tendon scattered around her, crying out, "Why have you never uttered a word of love to me?" Chapter 44. The Qinglong Side Story, Unspoken Love. The little Qinglong that served as my enlightenment was named Mei Si. After her transformation, she appeared remarkably charming. Her eyes were notably large. I had never encountered such expansive and luminous eyes before. While such prominent eyes might seem somewhat incongruous on another's face, they suited her perfectly. Upon realizing this, I found myself gazing at Mei Si more frequently than I intended. My mother, noticing my attention, teased me, suggesting that I should consider her as my future wife. At that time, I dismissed her words as mere jest, not foreseeing that this would mark the tragic beginning of my connection with Mei Si. Having completed her transformation, Mei Si was required to attend the Tianshu Academy. As the young clan leader of the Qinglong lineage, it was my duty to care for my kin, so I entrusted Mei Si to Jinan, encouraging them to journey together while I remained within the Qinglong clan. My father then led me to a secret chamber left by our ancestors, where I encountered the concept of annihilation for the first time, and learned of the existence of a malevolent secret art within our clan. Such a nefarious technique should be eradicated from the world and never spoken of again. Yet, my father insisted that I practice it. I vehemently refused his proposal, as I could not bear to take the lives of other beings to gain power. Father, I am already of the divine beast royal bloodline, my innate heritage being the finest across the realms. There is no need for me to engage in such wicked practices to ascend to the pinnacle of the three realms. I implored my father, yet he retorted, "Not enough, it is insufficient. You must possess absolute power and become the foremost among the three realms. This has been the aspiration of our Qinglong lineage for generations." My father's visage was consumed by madness. I was confined by my father for my unwillingness to practice the secret arts, forced to witness the harrowing spectacle of him using living beings to feed the annihilation of the world. The black and red fan he wielded delicately sliced open the throats of those from the human, demon, and monster clans, their lifeblood gushing forth as despair clouded their eyes. Helplessly, I watched them draw their last breaths, unable to intervene. As the blood was absorbed by the force of annihilation, the crimson aura of the fan intensified, channeling a surge of power into my father, who consequently experienced a rapid enhancement of his abilities. The haunting gaze of the slain beings lingered in my mind. And no matter how my father implored me, I remained resolute in my refusal to practice the forbidden arts. I abstained from food and drink, even refraining from speech. My mother, unable to bear witness to my despondency, secretly released me from my father's grasp. I encountered Mei Si again. She had become my nominal fiancée. During my confinement, my father had informed me of the engagement he arranged with her parents. Yet, whenever I gazed into Mei Si's bright eyes, I could not help but recall the despair reflected in the eyes of those lost souls. I feared looking into her eyes, and the only choice I felt I had was to distance myself from her. Fortunately, Eugene entreated her well, and she relied on him greatly. They were truly a match made in heaven. Upon reaching the age of maturity at 70,000 years, Macy confirmed her relationship with Eugene, and when he conveyed this news to me, his voice was laced with uncontainable joy and excitement. I too felt happiness for them. For Macy deserved to be with someone far better than me, especially since Eugene, as the young leader of the nine-tailed fox clan, could protect her. I can consent to your annulment of our engagement, but I have one condition. You must cultivate the secret arts of the Azure Dragon clan. Should you refuse, the engagement shall remain intact. My father's stance is unwavering, leaving me with no choice. The thought of Macy's luminous eyes compelled me to embrace the secret arts. However, my father deceived me. Even after I practiced the arts, he did not dissolve my engagement with Macy. Despite my utmost efforts to conceal our bond, Eugene discovered the truth. He confronted me directly. I regard you as a brother. Since you and Macy are already engaged, why did you not confide in me? As long as your feelings are mutual, what does it matter if Macy and I have an engagement? I assured Eugene, as long as Macy is willing, I shall bear all matters concerning the Azure Dragon clan. With my promise, Eugene felt at ease to seek out Macy, and I quietly followed him, hoping to witness their reconciliation. Yet, the reality unfolded contrary to my expectations. Macy, with a cold demeanor, told Eugene, our fates have reached their conclusion. Do not contact me again. After Eugene's figure vanished, Macy collapsed in despair, weeping profoundly. Why must it be this way? I had already declared that I would shoulder all matters concerning the Azure Dragon clan. I made my presence known before Macy. How can you bear it when my mother threatens to take her life? Macy gazed into my eyes, devoid of their former brilliance, as if shrouded in mist. Gradually, she rose from the ground and said, Young clan leader, since the matter is settled, please inform the clan leader to cease troubling my parents. I shall marry you willingly. As I gazed upon the retreating figure of Macy, a surge of resentment towards my father welled within me, yet his formidable presence rendered me powerless to resist. In the days leading up to my grand wedding with Macy, I could not bear to witness her sorrowful demeanor, prompting me to seek out Eugene once more, hoping he could whisk her away. I was determined to safeguard Macy, even if it meant opposing my own father. With this resolve ignited within me, I intensified my training in the arcane arts. Only by growing stronger could I vanquish my father and protect Macy. I watched as the forces of annihilation mercilessly severed the throats of countless beings, their despairing eyes reflecting a profound hopelessness, yet my heart remained unperturbed. I realized that I had ultimately become a reflection of my father. He, pleased with my diligent pursuit of the arcane, believed I had finally grasped the essence of it, lavishing me with praise and even adopting a gentler demeanor towards Macy. I bore witness to the slaughter of innumerable lives by the forces of destruction, and on the day my strength finally eclipsed my father's, I wielded that very force to slay him, severing his throat as brutally as he had done to others. Just as I was about to share this momentous news with Macy, I found her with tear-streaked eyes, beside an invitation, a wedding invitation from Eugene, the young patriarch of the nine-tailed fox clan. On that day, as I consummated my union with Macy, I understood that Eugene no longer desired her. She was solely mine from that moment forth. I resolved in my heart to ensure that she would become the happiest woman across the three realms. I cherished the brightness of her eyes, and over the years, my love for her deepened, becoming an indelible part of my being. Even though her eyes had lost their former luster, my affection for her remained profoundly rooted, inextricable from my soul. I dare not confess my affections to her, for her eyes, once bright, have dimmed due to my father's actions. Irrespective of the circumstances, our family, the Yin clan, owes her a debt. Should I express my love, I fear that those eyes would only reflect scorn and animosity. The Azure Dragon clan has a penchant for resplendent jewels, and thus I traversed the three realms to collect them for her. When I presented the treasures before her, she inquired, "Why do you treat me so well?" With a cold laugh, she added, "Is it guilt? I desire the fire crystal from Crimson Flame Mountain. Can you procure it for me? As a member of the Azure Dragon lineage, I am drawn to water rather than fire. The mystical flames of Crimson Flame Mountain burn fiercer than ordinary fire. Despite the protection of my dragon scales, I emerged charred and blackened. Upon returning to the Azure Dragon clan, I feared that my appearance would frighten Macy. I left the fire crystal at her doorstep and departed. Since she received the crystal, she often shared her wishes with me. Each of these desires involved perilous undertakings, placing me in grave danger, yet I willingly undertook them, hoping she would understand her significance in my life through these trials. Thus, years passed, and our daughter was born. I named her xianxia, wishing for her to be as pure as the moon and to avoid the path I once tread. However, Macy seemed indifferent to our daughter, leaving her in the care of a wet nurse and neglecting her entirely. I do not blame Macy. After all, Jiua's grandfather forced her to part from her beloved, and her actions are, in that light, understandable. As long as I shower Jiua with double the love, that is sufficient. Once Jiua was able to speak, she asked me, "Why does mother never hold me? In our household, your mother reigns supreme. She does not favor embraces and thus refrains from them, you being no exception." Jiua nodded, her understanding ambiguous. "Your mother endured great hardships to bring you into this world, and you must cherish her just as your father does, accommodating her every wish. Understood?" Jiua solemnly nodded in agreement. I once believed that May would eventually be touched by my affection and regain her once bright eyes. Yet, that day never arrived. During a session of cultivating the secret arts of the Changle clan, I witnessed the moment when Mishi severed the throat of a human woman. Her eyes mirrored those of May's from the past, so strikingly similar. I intended to save her, but faltered for an instant, and Mishi proceeded to cut her throat. The look she cast upon me before her demise was not one of despair, but rather a curse wishing me ill. After Mishi absorbed the blood of those souls, channeling power into me, her gaze lingered in my mind, and I suddenly lost the desire to pursue this secret art. Yet, once commenced, how could I cease? Despite my fervent resistance, Mishi still infused my being with power, and I descended into madness. I confined myself, locking away in the secret chamber where generations of Changle clan leaders practiced their arts, consumed by a singular thought. This was all retribution. I often drifted in and out of consciousness, occasionally awakening, yearning for liberation, yet no one came to my aid. Time flowed unmeasured until Jiua informed me that Photon would soon manifest in the mortal realm, capable of rescuing me. I implore the luminous Jiu not to exert herself on my behalf any longer. In moments of clarity, I often reflect upon the woman's eyes filled with hatred, and my father's incredulous gaze. It was only after I succumbed to madness that I truly awakened to the reality of my actions. Over the years, driven by selfish desires, I have wrought havoc upon so many lives. I am the most wretched being in this world. Yet, Jiu disregards my counsel, determined to seek out the Buddha altar. What pains me most is that she has resorted to cultivating the secret arts of the Changle clan to attain it, thus treading the same path I once walked. I beseech Jiu in my suffering. However, she remains unwilling. The torment of my madness has driven me to utter many harsh words to her, and I deeply regret it. Macy has seemingly never come to visit me, yet I find solace in this. I do not wish for her to witness my monstrous state. Even if she does not love me, I hope to leave her with the best possible impression of me. Gazing at the ever-growing pile of bones resulting from Jiu's cultivation, I am consumed by despair. I understand that this is all but retribution, and I can only wish that her future suffering may be less severe. My body can no longer endure the magical energy Jiu has been pouring into me. At last, I can embrace death. After enduring torment for countless years, day after day, I am finally free to die. I plead with Jiu to unshackle the iron chains binding me. I wish to perform one final act for Macy. As a divine beast, the Changle possesses numerous treasures, and its tendons are particularly formidable. If I willingly flay myself and extract my tendons, using my flesh and blood as an offering to the heavens, then my dragon tendons could ensnare a celestial being, rendering them powerless. In my quest to protect my side, I took the life of my father. Now, as my own demise approaches, I can only hope that my dragon's essence will safeguard my side. In my fading moments, I once again beheld the brilliance of her eyes. Chapter 45, The Death of Maisai. Upon witnessing Maisai's reaction, Changle could not refrain from taunting her. "He has never uttered the word love to you. What concern is it of my parents? Though you live in unhappiness. You were the one who forsook my father first. You ensnared my mother and compelled my father to marry you. What kind of reasoning is that? Maisai, since you are now aware of your connection with the Azure Dragon, you should also reveal who took Tair." Jinan regarded Maisai with a gaze as frigid as ice. It was only after hearing Jinan's words that Maisai reacted, struggling to rise from the ground. Jiua hastily moved to assist her, but Maisai brushed aside her hand. her expression bordering on madness as she directed her fervent inquiry at Jinin. If the azure dragon can love me, enduring the torment of skinning and dismemberment for my sake, why can you not? You clearly love me more than he does, do you not? Did you not vow to sacrifice everything for me? Were all your promises mere fabrications? Jinin, why have you turned your heart away? Why can you not love me endlessly? Maisai's voice gradually became tinged with sorrow. Maisai, Changle speaks the truth. It was you who abandoned me first. Jinin paused momentarily, and with a calm demeanor, he continued, I once harbored feelings for you. At that time, my promises were sincere. I was willing to forsake everything for our future. I steadfastly chose you, yet it was you who relinquished me. The madness in Mei Si's eyes gradually faded as she denied, I did not. Jinin, at that moment, was under immense pressure, with the lives of my parents in the hands of the Qinglong clan leader and my mother threatening to take her own life. It was only then that Jinin interrupted Mei Si, saying, do you think my parents desired for me to marry you? Although the secrets of the Qinglong clan are veiled, the leaders of the 6 divine beasts possess a glimmer of understanding. The other 5 clans frequently intermarry. Yet the Qinglong clan remains isolated. Have you ever pondered why that is? As the young leader of the 9-tailed fox clan, my parents naturally opposed our union. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the pressure I endured and the trials I faced just to secure their reluctant consent to pursue you? Though I am merely a 9-tailed fox, I sacrificed one of my tails for the sake of our love. After speaking, Jinin revealed his 8 tails. Mei Si gazed at him in utter astonishment. I had never heard that you lost a tail. That is because, whenever I reveal my true form, I conjure a tail through magic, Jinin explained. As his words fell, he manifested an additional tail, and Mei Si stumbled forward to touch it. Only for her hand to pass through. The tail was but an illusion. I am sorry, Jinin. I did not know. Tears welled in Mei Si's eyes. Jinin retracted his tail and, with a pleading demeanor, beseeched, Mei Si, I have never held you accountable. I only ask that you guide me to find Tao Air. In despair, Mei Si inquired of Jinin, is there only Xing Tao Air in your heart? Indeed. Then kill me. I shall never reveal the whereabouts of Xing Tao Air. Maisai, do you truly believe I hesitate to end your life? Jinin's demeanor was no longer the calmness of before. A palpable intent to kill resonated in his tone. Upon hearing Jinin's words, Xianxia instinctively positioned herself in front of Maisai, pleading, my mother genuinely knows nothing of Xingshuer's whereabouts. I implore you, Chief spare her life. She spoke the truth. Maisai indeed had no knowledge of the whereabouts of the chief's wife. Just as her words fell, Jiang Yuchuan, Xinyu, and Mo Fan entered the Golden Hall in unison. Behind them trailed a somewhat portly man, his countenance exuding warmth and kindness, bearing a striking resemblance to Luo Xinxian. Upon seeing the newcomers, Yan Jiayue, her voice trembling with emotion, cried out for assistance, please help me. Jinin furrowed his brow and directed a query at the portly man, Luo Ju, what brings you here? This man, known as Luo Ju, was the chieftain of the Taotai clan and the father of Luo Xinxian. Uncle Luo, are you truly indifferent to the plight of my mother and me? Yan Jiayue expressed her disbelief. Jiayue, your mother has indeed erred this time. Jinin's desire for her life is not unfounded, Luo Ju replied. Before turning to Jinin with a plea, Jinin, for the sake of the Azure Dragon, I beseech you to spare Maisai's life. On what grounds? Jinin was about to respond when Changle interjected vehemently, capturing my mother, imprisoning my father, and injuring my Xiaohua. How could Maisai possibly deserve to live? But your mother still lives, and your father stands unharmed here. As for Hua Shi, even if he is an ancient water beast, my mother is the Azure Dragon. Changle, recalling their past camaraderie, implored, for our shared history, please grant my mother a reprieve. Yan Jiayue pleaded earnestly. She cast a grateful glance toward Xianyu. Changle, having shared the bonds of classmates, I implore you to spare my mother's life, allowing her to owe a favor to your 9-tailed fox clan. We are all divine beasts. In essence, this transaction bears no loss for you. If you insist on taking her life, it would bring you no benefit. Mo Fan also interjected with words of persuasion. Changle, should you choose to spare my mother, in the future, if there is any matter requiring the assistance of my Azure Dragon clan, we shall undoubtedly offer our utmost support. Yan Jiayue echoed Mo Fan's sentiment, directing her promise towards Changle. Dianin, I believe the younger generation speaks with some sense. While death may be avoided, the consequences of life are inescapable. It would be wiser to confine Mei Si and subject her to a few bolts of heavenly lightning. What do you think? Luo Ju maintained his ever-cheerful demeanor. Among the four who had entered the Golden Hall, only Jiang Yuchuan remained silent. Are you here to plead on behalf of Yin Jiayue as well? Changle inquired, his expression revealing no trace of joy or anger. Yuchuan, please assist me. Upon witnessing Changle's actions, Yin Jiayue implored Jiang Yuchuan. However, Jiang Yuchuan disregarded her plea, simply shaking his head at Changle and gently stating, Changle, I respect all your decisions and will steadfastly stand by your side. What if I disregard the bonds of the 6 divine beasts and insist on taking Meixi's life? Changle pressed further. Upon hearing the exchange between Changle and Jiang Yuchuan, Mo Fan frowned and remarked, Changle, you. Luo Ju patted Mo Fan's shoulder, interrupting his words. This is indeed Changle. Luo Ju greeted Chang Lu with a smile, recalling, I have seen you even before you took form, a fluffy little fox, utterly adorable. Now you are already 100,000 years old. How swiftly time passes. Luo Ju remained unperturbed, continuing to converse with Chang Lu. I stand on equal footing with your father, so you should address me as Uncle Luo. Chang Lu, as the young leader of the 9-tailed fox clan, you ought to consider the welfare of your kin and the 3 realms. The allure of Meisai cannot be underestimated. Upon hearing Luo Ju's words, Chang Lu chuckled softly. It is precisely for the sake of the 3 realms that I must eliminate Meisai. Uncle Luo, as the leader of the Taodai clan, you should be aware of what Yin Jiayue and his father have done to the beings of the 3 realms. The entire Qinglong clan is aided in their tyranny. In my opinion, exterminating the Qinglong clan would not be an overreach. What will become of the postnatal spiritual energies seal if you annihilate the entire Qinglong clan? Luo Ju's smile remained intact. Uncle Luo, there is no need to use the postnatal spiritual energy as a means of coercion against me. If the beings of the 3 realms were to learn the true nature of the Qinglong clan, would they still trust them to uphold the seal of the postnatal spiritual energy? Chang Lu paused and continued, by then, not only the Qinglong clan but the reputation of the other divine beast clans among the beings of the 3 realms is likely to be severely tarnished. Seeing that Chang Lu was resolute, Luo Ju turned to Jinan and inquired, Jinan, do you share the same thoughts as Chang Lu? My daughter's perspective is undoubtedly my own, as well as that of the entire 9-tailed fox clan. Then I shall refrain from saying more, Luo Ju declared, clearly stating his stance. Uncle Luo. Yin Jiayue's voice was imbued with a plea. Jiayue, you see, I am utterly powerless, Luo Ju said apologetically to Yin Jiayue. If I am not mistaken, Uncle Luo, along with Xin Yu and Mo Fan, has embarked on this journey merely to ensure Yin Jiayue's safety. As for Meixi's life, saving her would earn a favor from the Qinglong clan. However, should they fail, as long as they can preserve Yin Jiayue's life, it would bear little consequence for them. Changle's gaze towards Luo Ju sharpened. Changle, how could you think of me in this manner? I only acted upon hearing news of the clan leader's predicament and in accordance with my mother's counsel, worried for your well-being. Xin Yu hastily explained to Changle, yet upon seeing the unchanged expressions of Mo Fan and Luo Ju, incredulity washed over him as he queried, Uncle Luo, Mo Fan. Is it truly as Changle has stated? Mo Fan disregarded Xin Yu's question and turned to Changle, stating, Changle, you remain as astute as ever, yet you consistently opt for the least favorable choice. Changle regarded Mo Fan with sympathetic eyes. The least favorable? Mo Fan, if one views everything as a mere transaction, life must indeed be exhausting. Mo Fan scoffed. You may find life easy, carrying the burden of the 9-tailed fox clan, yet you never consider the welfare of your kin. Thus, you live effortlessly, leaving your people to suffer. Changle, wishing to sever ties with Mo Fan, declared, I shall not harm Yin Jiayue's life. Yet I cannot assure the safety of Meici. If you all have achieved your aims, you may depart and cease to waste each other's time. Should you insist on obstructing me, then let us engage in battle. Upon hearing her words, Mo Fan flicked his sleeves and strode towards the Golden Hall's exit, while Luo Ju maintained his serene smile, bidding, Jian, Changle, until we meet again. With that, he too departed the hall. Changle, do you realize that if you truly kill Meici, there will be no chance of reconciliation between you and Jiayue? Xin Yu's expression was one of profound anguish. Xin Yu, are you aware that Yin Jiayue has been practicing the secret techniques of the Qinglong clan? Changle inquired of Xin Yu. Yin Jiayue cast a furtive glance at Xin Yu before lowering her gaze. I am aware, Xin Yu replied, his countenance betraying no hint of surprise. as if he had long been privy to this information. Over 20,000 years ago, xianxia sought my assistance in locating the Buddhist sandalwood to rescue her father. I knew that her father had succumbed to madness due to the practice of the Qinglong clan's secret techniques, and I refused her. From that moment, she severed ties with me. Changle paused, then continued. Even had she not cut off our relationship, I would have wished to distance myself from her upon learning of her practice of the Qinglong clan's secret techniques. They repulsed me. As Changle's words lingered in the air, Xian Yu's expression darkened considerably as he confronted Yin Jiaoyue. Jiaoyue, have you deceived me? Changle, observing Yin Jiaoyue's demeanor, could not help but question Xian Yu. Xian Yu, do you take her word as truth? Or have you merely suspected the truth all along, yet dared not to believe it? Changle, it is not as you perceive. Xian Yu hastily attempted to explain, yet was interrupted by Changle. Changle inquired of Xian Yu, since you are aware of the truth, why do you persist in assisting Yin Jiaoyu? Xian Yu shook his head, dejectedly departing from the Golden Palace. May see, I grant you another chance. How did you manage to remove my mother's golden bracelet? Will you speak or not? Changle summoned the Rui whip, directing it towards Mei Si. I will not divulge, Mei Si declared resolutely. Refusal? Then your existence in this world is rendered unnecessary. Changle swung the Rui whip towards Mei Si. Yin Jiaoyu stood protectively in front of Mei Si, revealing a man cloaked entirely in black robes. I only know a sorcerer of formidable power seized your mother. Even with the power to annihilate worlds, I could not contend with him. Upon hearing Yin Jiaoyu's words, Changle turned to Mei Si and asked, who is the man in the black robe? Mei Si forcefully shoved Yin Jiaoyu aside, laughing maniacally. Even if I knew, I would not disclose it. You of the nine-tailed fox clan deserve to perish. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. Changle transformed the Rui whip into a sword, thrusting it directly at Mei Si. No. Yin Jiaoyu immediately unleashed a surge of power, attempting to obstruct the Rui whip. Mei Si countered with her own force, nullifying Yin Jiaoyu's magic, and the Rui whip pierced through Mei Si's body. Jinin, my greatest regret in this life is loving you. I curse you to never find Xing Tao heir. Anyone who falls in love with you, Jinin, shall share my fate and meet a tragic end. With that, Mei Si breathed her last, her body gradually dissipating. Mother! Yin Jiaoyu crawled towards the dissipating allure, crying out, why won't you leave me even a single word? Chapter 46. The Fall of Jinan and Changle. Jinan, Changle, and Zhang Yuchuan paid no heed to the weeping Yin Jiaoyu as they departed from the Golden Palace. Just as they exited, Changle could not help but ask Jinan, Father, how are you? At that moment, Jinan's complexion was alarmingly pale. Yet he mustered a smile to reassure Changle, saying, Father is. Before Jinan could finish his sentence, he fainted. Father. Changle quickly supported Jinan and channeled a surge of spiritual energy into him. In just 6 months, Jinan had invoked his spirit twice. It was inevitable that his spirit would be somewhat unstable, and Changle surmised this was the reason for his collapse. However, Changle could not sense Jinan's spirit and felt his breath growing weaker, causing her to panic momentarily. Zhang Yuchuan, I cannot sense my father's spirit. Zhang Yuchuan immediately poured spiritual energy into Jinan and frowned, saying, I cannot sense it either. Zhang Yuchuan's mother, Jiang Xianing, was the chieftain of the Xuanwu tribe and a renowned healer, celebrated across the 3 realms. Once, the former war god of the celestial clan, Kuan Ning, severely injured, sought healing from Jiang Xianing and fell in love with her at first sight. After his recovery, he lingered in the undersea, ultimately marrying Jiang Xianing and fathering Zhang Yuchuan. Changle had indeed heard of Jiang Xianing's renowned reputation throughout the realms. The thought that Jinin might receive her assistance alleviated some of her unease as she followed Zhang Yuchuan with increased urgency towards the Nether Sea. Upon arriving, Zhang Yuchuan escorted Changle into a modest, yet warmly inviting room. After gently placing Jinin onto the bed, Zhang Yuchuan turned to Changle and said, You stay here with the clan leader while I fetch my parents. Changle cast a grateful glance at Zhang Yuchuan and replied, Thank you, Yuchuan. There is no need for such formalities between us, he responded, stepping outside. Before long, Changle saw Jiang Xianing and her husband, Kunling, both clad in resplendent azure attire, approaching hand in hand behind Zhang Yuchuan. Changle immediately bowed to Jiang Xianing and earnestly pleaded, I implore you, clan leader Jiang, to save my father. Jiang Xianing stepped forward to assist Changle, saying, Dear child, There is no need for such formality. Simply call me Andy. With a serious expression, Jiang Xianing vowed. Yuchuan has informed me of the situation, and I shall exert every effort to save your father. Jiang Xianing remained inside to tend to Yi Jinan, while Jiang Yuchuan and Kunling kept Yi Changle company outside the room. Lady Changle, Lord Jinan is incredibly capable. He will be fine, they reassured her. The snake, having recovered thanks to Yi Changle's care, fluttered its wings and flew before her. After a day and a night, the door finally opened, and Jiang Xianing emerged with a solemn expression, addressing Yi Changle. Your father has awakened. You may go in now. Upon witnessing Jiang Xianing's somber expression, Yi Changle found herself rooted to the spot, as though her feet were burdened by 1,000 pounds, unable to take a single step. After several deep breaths, she gradually advanced towards the room. Jiang Yuchuan intended to follow, but Jiang Xianing halted him. Chuaner, allow this final moment to be shared between father and daughter. Final moment? Jiang Yuchuan was somewhat incredulous. Mother, is there truly no way to save clan leader Yi? My spirit is utterly shattered. I am helpless, Jiang Xianing replied gravely. Inside the room, Yi Jinan leaned against the headboard. Despite a day and night of Jiang Xianing's care, his complexion appeared even more ashen. Yi Changle forced a smile as she sat at her father's bedside. Father, after using your spiritual energy twice in just 6 months, you fainted. You must cultivate diligently moving forward. Though her words were meant as jest, a hint of sorrow tinged Yi Changle's voice. Noticing her distress, Yi Jinan reached out to gently stroke her head. Changle, there is no need to feign strength in front of your father. If you wish to cry, let your tears flow. Tears cascaded from Yi Changle's eyes as she beseeched her father. Father, please do not leave me behind. Changle, your father will never abandon you. Even if I depart this world, I shall always be by your side. Yi Jinan paused before continuing. Changle, my awakening this time was due to Xianing's considerable efforts. Remember to express your gratitude. Father, please, do not die. Yi Jinan gently wiped away the tears shed by Yi Changle and spoke to her with earnest affection. Changle, your father understands your clear sense of right and wrong. Now that you have taken it upon yourself to conclude the matter with Mei Si, our grievances with the Qinglong clan are resolved. In the future, should Yin Jiayue refrain from provoking you, it would be wise to release her from your thoughts. With my absence, accumulating too many adversaries will render your path through the 3 realms arduous. I have long known that you do not wish to wed the prince of the celestial tribe, and I am aware that if you refuse him, the chaotic energy will seep forth. Thus, your mother and I have tirelessly sought ways to reinforce the seal on the chaotic energy, but you, my dear, have proven your worth by discovering the Buddha sandalwood and dispelling the chaotic essence on your own. At merely 80,000 years of age, you have accomplished what many could not, and I am immensely proud of you. Changle, the 9-tailed fox clan is destined to safeguard the chaotic energy. It is our sacred duty. Now that you have dispelled it, that obligation no longer binds you. Your life is now yours to command. Live not for anyone else or any circumstance, but solely for yourself. Yi Jinan's tone grew solemn as he added, no matter what transpires henceforth, do not hold yourself accountable, all right? I have lived for over 400,000 years, met your mother, and brought you into this world. My life has no regrets, save for the brevity of the time we shared. Aside from the first 30,000 years of your life, I have not been able to be by your side as much as I wished, and that weighs heavily on my heart. Yi Changle shook her head, declaring, you are the best father in the world. Upon hearing her words, Yi Jinan smiled with comfort, replying, Changle, you are also the best daughter one could ever hope for. As Yi Jinan's gaze gradually became vacant, he tenderly caressed Yi Changle's cheek and earnestly said, Changle, you have done nothing wrong. Never allow yourself to feel guilt for your past actions, understood? Although Yi Changle found his words peculiar, she nodded in agreement. Father. Yi Changle watched helplessly as Yi Jinan's form slowly dissipated, overwhelmed with grief. Chapter 47. The appearance of the man in black. The somber bells of the heavenly realm tolled for 2 consecutive days, marking the demise of 2 deities. Such an event had never transpired since the inception of the universe by the Creator, prompting fervent discussions across the 3 realms. Chapter 48. The fall of Jiang and Chuan. The man in black scoffed, Yi Changle, you are indeed magnanimous, but can you afford to be so generous towards yourself? Yi Changle slightly furrowed her brow. Chapter 49. The balance of the 3 realms in the heavenly clan. The heavenly sovereign Pei Yin stood before the cloud platform. Witnessing the divine punishment cleave through the sky, he promptly turned and made his way into the heavenly palace. Pei Yin adjusted a lamp within the hall. Chapter 50. There is no remedy for regret after the annihilation of the nine-tailed fox clan. The somber tolling of the bells in the heavenly realm persisted, echoing throughout the three realms. Upon learning of the nine-tailed fox clan's demise, Pei ends. Chapter 51. Seeking Xiangle allegiances? Yin Jiayue lowered her head in contemplation. And when she raised it again, the smile that once graced her lips had vanished. With a piercing gaze, she directed her inquiry at Mo Fan. The annihilation of the nine-tailed fox clan, is it connected to you? Chapter 52. Everything feels amiss. The transformed serpent slowly opened its eyes, revealing a displeased expression in its golden pupils as it regarded the intruder. It exhaled sharply, emitting a roar reminiscent of an infant's wail. Chapter 53. Reluctance to trust anyone. Xianyu. What do you mean by this? Upon hearing Xianyu's words, Changle felt a sense of bewilderment. Chapter 54. Pei Yan's ambition. Changle understood that confronting Lan Sun and Luo Jinjin directly would only serve to alert them. Yielding no truths, in the face of self-interest, all would choose to remain silent. Chapter 55. Qi Yi Side Story 1. Not long after my birth, Jinan came into the world, our arrivals merely 2 hours apart. To the realms and 6 clans, this might seem an inconsequential detail. Chapter 56. Qi Yi Side Story 2. The customs of the 3 realms are notably liberal. Throughout the eons since creation, gender has never been an impediment to love. Jinan is different, being of the nine-tailed fox royal lineage. Chapter 57. Changle seeks assistance. With a deep sigh, Kuan Ning addressed Changle. Changle, had your father not perished, the nine-tailed fox clan would not have fallen so easily to divine retribution. Chapter 58. The side story of Qi Yi. The nine-tailed fox clan Zi Yin was coerced into a marriage alliance. Born as the most humble princess of the Lin Kingdom, yet possessing an enchanting visage. Chapter 59. The abduction of Bai Mengyu. After vanquishing the world, Changle departed from Jioma City, soaring towards the celestial clan, with the obedient serpent still resting on Changle's shoulder, while the world-destroying entity transformed into a black and crimson orb. Chapter 60. The interrogation of truth. Pei Ins remained silent, yet Changle was unperturbed, softly calling out, "World Destroyer." Upon hearing this, the entity drew closer to Bai Mengyu's throat, causing her to. Chapter 61. The secrets of the White Tiger clan. After a span of 20,000 years, Changle once again arrived at the entrance of the Si Ming Hall, calling out, Changle seeks an audience with the immortal Lord Si Ming. Chapter 62. The awakening of the White Tiger clan. Therefore, you acquiesced to that purple sovereign. Changle exhibited no excess emotion. Indeed, I had no other choice, Mo Fan replied with a bittersweet expression. Chapter 63. With greater power comes greater responsibility indeed, Yin Wu. You should cease your tears. After all, you are no longer a child, and should know better than to be so embarrassed. Ma Fei stepped forward and gently took Changle's arm, saying, Changle, standing like this. Chapter 64. Changle encountered Zizan. Upon hearing this, Mo Fan's expression turned solemn. My understanding of Zizan is rather limited. He always wears a mask and never reveals his true identity, not even to Tianjun Peiyan. Chapter 65. A whale falls. All things flourish. What do you mean by that? Changle felt overwhelmed by the information and found it difficult to digest in that moment. Zizan gazed outside the hall and softly explained. Chapter 66. Changle encountered Xingxia. Zizan led Changle to the entrance of the celestial race's secret chamber. Though the door was tightly shut, a faint glow of brilliance could be seen seeping through. Zizan released Changle's hand and stepped back. Chapter 67. Understanding Jinan's kind intentions, Changle's heart sank, and with a look of guilt, she said, I always thought that father was seeking some sweet moments alone with mother, hence his absence during my enlightenment ceremony. Chapter 68. Journey to the boundless sea. Lord Changle, where are we headed? Upon exiting the White Tiger clan, the transformed serpent emerged from beneath the cloak, only to discover Changle soaring towards a place he had never ventured before. Chapter 69. To be a fox. One seeks only a lifetime of innocence. Feng Yi gazed at the woman shrouded in the black cloak before him and spoke with an air of calmness. I am uncertain of what you are referring to, my lady, but I shall not part with this humble wooden vessel. Chapter 70. Infiltrating the deep-sea whale kingdom. As the wooden boat submerged into the depths, it accelerated downward, causing Changle's vision to blur progressively until nothing was discernible. Ultimately, he chose to close his eyes entirely. Chapter 71. The transformed serpent goes to investigate Lan Sun. The whale pair pondered for a moment, shaking his head. It is rumored that Principal Lan of Ingtian Academy dotes on his only disciple, Changle, to an extraordinary extent. After the transformation snake exited, it remained ever mindful of Changle's admonitions, adhering to the principle of utmost caution. It kept close to the Crystal Palace. Once, Jiang and Chuan had traversed the endless sea. After Changle's inquiry, the whale pair's expression suddenly turned desolate. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Beitao, there are certain matters I had intended to bury deep within my heart for eternity, but the solitude and tenderness of the whale pair unfolded. When the whale pair heard this, he regarded the situation with suspicion. As the whale pair escorted Changle on their way to meet the clam spirit, the transformation snake felt an odd familiarity with the path they tread. The whale pair led Changle through a lacquered door. At sea, one sees whales. In the depths of the forest, one encounters deer. Changle extended his palm toward Luo Chuan, raising an eyebrow, saying, "Return the transformation snake to me, and I shall divulge the secret." Upon noticing the ring adorning Changle's left hand, Luo Chuan paused, momentarily taken aback. Chapter 78. The antlers of the white deer. Upon hearing this, and recalling Luo Chuan's animosity towards Lan Sun, Changle formed a conjecture and inquired of Luo Chuan, "Is your intense hatred for Lan Sun rooted in your father's?" Chapter 79. Conjecture regarding Zizun emerging from the Black Gate. Changle was promptly greeted by Jing Li, who anxiously questioned, "Why were you inside for so long? Did you manage to glean any information?" Chapter 80. Yan Jiayue seizes annihilation, having borne witness to. Chapter 81. Huashi aspires to matriarchy. The Azure Dragon clan was stunned by Annihilation's actions. Rooted to the spot, Yan Jiayue was the first to react, being nearest to the white-haired old woman, who. Chapter 82. Confrontation with Lan Sun. Changle concurred with Huashi's aspiration to matriarchy, departing from the Celestial clan. "Esteemed Changle, where shall we venture now?" Huashi inquired, tilting its head. Chapter 83. Kaisi's journal. Zizun divulged it to me, Changle confessed to Lan Sun. Zizun? Lan Sun questioned with perplexity. How would he possess knowledge of this journal? And why would he impart it? Chapter 84. Love as armor. Upon hearing Changle's words, Lan Sun angrily rebuked Changle, exclaiming, "Changle, what nonsense are you spouting? The matters concerning the nine-tailed fox clan weigh heavily on my conscience, yet." Chapter 85. Encounter with Kaisha. Upon hearing this, Lan Sun's expression was one of utter disbelief. "It cannot be. It cannot be. This is not how it should be." Witnessing Lan Sun's reaction. Chapter 86. A novel, yet also reality. Is it a novel, or is it the realm of reality? Changle murmured Kaishi's words, pondering, if it is indeed a novel, how can it also be the world of reality? Chapter 87. The cruel indifference of divine punishment. You burned your soul, and yet did not perish? Changle was somewhat incredulous, believing that the figure in the Cloud Sea's secret realm was merely a remnant of you before you burned your soul. Chapter 88. All beings shall forget Kaisha. Changle shook his head. Chapter 89. Every individual is extraordinary. Gazing into Changle's crimson eyes, there was a hint of remorse in Kaishi's tone. According to the pact made with Wang Yang, once I bring you to the three realms, I shall dissipate. Chapter 90. The fall of Lan Sun. Master knows. Lan Sun gazed at Changle with profound regret. Changle, Master has always known you to be a person of clear principles, approachable in demeanor. Chapter 91. When will Lord Chuan return? A silent green figure appeared behind Changle. After Changle vented her emotions, Su Kuer approached her side. In Chapter 92, the little fox remarked that Xianyu had erected a house beside the waterside pavilion, remaining in Qingqiu. Following the little fox's guidance, Changle arrived at the pavilion and indeed spotted the water. In Chapter 93, when Changle locked eyes with Xianyu, her demeanor remained unflinching and her heart steady. Since her master had already fallen, the nine-tailed fox clan would soon be reborn. What danger could she possibly face? In Chapter 94, after a deep slumber that lasted 3 days and nights, the first thing Changle did upon awakening was to go to the waterside pavilion. Regardless of whether Xianyu stayed or left, she felt compelled to visit. In Chapter 95, upon receiving Changle's response, the gossiping serpent finally voiced its curiosity. Lady Changle, does Su Kuer harbor feelings for Director Lan? Chapter 96. Xianyu taming the serpent since Changle promulgated the new decree. The official documents from the Fox clan have drastically diminished. With the cessation of the endless paperwork, Xianyu's previously busy life has suddenly. Chapter 97. The unexpected guest from Qingxiu, Luo Xinjin. The world has resumed its course. Chapter 98. The purpose of the Purple Sovereign. With a span of at least 900 years before Jinan, Jiang and Chuan can be reborn. This is why Changle has been urging Xianyu, Mo Fan, and Yin Jiayue to accompany him to feast. Chapter 99. The Green Tea Man. Luo Zhu. Although Changle had an unpleasant encounter with Luo Zhu during their time in the Qinglong clan, at this moment, Luo Zhu appeared as if nothing had transpired, greeting Changle with a smile. Chapter 100. The repeated knocking on the courtyard door. Exhausted, Changle dragged himself to open the courtyard door, initially expecting to find Xianyu or Luo Xinjin. However, upon seeing Yin Jiayue, Changle could not help but frown. Chapter 101. Mo Fan's intentions. After hearing Mo Fan's words, Changle pondered for a moment before questioning. Mo Fan, what do you mean by that? Changle, do you still remember the Nine Tails? Chapter 102. Ling Tiao, the divine being. After Yin Jiayue spoke, she let out a deep sigh and continued. But according to her nature, she may not be willing to take on the role of this headmaster. Upon hearing this, Mo Fan. Chapter 103. Changle Academy Master? Upon hearing the words, Xianyu, Luo Xinjin, Mo Fan, and Yin Jiayue all displayed expressions of profound astonishment. Luo Xinjin gazed at the tightly embraced figure. Chapter 104. The Radiant Zhuke Clan. Chapter 105. The Magnificence of the Zhuke Clan. Upon entering the main hall, Changle recognized xianxia and realized that Xianyu's exquisite appearance was inherited from her. Xianxia sat upon the high seat, clad in resplendent red, embodying her original. Chapter 106. Xianxia's Fiery Temper. Chapter 107. Departing from the Zhuke clan. Seizing the moment while Xianxia attended to the serving of dishes, Xianyu discreetly pulled Changle aside. Chapter 108. The Intent of the Purple Sovereign. Although the distance from the Zhuke clan to the White Tiger clan is not particularly long, it typically requires 5 days to reach. However, Changle managed to arrive at the White Tiger clan in just 3 days. This. Chapter 109. Xian and Qi Yi. Changle did not rush, instead standing quietly in place, awaiting the arrival of the Purple Sovereign. Chapter 110. The Most Delectable Sweet and Sour Ribs. Recently, I encountered an individual who seemed to know Xian and derisively remarked that our nine-tailed fox clan comprises ungrateful wretches. Changle paused momentarily, continuing. Chapter 111. The Most Affable Deity. Pei-Yins averted his gaze from Changle, offering a forced chuckle. The young clan leader seemed to be overthinking, according to your words. The bond between you and your sibling should be quite strong. Chapter 112. The Fragility of the Colorful Flower. The Qingyi fairy posed a series of inquiries, to which Changle could only respond to one, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she inquired of the Qingyi fairy, if I only know the name of this mortal. Chapter 113. The Dejected Changle. Does the Lord of Destiny recall matters concerning Miss Xian? Changle pressed the deity. Upon hearing Changle's question, the Lord of Destiny appeared somewhat puzzled. Chapter 114. The Appearance of Xian and Luo Xinjin. Observing Changle's despondent demeanor, a tender voice emerged from the annihilating world. Changle, there is something I find quite peculiar. What is it? Chapter 115. The Bullied Little Gray Fox. After listening to the little fox's words, Changle remained silent for a moment before asking, Xianyu, how did you recount the tale of the nine-tailed fox clan? Chapter 116. Changle's Apology. They truly have not bullied me anymore. The little gray fox finally admitted the truth, explaining that in the past, they had merely scolded her a few times. The little gray fox revealed the reality. Chapter 117. The Removal of Hui Yan's Black Robe. Do you know? In the midst of confusion, Hui Yan directed his inquiry towards Changle, questioning, if you are already aware, why then do you bring them to apologize to me? Chapter 118. After receiving the consent of Hui Yan and his mother, Changle summoned all the foxes of Qingxiu to the square the following day. As night fell, Changle turned towards Hui Yan beside him. Chapter 119. The True Identity of the Purple Sovereign. Changle, you have finally arrived. Wang Yang's voice was indeed as warm as Kai Si had described. Upon hearing Wang Yang's voice, Changle felt all her pain dissipate. Chapter 120. No Regrets. Changle, you are correct in one regard. The man paused for a moment before speaking. The purple sovereign is indeed born of the primordial purple energy. But I did not allow her to wreak havoc on the three. Chapter 121. The Rebirth of Jiang and Chuan. That night, Changle lay on the bench in Tianlan Garden, her left hand cradling her head while her right hand incessantly twirled a wooden hairpin, occasionally lifting it to examine closely. Chapter 122. Jiang and Chuan's Whims. Since the day Jiang and Chuan met Changle, he had always held her emotions close to his heart. Yet, witnessing Changle's immense fury now, Jiang and Chuan was still taken aback. Chapter 123. Heartfelt Words. Jiang and Chuan. If I truly followed your words and forgot you, now having someone I admire, what would you do? Changle asked Jiang and Chuan with a semblance of a smile. Chapter 124. Are you incompetent? After Changle pinned Jiang Yuchuan to the ground, nothing truly transpired. It was not that Changle was unwilling, but rather that Jiang Yuchuan was. At a critical juncture. Chapter 125. The Savior Peach Air's Method upon witnessing Changle. Chapter 126. You must try it after arriving at the Celestial Clan. Jinan gently waved his sleeve, effortlessly toppling all the Celestial Guards stationed at the gates, leading Changle in a grand display. Chapter 127. The Severed Tail of Xing Tao Heir. Jinan was exceedingly pleased with Changle's actions. Although Xing Tao Heir remained within the secluded chamber of the Celestial Clan, the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan had already been resurrected, and Pei Yin should not be underestimated. Chapter 128. I promise to satisfy you. The severing of tails in the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan not only inflicted excruciating pain but also diminished their magical powers. Xing Tao Heir had lost 8 tails in one instance, nearly jeopardizing her divine status. Chapter 129. When did you develop affection for Jiang Yuchuan? Changle gazed at the grand entrance of Tianlan Garden, clenching her small fists, yet. Chapter 130. Qi Yi's solitude. Xing Tao Heir accompanied Changle for a mere 2 hours before being taken away by Jinan. As Jinan remarked on the interminable night, it was indeed excessively dark. Chapter 131. Jiang and Chuan's proposal. When Changle received news from Jiang and Chuan, she was dining with Jinan and Xing Tao. Chapter 132. The wedding date of Changle and Jiang Chuan. Among the members of the Xuanwu clan who accompanied Jiang and Chuan to propose to Changle, there was an elderly man with a head of white hair, radiating an air of ethereal wisdom. His name was Reagan. Chapter 133. In this world, I only wished to please you. From the moment of her birth, Changle was aware of her overly affectionate adoptive father, Jinan, who was rather clingy. Fortunately, his affections were directed solely towards Xing Tao. Chapter 134. In this lifetime, I only desire you. Changle. Once Jinan ceased to be overly attached to Jiang and Chuan, Changle finally had the opportunity to explore the enchanting realms of Xianxia with Jiang and Chuan. To her recollection, this marked Jiang and Chuan's 3rd visit. Chapter 135. I wish to try. Chapter 136. Lure from Xianxia Square to Tianlan Courtyard. Changle maintained a forward gaze, uttering not a word, yet briskly leading Jiang and Chuan onward. Chapter 137. The most effective method. Jiang Yuchuan's words were indeed reasonable. When the snake transformed into human form, he appeared as a strikingly handsome man standing 8 feet tall, rushing towards Changle, who felt somewhat. Chapter 138. Leaving the misery to others. After resolving matters with Jiang Yuchuan, Changle approached Jinan and Xing Tao Heir to discuss her desire to venture into the deep-sea whale kingdom, mentioning only that Jingli had previously assisted her in the matter of the blue sun whale's fall. Chapter 139. The letter from Luo Chuan. After Jingli accepted the gift, Jiang Yuchuan finally voiced his curiosity to Changle. Luo, why does this princess refer to you as Bei Tao? Chapter 140. The Stone of the River of Heaven. The whale demon tribe resides at the bottom of the boundless sea. Thus, Changle naturally assumed that the crystal palace resembled its outward appearance, taking the form of a whale. Chapter 141. Distance creates beauty. Why 3,000 years? Chapter 142. The kind-hearted spider demon. Without Jiang Yuchuan's incessant presence, Changle enjoyed an exceptionally rare good night's sleep. Similarly, the transformed snake also managed to rest well without Jiang Yuchuan's interruptions. Chapter 143. Catastrophe has struck. It was evident that the transformed snake displayed considerable disdain towards the braised shellfish. Transformed snake, are you certain you do not wish to eat? The tone of Jiang and Chuan remained serene, yet within the transformation of the serpent, Chapter 144, The Unawakenable Destruction. Changle hastily cast a spell, intent on probing the state of the destruction. Although her master, Lan Sun, was renowned throughout the three realms for his weapon-forging prowess, Changle's knowledge of weapon crafting. Chapter 145, The Origin of Destruction. Upon hearing Yin Jieyue's response, Changle could not help but furrow her brow. If there were any alternative methods to awaken the destruction, Changle would not have set foot into the Qinglong clan. Chapter 146, The Seal of Destruction. Ling Tiao, after receiving Changle's request, took the destruction from her hands, scrutinizing it closely before slowly casting a spell to probe into the essence of destruction. Chapter 147, To the Elf Clan. After the departure of destruction, Ling Tiao unexpectedly refrained from urging Changle to linger longer at the Changle Academy for her company, instead hastening her and Jiang Chuan. Chapter 148, I acknowledge your wisdom. The young clan leader spoke wisely. Such rumors were evidently fabricated, rendering my previous concerns somewhat exaggerated. The tree paused momentarily, forcing a smile as it remarked, Indeed. Chapter 149, The Original Color of Destruction. Changle and Jiang Chuan harmonized their voices, causing the tree's expression to darken profoundly as it icily stated, If that is the case, the two young clan leaders might as well proceed to the elf. Chapter 150, The Resurrection of Purple Smoke. After thoroughly investigating the origins of destruction, Changle and Jiang Chuan departed from the elf clan, having ventured approximately 100 miles into the realm of the spirit tribe, Jiang. Chapter 151, What is it truly like to be a fox? Chapter 152, The Reason for Ziyan's Rebirth. Jinan and Qi felt nauseated by the answer. Yet Changle appeared quite pleased, smiling as he alleviated Jiang Yuchuan's predicament. Uncle Qi, please do not focus all your attention on. Chapter 153, The Arrival of Mo Fan's family in Qingqiu. During these days back in Qingqiu, Changle discerned that Qi and Jinan were indeed good brothers, with a clinginess that, in comparison, made Qi seem even more so than Jinan. Chapter 154, Is Zizun dead? In a drunken stupor on the bed, Qi clutched Ziyan's hand tightly, murmuring and refusing to let her go. Ziyan smiled helplessly, Little fox, please loosen your grip. Chapter 155, One must remain vigilant against Ziyan. After Ziyan's death, she chose. Chapter 156, Ziyan presented herself willingly. With Jiang Yuchuan's promise secured, Changle felt as if a heavy stone had fallen from his heart, and then he voiced another query. Yuchuan, there is also something else I believe. Chapter 157, The Comparison Between Xing Tower and xianxia. After such an ordeal, Changle's wariness towards Ziyan diminished somewhat. Changlu believed that if Ziyan truly harbored ill intentions, she would not have brought Mo Fan. Chapter 158, Qi, Ziyan's marriage. Qi took Ziyan to the enchanting Jiangnan of the mortal realm, though countless millennia had passed, with emperors having changed numerous times. Qi remained a deity of some stature. Chapter 159, Jinan, Kuan Ning, and the resentment of the serpent transformation. As the wedding date approached for Jiang Yuchuan and Changlu, they found themselves among the most leisurely individuals. Xing Tower and Jiang Qianing busied themselves with the preparations for the dowry. Chapter 160, Ziyan's pregnancy. Chapter 161, By Mengyu's plea. Shortly after Ziyan and Qi departed, Tianlan Courtyard welcomed another guest, Xiao Lizi. Before Ling Tiao entered the room, his voice reached Changlu. Chapter 162, Pei En's Dilemma. Upon hearing Li's question, Bai Mengyu fell silent for a considerable time before responding. Because my master is fond of you, I wish to ask you to grant him a chance. Pei. Chapter 163, I do not believe in fate. Hearing from Pei En's about the desire to annul the engagement with Changlu, Bai Mengyu. Chapter 164, Pei En's weakness. Father, have you considered how the annihilation of the nine-tailed fox clan would influence the perception of the celestial clan if there were still ties of marriage between the celestial clan and the nine-tailed fox clan? Chapter 165, My affection for Jiang Yuchuan leads me to desire marriage with him due to Pei En's directive. Bai Mengyu remained steadfastly in her chamber, never once straying from its confines. As such, she was oblivious to the presence of Pei En's, who stood not far from the palace. Chapter 166, The Concept of Sacrifice. Chapter 167, Changle and Jiang Yuchuan's bond. Upon hearing this, Changle, dissatisfied, extricated herself from Jiang Yuchuan's embrace, playfully chiding, Jiang Yuchuan. Are you suggesting that I was not beautiful before? You are beautiful, Lure. Chapter 168. Journey to the Underworld. See Chapter 169. The falling purple smoke and red blossoms following the conclusion of the Xuanwu clan's wedding banquet. Yi Jinan and Xing Tai'er did not hasten to depart. They lingered in the underworld sea, accompanying Yi Changle for an additional fortnight. Over the past several centuries. Chapter 170. The loss of a child. Upon hearing Jiang Xianing's words, Qi Yi's face turned ashen, leaving him utterly speechless. Had it not been for Yi Jinan's support, he might have been unable to remain standing. Chapter 171. The worries of Xian. Chapter 172. The fury of Xingxior. Xian's words were reasonable, leaving no room for criticism. Xingxior had no choice but to fabricate an excuse. She set down the spoon in her hand and grasped Xian's hand, her expression shifting slightly. Chapter 173. Xian's recovery. Upon hearing Qi Yi's words, Yi Jinan immediately comprehended the reason behind Xingxior's anger. However, he could also understand Qi Yi's evasion. He had contemplated that if. Chapter 174. An encounter with the demon clan. Observing Qi Yi. Yi Jinan yearned to take Xingxior on a journey through the three realms, ever since the revival. Chapter 175. Atonement for annihilation. Recalling the multitude of scars prior to the annihilation, Yi Changle speculated. So, did you inflict such torment upon yourself as a means of self-punishment to alleviate these? Chapter 176. The monk in the bottle. I do not know, Annihilation muttered, lowering his gaze, unable to meet the eyes of the serpent. Have you never inquired? The serpent questioned in confusion. Annihilation shook. Chapter 177. Who exactly are you? Another individual? The monk pondered thoughtfully, stating, might this esteemed lady be referring to the Azure Dragon clan among the 6 divine beasts? It appears that. Chapter 178. The monks passed. In response to Yi Changle's inquiry, the monk maintained an unperturbed demeanor, steadfastly adhering to his initial assertion, esteemed benefactor. I truly am but an ordinary mortal. Chapter 179. The Heart Demon of Annihilation. Upon hearing the term Heart Demon, Yi Changle's expression abruptly changed. The Heart Demon is a fearsome entity within the three realms, evoking terror and dread. Chapter 180. The monk's fate. The monk's demeanor, calm and unperturbed, left Yi Changle somewhat bewildered. After all, it was necessary to shatter the seal of the primordial aura left by the Divine Master, which led to the extinction of one of the divine beasts, the Azure Dragon. Chapter 181. The affection between Annihilation and the serpent. Clearly, the monk did not wish to elaborate further. Following their conversation, Yi Changle gained some insight into his identity, realizing. Chapter 182. The growing affection between Annihilation and the serpent. After leaving the inn, the serpent hurriedly chased after Annihilation, calling out, Annihilation, do not leave so hastily. Wait for me. Yi Changle resided. Chapter 183. The shaky tower. Startled by Annihilation's sudden awakening, the serpent quickly explained, I meant no harm, although Annihilation had sealed his own powers. Chapter 184. The long road ahead for Annihilation. Yi Changle initially believed that Annihilation would require time to come to a realization, yet, unexpectedly, just a day later, the serpent brought Annihilation before him. At that time. Chapter 185. The Benevolence of Annihilation. The childlike disposition of the serpent transformation was unperturbed by the concept of annihilation. After all, Annihilation had existed for over 100 million years, and in terms of lineage, Annihilation could be regarded as the ancestor of the serpent transformation. Chapter 186. The absence of the Azure Dragon clan in the three realms. Will you assist me in breaking the seal? Annihilation scoffed and inquired of Yan Jiyue. Do you comprehend the consequences that the Azure Dragon clan will face if the seal is broken? Chapter 187. The dissipation of the monk. Upon finishing his words, Annihilation's vision darkened, and he fainted. Just as he was about to collapse to the ground, the serpent transformation hurried forward to catch him, exclaiming, Annihilation? Chapter 188. To act according to one's heart is worthwhile. After the monk completely vanished, the originally tainted white jade vial suddenly emitted a brilliant golden light, dazzling to the eyes, prompting Yi Changle and Ling Tiao to shield their faces. Chapter 189. The Soul from Another World. After Ling Tiao departed, Yi Changle sat alone in the Changle Academy for a long while, murmuring, to act according to one's heart is indeed worthwhile. Yi Changle then felt a deep sorrow. Chapter 190. Yi Changle loses consciousness. What does it matter that I feel guilty towards my master and Yan Jiyue? Now they have both dissipated within the three realms, and I am powerless to make amends. Changle bore a look of remorse. Chapter 191. The Ancestry of the Three Realms. Damn it, I have fallen into her trap. When Changle opened his eyes once more, he found himself in a vast and desolate place. Where is this? Chapter 192. Changle's encounter with the primordial purple chi. Although the primordial purple chi appeared before Changle infrequently, each time she encountered it, the entity concealed itself behind a mask that was half scheming, half divine, shrouded in mystery. Chapter 193. To split you is to become heaven. As the words of the primordial purple chi resonated in the air, the scene before Changle shifted once more. After Kaishir departed, the primordial purple chi remained seated upon a throne etched with golden patterns. Chapter 194. The primordial purple chi's hatred for the three realms. Do you mean that only by splitting me can a new Genesis be born? The tone of the primordial purple chi brimmed with resentment. In other words, if a new Genesis were to arise, it would necessitate my demise. Chapter 195. I can assist you in truth. There is little history between myself and Xian. She scarcely knows who I am. The primordial purple chi sighed and continued. The reason I. Chapter 196. I have a method to alleviate his guilt. Why do you hesitate to act? The primordial purple chi scoffed, her tone laced with boundless animosity. Changle, do you not realize that for countless eons, my thoughts have been consumed by? Chapter 197. Do not deceive me. Changle, after the heavenly punishment departed. Changle. Chapter 198. Knowing it is a heart demon, yet unaware it is also a heart demon in that moment. The existence of the annihilation seemed as fragile as a porcelain doll, as if uttering a word of refusal from Changle could cause it to shatter immediately. Seeing the situation, Changle sighed helplessly. After a moment. Chapter 199. The destruction of the world is the creation of heaven. Creation of heaven? Murmured the destruction of the world, and then suddenly realized, could it be that sort of creation? As he spoke, it seemed he had forgotten his earlier sorrow. Chapter 200. I will protect the serpent. Chapter 201. He agrees to meet you. All right, destruction of the world, I trust you. Even in the face of death, one must protect those dear to them. This was the unspoken understanding between Changle and the destruction of the world. Chapter 202. He is not the creator. Changle poked the serpent on his shoulder, noticing it remained unresponsive, and then turned his left index finger to the destruction of the world, calling out, destruction of the world. Chapter 203. A clear system of rewards and punishments. He is not the creator? Changle exclaimed in disbelief, quickly denying. How is that possible? He had witnessed the tree of rebirth with his own eyes, even before the creation of heaven. Chapter 204. The destruction of the world nearly fell into the heart demon. Chapter 205. The mistake lies with the divine reputation. Chapter 206. Departing for Wind City. Once the serpent awoke, Changle and the others no longer lingered and set off from the small courtyard. Their destination was a place abundant in beauty and charm, a realm of perpetual spring. Chapter 207. The wind god at the summit of Tsongshan. In the midst of their conversation, the three arrived at Wind City. Before experiencing the fierce winds of Wind City, Changle pondered the mentions of wind in the chronicles of the three realms. After a moment of contemplation, she speculated, could it be that Sister Luo Chuan is also within this Wind City? The wind has always been free. With urgency etched on her face, Changle rushed towards Luo Chuan's direction, the destruction of the world transforming into a ring that firmly encircled her index finger. Changle could hardly believe her ears when she repeated, you gave it to me long ago? Although Luo Chuan and Changle shared a deep bond, their relationship was not without its complexities. After departing from the depths of Arai Lake, Changle followed Luo Chuan's instructions and ascended to the summit of Tsongshan, relaying Luo Chuan's words to Feng Yi without omitting a single detail. Not long after Changle left Xianxia to pursue her studies at the Yingtian Academy, Manduo also bid farewell to Qi Yi and departed from Xianxia. Thus, when the nine-tailed fox clan met its demise, Manduo managed to escape. But why would he choose to descend into the 18th layer of hell alone? Changle, with confusion etched upon her face, felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief within her. The beings of the 18 layers of hell must. Chapter 215. Entering the 18 layers of hell, 9 heavens profound fire? Manduo asked with concern, her brow furrowed. Changle, do you not understand that the 9 heavens profound fire signifies ultimate death? Why would you seek it out when all seems well? Chapter 216. The final ascetic indeed, it is not for the sake of detoxification. Changle resolved to reveal the truth. The individual standing beside me was originally a sword. However, he is merely the sword's body, devoid of the blade. Chapter 217. I beg you, that is true. What right do I have to condemn you? I am the one who has caused her the deepest wounds. In comparison to me, what are you? Xianxia self-mockingly remarked amidst the flames. Chapter 218. The transformation of the serpent. The serpent gently shook its head in refusal, stating, My lord Changle, I cannot heed your words this time. If I do not go, the destruction of the world will ensue, and if the world perishes, there will be nothing left. Chapter 219. I am not the destroyer. Changle's eyes were devoid of life as she sat motionless upon the ground. The azure dragon tendons that once bound her, rendering her immobile, lay scattered in disarray around her. Chapter 220. Fateful bonds. Master Xianxia. Changle gazed intently into Xianxia's crimson eyes, perceiving not only depth, but also an unsettling emptiness within them. In the realm of the three realms, a wondrous spectacle unfolds in a corner of the sky. A pure white nine-tailed fox, bearing a pitch-black long sword, flits gracefully through layer upon layer of ethereal space. As Chapter 222 unfolds, Changle escorts Kaitian to the hidden chamber of the Xianyuan clan nestled within the imperial capital of the human realm. The chamber remains unchanged from its former state, with the circular platform at its center. In Chapter 223, an expression of shock crosses Kaitian's face as he exclaims, Changle, the one you speak of, who claims to govern all, is he not a deity? Indeed, it is the divine renown. Chapter 224 reveals Kaitian's tears, evoking a pang of sympathy in Changle, who gently reassures Kaitian. This is the path chosen by Kaishur, and it is he who has determined his own fate. In Chapter 225, if Ziki harbored even a flicker of hope that the fate inscribed upon the rebirth tree could somehow be altered, it soon becomes clear. Chapter 226 takes us to the tale after Ziki discovers Kaishur. In the void prior to creation, there was no distinction between heaven and earth. All that could be seen was an expanse of desolation. Finally, in Chapter 227, the contemplation of creation or non-creation leads to the realization that, on a personal level, it is indeed of little consequence. Kaisi acknowledged, yet my brother aspires to create the world, which holds significance for me. Chapter 228, Tales in the Void 3, in the vast expanse of the myriad worlds, those with a heart of pure goodness are not solely Kaisi. Every creator embodies such benevolence. Only those who possess a heart of pure goodness. Chapter 229, Tales in the Void 4, uncertain of the methods employed by the primordial purple energy. I failed to recognize her as the primordial essence that needed to be cleaved for creation when I first encountered her. The Sword of Creation side. Chapter 230, Left alone for the sake of the primordial purple energy to face death? Changle could scarcely believe his ears and questioned. But Kaisi is clearly striving to seal the primordial purple energy after its division, resulting in the 6. Chapter 231, The Cost of Creation. Left in the three realms, Kaitian wept hoarsely, while Changle allowed him to unleash the emotions buried within for many years. Standing quietly by, reflecting on all that transpired before creation. Chapter 232, Kaitian no longer a tool of creation. It seems that if a creator perishes within the small world they have forged, the accompanying tool of creation will also cease to exist in that realm. Chapter 233, Disguising as Kaisi Changle. I believe we ought to deliberate further. After catching up with Changle, Kaitian advised her, shall we directly seek Ziki? Chapter 234, Jinan's fall from grace. On the bed, Mo Fan lay with his eyes tightly shut. Once handsome, his face now bore no color, his cheekbones protruding, rendering him emaciated and unrecognizable. Chapter 235, If only you were an ordinary fox. Changle departed from Qingqiu at the age of 30,000, heading to Ingtian Academy. Though separated from Xing Tair and Jinan, she remained understanding and obedient, even after enduring numerous hardships. Chapter 236, A willingness to strive with all one's might. Chapter 237, Seeking assistance from Ziki. Absorbing the essence of the common people for cultivation? Changle raised an eyebrow and remarked, Kaitian, given Uncle Chi's character, I firmly believe he would never harm mortals. Chapter 238, The 12-Hour Mirror. Seeking assistance from Ziki. Kaitian was taken aback by Changle's audacious proposal, exclaiming, Changle, we can barely evade Ziki. Let alone. Chapter 239, By Mengyu's assistance. By Mengyu's side, saying, Yet, in matters of the mortal realm, the The crown prince has never forgotten. I am aware that he has not forgotten. If he had, you would not be present in my. In chapter 240, the figure within is not Xian. The handkerchief entered the 12-time mirror, and the mirror's surface began to ripple gradually. As the ripples intensified, Changle's expression grew increasingly somber. In chapter 241, the connection between the 3 souls and 7 spirits is profound. Changle's gaze suddenly turned sharp as she inquired of the tree, what is the relationship between Xian and Luo Xinjin? In chapter 242, the tree's helplessness is evident. I trust you. Changle discerned the genuine emotions conveyed through the tree's words, which did not seem feigned. Yet, why did Xian merge with Luo Xinjin? In chapter 243, the ambition of Luo Zhu unfolds, followed by chapter 244, where the parrot spirit faces a dire fate. Changle had anticipated that after expressing so much, she would at least evoke some lingering feelings of the past to halt the tree's actions. However, she did not expect Changle to unreservedly. In chapter 245, what remains is merely your life. Changle shrugged and opened her palms, stating, I understand. You are the clan leader, and I am the junior clan leader. We both bear the weight of our clan's destiny, hence I can certainly empathize with you. In chapter 246, Luo Zhu struck at Changle. Tendons and ligaments? Changle maintained her composure, a smile curving her lips as she addressed Luo Zhu. How novel. Enough with the chatter, let us proceed. Observing Chang. Chapter 247. Luo Zhu's legs rendered useless. Luo Zhu, having been struck down to the ground, could scarcely tend to the blood that incessantly spilled from the corner of his mouth. He crawled desperately to the feet of the purple sovereign, pleading for mercy, Master. This time it was my fault. Chapter 248. Changle confronts Hongming Ziki. Do you still have the audacity to question? As she spoke, Kaitian detached himself from Changle's fingertip, transforming into human form. He stood at the bedside, pointing at the prone Changle and rebuking her fiercely. Chapter 249. A half-transparent ghost Hongming Ziki was momentarily taken aback, inquiring, Changle, do you believe that Chi's transformation into that state is due to me? Uncertain if she had misheard, Chapter 250. Ascending the execution platform, noticing that Changle remained motionless for an extended period, Kaitian softly called out to her. Changle, why are you in a daze? Chapter 251. The demon clan feasts on pig trotters. Changle and Kaitian sat in a century-old renowned tavern within Jiama City, their table laden with sumptuous pig trotters. Kaitian gazed at the delectable spread before them. Chapter 252. Who is speaking? For one must have aspirations in life. Changle's expression shifted to one of seriousness as she spoke solemnly. Kaitian, the person you care for the most once existed in the void alongside. Chapter 253. The return of Photon. It is I. As the voice fell, a figure cloaked in black gradually descended from the heavens. Upon landing before Changle and Kaitian, the individual spoke in a deep tone. Chapter 254. Becoming divine punishment is a curse. Kaitian's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, Dongfang Yu. You two are in that void? Dongfang Yu nodded, affirming once more. Chapter 255. The truth behind Kaishi's demise. No, Kaitian interjected, refuting Dongfang Yu's words. Had I and Yuekong been by Kaishi's side when he sealed the 6 primal auras, Kaisher. Chapter 256. Changle, you do not trust me. Thus, Kaisher regretted it. Dongfang Yu defended Kaisher, stating, Kaisher did not foresee that leaving Lan Sun would turn his resurrection into Lan Sun's. Chapter 257. Kaitian kneels. I did not. Do not misunderstand. Changle hastily denied, waving his hands and forcing a smile as he explained, I merely aimed to share the information swiftly. Chapter 258. Kaishi's temptation. Looking at the kneeling Kaitian pleading with him, Changle's expression suddenly grew cold. Kaitian, are you forcing my hand? Kaitian looked up, resolutely denying, no. Chapter 259. Your misfortune has never been related to Kaisher. Therefore, I stated that I had misunderstood. Yichang Li's face retained a semblance of a smile. Yet the mirth did not reach her eyes. Now that the misunderstanding had been resolved, it was time for you to twist. Chapter 260. Kaisi cannot possibly be dead. Upon hearing these words, the gaze of Hongming Ziki instantly turned cold as he addressed Kaitan. I was not mistaken. You are indeed not Kaitian. After speaking, Hongming Ziki raised. Chapter 261. Stop pretending, Hongming Ziki. Sensing the panic in Hongming Ziki's tone, Yichang Lu sighed and replied candidly, we did not deceive you. Kai Si has indeed passed away. Chapter 262. The greatest obstacle to the destruction of the three realms. Hongmeng Ziki lifted his head, confusion evident in his eyes as he looked at Yichang Lu and asked, Yichang Lu, do you not believe me? I do not believe you. Yichang Lu suppressed her inner turmoil. Chapter 263. From where does your resentment arise? Yichang Lu stood with her arms crossed, perplexed as she inquired, Hongmeng Ziki, since you wish to utilize the primal chaos energy to annihilate the three realms, why did you initially seek my assistance to eliminate? Chapter 264. Collaborating with Hongmeng Ziki. From where does it originate? Hongmeng Ziki seemed taken aback by Kai Tian's question, pausing for a moment before replying, Kai Si cleaved me apart. The deadlock I cannot alter is also due to. Chapter 265. Hongmeng Ziki is actually Luo Zhen's pillow. Indeed. Changle nodded in acknowledgement and continued to persuade Hongmeng Ziki, saying, Hongmeng Ziki, since you have meticulously schemed for millions of years for the sake of avenging Kaisher. Chapter 266. The allure of Hongmeng Ziki. What is the nature of the relationship between Xian and me? Hongmeng Ziki smiled enigmatically and retorted to Changle. Hasn't that little fellow from the Spirit Clan already informed you that Xian resides within Luozhen? Chapter 267. Soul-severing Gu, such allure may not necessarily be a blessing. Hongmeng Ziki furrowed his brow, expressing a hint of disdain, and remarked, to be frank, the affection Mo fan and Shuli hold for me is utterly unwarranted. Chapter 268. Reliable creation, then I shall act under the guise of Luozhen. As for Xian, Hongmeng Ziki suggested, what if we let Shi believe she has perished? Chapter 269. Elimination of the Gu mother with differing objectives. Any explanation is merely a waste of time. After pondering this statement carefully, Changle praised Hongmeng Ziki. Chapter 270. Changle venting seeing his healthy son being embraced with excitement by his wife. Yan Wu smirked, his face filled with contentment, as warmth enveloped the room. Moments later, Yan Wu spoke. Chapter 271. Not a good man indeed. Mo Fan nodded thoughtfully and remarked, Mother, consider this. Although I may be of assistance to the Purple Sovereign, he is surrounded by capable subordinates. Furthermore, even if I possess certain attributes. Chapter 272. Qi awakens mother. We both understand that with Pei Yin and Luo Ju's ambitions, even without the support of the Purple Sovereign, their desire to dominate the three realms remains unchanged. Chapter 273. Changle's explanation. Chapter 274. Jinan's inquiry. Qi Yi's eyes dimmed slightly as he refuted, Yin has never mentioned the Purple Sovereign to me. She cannot possibly know him. However, if Aunt Xian. Chapter 275. Changle's performance. Changle chuckled awkwardly, and, with a sincere expression, said, Father, you are overthinking this. How could Mother and I conceal anything from you? Uncle Qi, you truly are. Chapter 276. The Flame Capital. Observing Changle's bobbing head, the primordial purple Qi smirked from its position and then jogged after Changle, asking earnestly, Changle. Chapter 277. The creation ancestor becomes a deity. Before them stood a temple, with steps ascending towards the heavens, leading to the main hall situated in the depths of the clouds, which was the true place of worship. Only if one wishes to ascend this staircase. Chapter 278. Only Changle has encountered the divine reputation. Although Kaitian smiles, tears stream down his face, observing the peculiar blend of laughter and sorrow on Kaitian's countenance. A mortal kindly reminds those nearby. Chapter 279. The worst-case scenario. Perhaps my past destiny cannot be altered. A serious expression graces Dongfang Yu's face. Yet since my encounter with Changle, I have embarked upon a different path. Chapter 280. The power of faith. If this truly is the most dreadful eventuality, then the divine reputation is indeed. Changle paused and inquired of Dongfang Yu, is it truly the creator ancestor, and how shall we confront him? Chapter 281. The existence of ants. Little Yu, your words hold merit. After thoroughly contemplating Dongfang Yu's remarks, Changle began to analyze. Kaisher ventured to that vast expanse eons ago. Chapter 282. The remaining matters rest upon you. Upon the utterance of the words by Hongmeng Ziki, surprise momentarily illuminated the faces of the remaining three. After exchanging glances among the three of them, Kaitian stepped forward. Chapter 283. Dongfang Yu's departure. Even the worst possible outcome had long been anticipated by Dongfang Yu. Changle understood that he could not impede Dongfang Yu's resolve. Thus, since he could not stop him. Chapter 284. The beginning of everything from the moment of my birth, I was aware of my fate, to be cleaved by a person named Kaisi, aiding him in the creation of a new existence. A hint of melancholy adorned the face of the primordial purple chi. Chapter 285. I am the divine you. Changle comprehended the implication behind the primordial purple chi's words. The rebirth tree had long dissipated before the formation of the three realms. Even if he ascended the heavenly ladder and reached the vast ocean beyond, he would acquire. Chapter 286. The first creator, are you truly the divine you? Dongfang Yu's gaze towards the blood figure grew increasingly skeptical as he pondered. To my knowledge, the divine you is among the most. Chapter 287. Journey to the Western Paradise. Chapter 288. The spring water in the Western Paradise. Chapter 289. Healing all wounds. Chapter 290. The skin of the merfolk is this spring water as warm as. Does it heal all the pains of this world? After contemplating Kuanjing's words, Changle felt that the person referred to in Kuanjing's discourse. Chapter 291. The apology of Jiang and Chuan. Naturally, there would be no recompense. Chapter 292. Departure from the undersea realm. Despite having lived for an extensive period and witnessed numerous grand spectacles, Kai Tian found himself unable to take a step forward as he approached the spirit tomb of the merfolk. Chapter 293. Yichang Lu remains in Qingqiu upon hearing Xiao Lu's agreement. A flicker of joy illuminated Kai Tian's face. However, before this joy could fully manifest, Yichang Lu abruptly interjected, urging Xiao to refrain from hasty responses. Chapter 294. Yichang Li's intentions nonetheless, despite this, Kai. Chapter 295. Prey of beasts. After the cold inquiry escaped his lips, Yichang Lu lowered his hand, which had been obstructing his view, and, disregarding the blinding golden light, he fixed his gaze upon Shunyu, awaiting his response. Chapter 296. The Savior. If the waters of the western heaven are unfathomably deep, then the vastness of the primordial chaos, in which Kai Tian finds himself, adds an immeasurable expanse atop an already incomprehensible depth. Chapter 297. Finding Dongfang Yu. I indeed harbored such thoughts. Yichang Lu sighed softly, raising his hands in resignation, stating, Yet now that you have uncovered this, what of my role as the Savior? Chapter 298. The method to save Xinyu. Indeed, I am the true Xinyu. If you are the Xinyu, then who is that figure above? His name is Yun. In Chapter 299. Concerns of the primordial purple chi. The primordial purple chi furrowed his brows and questioned, Why are you so certain? Chapter 300. A non-bloody demise. After a moment of silence, Changle pondered carefully before stating, I believe the true God will honor his promise. Upon hearing this, the primordial purple chi. Chapter 301. Persuading the creation. Upon hearing this, the creation waved his hand dismissively and confidently declared, Isn't it merely a rebirth? A trivial matter. As it is indeed a trivial matter, Changle continued to applaud. Chapter 302. Fortunate Star City. The creation finally relented and agreed. Changle should have felt a weight lifted from his heart. Yet upon seeing the creation's expression of fearless resignation, Changle hesitated, unable to refrain from. Chapter 303. Feel with your heart the bloody truth. The creation shivered and hugged himself tightly. Changle, the way you describe Fortunate Star City makes it seem so terrifying. Chapter 304. The statue of the Fortunate Star. The primordial essence gazed at the descending figure of Kai Tian, a smile unconsciously gracing its features. With arms crossed over its chest, it stood atop the clouds, observing the unfolding scene with keen interest. Chapter 305. The shared countenance of the city, supported by Ji Yi. The primordial essence naturally took note of the bizarre spectacle within Fortunate Star City. Casting a glance at Ji Yi's eyes, which sparkled with mirth, the primordial essence responded appropriately. Chapter 306. The Fortunate Star deity. Surprised, Kai Tian blinked in confusion and inquired, Did my question catch Miss Ji Yi off guard? Ji Yi nodded, replying candidly, Indeed. It is quite unexpected. Chapter 307. The deception of the celestial and spiritual races in its quest to alleviate the suffering of mortals. The Fortunate Star deity sacrificed itself to create Fortunate Star City. This is the reason why all the inhabitants bear strikingly similar appearances. Chapter 308. The charm of beautiful men. Upon mentioning the celestial and spiritual races, a fierce expression crossed the primordial essence's face. Changle's eyes gleamed with intrigue, and at an opportune moment, it suggested, Primordial essence, perhaps we should consider. Chapter 309. The worship of the fortunate star deity Kaitian? Noticing that Kaitian had yet to utter a subsequent word, Changle could not help but urge, "Please, do speak swiftly. For whom is it that you remain chaste?" Chapter 310. The bump on Kaitian's head. Upon hearing this, a look of skepticism emerged on the primordial essence's face, questioning whether it had truly been sculpted by mere hands. How could the Hongming purple energy react? Sigh. The waiter let out a breath. Choosing not to speak further, Ji ascended the stairs with an oil lamp in hand, stating in an authoritative tone, "I shall go check on them." Chapter 312. The stench of corpses. Upon receiving the gaze of Hongming purple energy, Kaitian furrowed his brows in confusion and inquired, "How could a living person like her enter my room without my noticing?" Chapter 313. This damned understanding. Changle and Hongming purple energy were fully aware of the issues surrounding the fortune star cake, yet they stood by idly as she consumed it. Kaitian intended to confront both of them regarding this matter. Chapter 314. The dispute between Changle and Kaitian. Am I selfish? Kaitian incredulously pointed at herself. Yes, you are selfish, Changle retorted, her expression a mix of anger and embarrassment. Chapter 315. A little fox or a little xuanwu? The sympathy reflected in Changle's eyes caused the originally resolute Kaitian to waver slightly, didn't it? Changle observed. Chapter 316. The glutton with reverence for food. Did it all go into her stomach? Changle finally shifted her gaze towards the Hongming purple energy. At this moment, Hongming Ziki was seated gracefully in a chair, embodying an air of tranquility. Chapter 317. The hand-in-hand of Kaitian and Ji. Upon covering his eyes, the room fell into a profound silence, save for the subtle sounds of Ji's lingering tongue. Chapter 318. The greasy Kaitian. Dear Tian, what is transpiring between you and Miss Ji? Hongming Ziki's face vividly reflected both astonishment and delight. Chapter 319. The father of Ji. Is there truly a lord of Fuxing City? Changle glanced at Hongming Ziki beside him, astonished. You ventured into Fuxing City and were unaware of its lord? Chapter 320. A fortuitous windfall. After uncovering the whereabouts of Ji's father, Changle and his companions proceeded to investigate Ji's mother. If the residence where Ji's father was imprisoned exuded opulence, then. Chapter 321. A change of guide. What harm have they caused you? Musu's words rendered Kaitian's expression momentarily grim. Even if Uncle Mu disdains me, deeming me unworthy of being your son-in-law. Chapter 322. A dangerous smile. What did mother say? Ji found it hard to believe her ears. Fu Rou raised an eyebrow. Ji, I never repeat my words. Chapter 323. Taking residence in the Lord's mansion. Cough, cough, cough. Witnessing the unreserved gaze of Kaitian upon Furu, Changle, sensing the tension in the air, hastily cleared his throat before Kaitian could speak. The atmosphere in the hall was already fraught with hostility. Chapter 324. The past of Musu. Observing the indignant expressions of Hongming Ziki and Kaitian, Changle felt an increase in his own helplessness, gesturing with his hands. If one were to calculate seriously, considering both of you. Chapter 325. The art of skin changing as he beheld Musu's tightly clenched fists and the overwhelming hatred emanating from him. Kaitian's gaze grew somber, and he inquired, Uncle Mu, could it be that Furu has contravened the agreement? Chapter 326. The Righteous King of Hell. Chapter 327. The infertile men of Fuxing City. It is impossible. Hongming Ziki unequivocally rejected Yichang Li's thoughts without the slightest hesitation. I have thoroughly explored Fuxing City. Chapter 328. Patience is a virtue. Seeing himself closely adhering to Kaitian, who displayed no signs of resistance, but merely shifted shyly, Fuju smirked and decided to draw even closer. Chapter 329. Matters of marriage to consider. Fuju appeared entirely oblivious to the subtext in Kaitian's words. Although she no longer nestled in his embrace, she entwined her arm with his, her tone imbued with a certain. Chapter 330. The annulment of engagement. At this moment, the sky was still bright, as the incense continued to burn. Chapter 331. One man among two women. Tianlang. Ji gazed at Kaitian's resolute departure, helplessly collapsing to the ground, pleading, don't leave. Musu looked at Ji's expression. Chapter 332. Kaitian's true intentions. Upon hearing the words, Ji's face instantly darkened, and she demanded sharply, Fuju, what do you mean by that? Nothing at all, Fuju replied. Chapter 333. Three is a crowd, for is a company. Upon hearing Ji's words, Yichang Lu and Ha Mingziki quickly turned their gazes towards Kaitian, who remained seated quietly, embodying a serene existence. Chapter 334. Consent for a Quartet. It discerned the full resistance reflected in Fuju's widened eyes and could not help but furrow her brow. S current reaction was unexpected for Ji. After all, Ji. Chapter 335. Peeling skin. What do you know? Changle paused for a moment, then feigned ignorance and asked Fuju with a bewildered expression. Miss Fuju, I am somewhat perplexed by your words. Chapter 336. A wolf in sheep's clothing. Although the night was deep, it was still summer, and the evening air carried a hint of warmth. However, Changle's words were akin to a bucket of ice water, shocking Fuju to her core. Chapter 337. Making a deal with Fuju. Not enough? Huh. Hongming Ziki scoffed. Merely a small Fushing city. With a flick of my finger, you all. Hongming Ziki was arrogant. Chapter 338. The ghosts of hard labor. We have arrived. Fuju pointed with her chin at an unremarkable yellow mound of earth before them. Just here? Hongming Ziki's tone was unexpectedly. Chapter 339. The puppet master behind Fushing City is Pei Yin. Changle replied irritably. Kaitian, although our nine-tailed fox clan is not wealthy enough to construct houses of gold, we are certainly not destitute enough to sell luminous pearls. Chapter 340. Pei Yin's hidden among the clouds. Realizing that he could utilize Pei Yin's to resolve matters concerning Fushing City, and conveniently deal with Pei Yin as well, killing two birds with one stone, Hongming Ziki tore through the void, without waiting for Changle. Chapter 341. Kaitian turns to water. Did he harm you? Upon the mention of Pei Yin's expression instantaneously darkened, revealing a profound hatred within his eyes, while an uncontainable aura of murderous intent surged within him. Chapter 342. The wife you murdered with your own hands. Before him stood a resplendent palace, its imposing plaque towering majestically, a testament to the extraordinary status of its master. As Pei Yin's approached the grand entrance of the palace. Chapter 343. Imprisonment of Pei Yin. Upon hearing Pei Yin's words, Kaitian could no longer suppress his inner sarcasm and began to inch toward Pei Yin's direction. Yet, if Kaitian were to. Chapter 344. Jinling City. Well, it is time to tidy up the mess he left behind. Just as Pei Yin stated, Pei Yin's is indeed a born ruler. In a mere few moments, he had already. Chapter 345. The Bewildered. The three individuals appeared not to be residents of Jinling City, perhaps having traveled from afar. If I am not mistaken, they must have lost their way, just as Changle and the others. Chapter 346. The Gambler Father, the Ailing Mother. I am an utterly ordinary yellow-eyed creature from the city of Fushing. Not quite. Perhaps I am not as ordinary as I believed, for I was born a man. In comparison to women. Chapter 347. The Death of Mother Sue. Mother Sue's reaction was entirely unforeseen. Prior to this, I had unhesitatingly assumed that she would cling to me, her sole lifeline, to survive. Chapter 348. He is my husband. Chapter 349. I do not wish to become a malevolent spirit. Changle raised an eyebrow and inquired. Even if beneath this human facade lies a grotesque monster? Even if he is a hideous creature? Chapter 350. A Wang's Confession. Indeed, it is she. Kaitian nodded, her face revealing a sense of recognition. It is the young clan leader, the young clan leader. Changle promptly corrected. Chapter 351. The Transformation of a Wang. It is not like that. A Wang solemnly shook his head. When Fei, I am aiding you. I am preventing you from making foolish decisions, and moreover. A Wang's. Chapter 352. The Concealment of Fuju. In this manner. Chapter 353. A Sense of Discontent. Where have you concealed the young Master Tian? As Fuju stepped into her courtyard, she noticed Ji approaching her with palpable anger. Chapter 354. The Destruction of the City, Part 1. Upon hearing Pei Yin's words, Fu Ro's body stiffened in fear, her gaze turning dark and obscure as she looked at him. Until today, she could never have. Chapter 355. The Destruction of the City, Part 2. Your Highness, Fu Ro's brows knitted tightly, her expression unusually grave. Such a jest was far from amusing. After speaking, she bit her lip, contemplating. Chapter 356. The Destruction of the City, Part 3. Beneath Fu Ro's astonished and fearful gaze, Pei Yin shrugged nonchalantly, regarding the so-called contingency. When he uttered the word contingency, Fu. Chapter 357. The Destruction of the City, Part 4, Old. Pei-En's incredulously elongated his tone, seeking confirmation from Changle. Madam? He could not fathom how an elder could be involved in this matter.